Early morning on the island of Tavarua, Fiji. And of course, always recommended breakfast before barrels. As the top 17 are eager to kick things off here in Fiji. Rookie Alessa Quizon fresh off plenty of free surfs. Five-time world champ Stephanie Gilmore staying relaxed yet ready, and Tyler Wright anxiously hoping Cloudbreak turns on and provides some power. Good morning and welcome everyone here live from Tavarua, Fiji, as we await the official call whether or not we'll be kicking things off with the Women's Fiji Pro for the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. Pat Parnell along with Ross Williams and Strider Wazalewski. So here's the situation, guys. 2 lay days. Right now, tension's starting to build. I think all the surfers want to get things underway.
Well, definitely. You know, we've had 48 hours to have fun, maybe go for a snorkel. But the kill switch has been flipped, so to speak. You know, we woke up and we've seen a lot more energy in the water, so it's butterfly check time.
Yeah, the girls are out there. They're getting some waves. We saw some free surf stuff this morning. It looked really fun. And you know what? Definitely some 4-foot waves that well overhead out there. And these girls are going to have to kind of buckle up and get ready.
Well, you talk about snorkel. What type of snorkel are we talking about here?
Yeah,
there's the party snorkel, and then there's the actual snorkeling when it goes really flat.
The beauty of social media, we're involved with everyone's activities, and everyone's been having fun. But definitely, we're in contest mode now. We see some energy in the water, and it's on.
What is that like when you know what Cloudbreak and Restaurants is capable of, and they're out there in the free surfs, and it's been 1 to 2 foot. They've seen the footage. They've surfed here before, a lot of them. When you know how big it can get and you're anticipating this kind of swell, how does that change things mentally?
Well, one thing I like is it sort of gives you that feel that you could get maybe on a North Shore in Hawaii, where you have to really pace yourself and gauge the conditions. It's not going to be a no-brainer where you just take out your shorty and go have a practice. You have to wax up that 6'6", and everything in between, and get ready for that waves, that swell to start pumping.
I mean, the girls, they've gotten their sessions in. They've had a few surfs. But the thing about it is you don't want to surf too much. I mean, even us, we've been out there having a couple of waves, but you get out there and you get in the water, and you don't want to like overdo it, because you don't want to be too sore for your heat. You want to be ready for what's coming, and you don't want to overdo and kind of save your energy for what's going to happen.
Well, we've been watching Alessa Quizon in free surfs. She's been looking really comfortable. Let's take a look at what she's riding on here in Tavarua.
I brought like 9 boards, just because like you can break a board, but it's a different playing field. Like we're not using our normal 5.7s or 5.8s, because we're surfing bigger waves and it's gonna be completely different out there. So this is my 5.8 and it's my favorite board. It's so loose and fast, and there's a little grab on it, so if you want to do carves, like it draws out. So this is like a really good board for me. I love it. Here is my 6'4". Out here in Fiji, like at Cloudbreak, it's really important to have that extra length just to get into the wave. It makes me feel a lot more confident that I'm on a bigger board as well. It means like I'm not going to be like tattering down the line, so it's a different feeling for sure. It feels more like I got to bust out the courage out and just just go for it.
This is a unique opportunity for me and Alessa to work together on the women's tour. Her rookie year. I think these ladies are probably going to surpass a lot of the tube riding that's been done in the past, and these women right now have an opportunity to rewrite what women's surfing is about, and I honestly believe they'll do it.
So great look there at Alessa Quizon and her quiver. I mean, as a kid, that's what you dreamed about, just having that full quiver laid out. And it's good to see that a lot of the girls are making those adjustments volume-wise.
Yeah, a great quote there from Reynos Hayes, coach for Alessa Quizon, and quite the prediction, because we've had some great tube riding in the past with Keala Kenley and Rochelle Ballard and the girls. So there's a lot of anticipation, and with this swell coming, they're going to have an opportunity to try to pull in.
Yeah, you know, we got reports from how big the waves were down in New Zealand. Giant swells hitting there already. So tonight, tomorrow, we're just going to have an onslaught of swell coming in. And, you know, what Reynos was saying just now, it's so true. These girls have the chance to rewrite the books, and I can't wait. I got chicken skin just thinking about it. It was really cool, and it makes you feel like, wow, these girls really do have a chance to write in the book on a blank page.
Fingers crossed for the official call. Right now, we send it down to Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, thanks so much. Well, ASP Deputy Commissioner Jessie Maidai has gone rogue. I think that's a good thing. It means that she's surfing, which means they're waves. I've got Vice President of Communications with me, Dave Proden. Dave, you know, you've had a look at the waves. You've kind of got an idea of what we're going to do. What's the call for today?
Yeah, for sure. So the report from the channel is that the surf's come up significantly overnight. We're looking at 5-foot waves. There's a little bit of wind on it this morning, so officials are going to assess the conditions over the next 30 minutes with an eye on starting at 8:30. If we start at 8:30, we've put rounds 1, 2, and 3 on standby for a run today. We expect great waves, and it's going to be a great time seeing the girls take on Cloudbreak for the first time in 7 years.
Yeah, that's right. It's the first time the girls are back in 7 years. You know, you've dug through the archives, you've seen the photos, and we talk about the level of women's surfing rising. What do you think we can expect at this event?
Yeah, well, this is going to be the biggest game changer in any of the girls' careers. None of them were on tour the last time this event ran, and it's a big open ocean left-hander reef pass. So I think it's going to be a mixed bag, and we'll see some girls that we didn't anticipate performing well and some that we did that are struggling out there. So it's going to be a great day. I'm glad we have surf on offer, and it's a huge day in women's surfing history.
I know that you've had a couple surfs out at Cloudbreak with a few of the girls. You know, who's really been standing out to you?
Yeah, I mean, all the girls have been taking it on really, really well. I know a lot of them came last week to get some early practice. A few have been doing trips over the last couple of years, free surfing trips. You know, outside of the main contenders, your Carissas, your Sallys, your Lakeys, your Stephs, obviously. I was very impressed with Dimity Stoyle and her timing. I think it lends to her longboarding background and just reading waves really well. Cloudbreak is a tricky wave. It's not always perfect. It's a great left-hander, but it throws different sections at you. So I think timing and experience and patience is going to be really important for the girls in their approach today.
All right, Dave. Well, thanks for the insight. I'll send it back to Pat.
Thanks, Rosie. I'll tell you what, great call by looking forward to getting things started, because behind us, even restaurants is starting to show some signs of promise. But let's get to the forecast, because we've been talking about all that fetch, all that swell that is anticipated.
Yeah, and one of the drawbacks from having such good forecasting is the anticipation level can really wear on you day after day. You know this thing's coming, so you have to be patient. There again, it looks just as strong as ever, and it's going to really rise tomorrow, which is Wednesday. You can see that those arrows pointing to the sky. That's such good news. We had a little talk again with our sort of quasi-expert Shane Dorian, and one good thing that he brought up, because I was concerned about the low tide all day long being maybe slightly treacherous for the girls, but he said that cleans up the lineup out there with the reef sort of rising above the waterline. It doesn't allow those chops to go out into the surf, and so although it's going to be shallow and a little bit dangerous, it's going to have a clean lineup on the face, no bumps. So we got a great 3 or 4 days ahead of us with some awesome opportunities for the girls to really get pipes out there, you know, at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, definitely Cloudbreak, possibly later today, and tomorrow looks like even behind us, restaurants, we just saw a set peel through. It could be all time, and you can see on screen right there, I mean, these waves are pumping out there. As soon as it sheets out, cleans up a little bit, that tide goes lower. I mean, look at this. Girls are getting shacked out there, and the hammer comes down. So it's going to be all to the wall right there, and we're going to see it go down right here at Fiji.
That is an awesome harbinger to see as we get ready, as we wait the next official call. Stay with us. We'll take a closer look at round 1 heats here from the Women's Fiji Pro. Stay close.
Welcome to a world Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Welcome back, everyone. You are watching Dawn Patrol, the official call possible, kicking things off at 8:30 a.m. here for the Women's Fiji Pro. We look forward to that. Right now, we take a break as we check in with Malia Manuel with his GoPro breakdown.
Is the boat all set? Maybe we get a boat out to cover. Yes. That's how you schedule a boat. Just ask Roy. I've been here a few days. Luckily, there was some room on the island before it opened up to the competitors. So just catching that first boat ride from the main island to Tavarua, and you're just looking at this small heart-shaped island, and you're just wondering, like, wow, I can't believe, I get to stay here for a week, and just with all your close friends on tour, and all this blue water and funny, friendly people. It's an awesome experience. Cloud break is an amazing, amazing point break wave, just breaking on the shallowest reef. Just the coral underneath is spectacular, and just what you're surfing on top of is amazing. And there's a few different takeoff spots, so when you take off, you kind of have a nice roll-in section to kind of have some time to, get to your feet and race to the west reef. And it's just a beautiful experience to be out there and looking in and seeing the judges' tower too. Restaurants is obviously right in front of Tavarua Resort's restaurant, and it seems like the perfect wave. It's just around the bend from Cloudbreak, and you just sit at the restaurant and watch all these perfect waves peel through, and hopefully we get 1 or 2 days out there because it just seems so perfect. The whole tour is usually a front side for us regular footers, so it's going to be challenging just to go backside. I haven't been practicing backside as much as I'd like to, just figuring out different boards and just getting the feel for the island life again.
So lots of smiles in that GoPro breakdown with Malia Manuel, and you'd be hard-pressed to find any surfer that comes to this island and isn't smiling all the time, as we see all the girls fresh off that morning surf and looking promising. Obviously a much different cloud break today than we saw in that piece that was shot a couple of days ago.
Yeah, you saw a lot of energy in the water, so again, we're going to take a long look at it this morning and make sure we get them out there at the right time. But this is good because the girls had a chance to have a quick warm-up out there this morning.
Yeah, they were out there getting it, and a lot of great surfing this morning. But I think yesterday we got a bunch of photos coming in that we'll show you everything that went down. Yeah,
Kirsten Schultz, you can check out the full gallery at aspworldtour.com, but it just gives you just a good perspective and vision. How much fun is to be had, whether you're on Namotu, Tavarua, I mean, all the surfers, it's such a treat. They've been looking forward to this stop since the 2014 season started.
Well, not only do the surfers look forward to coming here, but so do the photographers. I mean, this is one of the most photogenic places on the entire planet. Whether it's a sunrise, a sunset, the water is as blue as it gets. The sun is always popping, so, you know, one of the most picturesque places on the planet.
The most consistent part about all that were the smiles. I mean, everybody's having the best time, and that's what happens here. It's just big smiles all day long.
And we need to apologize before everything gets underway here. Sorry about all the sunset photos on Instagram. There's going to be a lot of them this week.
I'm not sorry.
All right, let's send it down to the booth. Joe Turpel and Martin Potter. Morning, guys.
Morning, Pat. Keep the sunrises going. This morning we woke up into some crazy weather. It was raining and really windy, but with a lot of anticipation pots to get things started. The first heat of the morning's been on deck for a few days now, and they've known about this swell for about a week out. What's it like being at first heat checking in each and every morning with the anticipation to charge?
Yeah, well, it's, you know, these girls have got to, you know, flick the switch, as Ross was saying, you know, get out of that holiday mode, get out of that vacation sort of headspace and, you know, really flick the switch on the competitive juices. I think the girls know how to do that. They're well versed on that, but you know, the waves are looking really good here this morning. I mean, it's quite windy, but it's offshore out there, so you know, we're anticipating a good start here, and the swell's going to build through the day, so the girls are going to have their backups out there. It's going to be an exciting day of surfing.
Well, as we check out the draw, the opening heat looks stacked as well. We'll think about its different venue. It feels like a wild card feeling for the Fiji Pro coming in on the WCT, because we go back to Snapper, Bells, Margaret River, Brazil. We have repeat suspects in the final series. Is this a venue where we could see that kind of rhythm of the top four upset at this stage?
You know, I think there is a possibility of that. I mean, it's always a possibility, and that's the beauty of our sport. Nothing's a guaranteed. But in saying that, you know, you look at the Steph Gilmores, the Carissa Moores, you know, these girls surf exceptionally well in good waves. And that's what we're going to have on offer here. We're going to have pumping surf. So for the wildcards to upset the apple cart, so to speak, and knock those top guys off their pedestal, it's going to take a lot. We saw Alessa Curzon out there this morning have a brilliant warm-up, absolutely attacking the waves. So the rookies are going to give it a go. I mean, it's going to be an exciting day, but they're going to really have to step it up if they're going to take down the big guns, because they've got a lot of momentum coming into this event.
The top four, Carissa Moore, the highlighted surfer coming into this event, and also Stephanie Gilmore looking to catch some ground on her in the world title race at this stage. But on the back end, remember, you have to be in the top 10 to requalify on the CT. What do you expect out of some of the goofy foots like Paige Harab coming into this event, really looking for a big result? You know, Paige, I think she's going to use her experience out here. You know, she loves the barrel, so she's going to, you know, look for those hollow ones down the end of the reef there. You know, Bianca Buitendach, I think, is going to be a real a threat as well. You know, she Rookie of the Year last year, so she's got a year under her belt. She loves these big, gnarly conditions. So it's going to be an interesting mix. I think we're going to see some goofy foot shine, but then it's, you know, we're going to see some backside tube riding from the top girls as well. So I think we're going to see, you know, a mix of results here today. So a great draw on paper in the opening round. 6 Hawaiians, 6 Australians are dominated regions. We'll take a look at our rookie class and their progress coming into event number 5 on Dawn Patrol right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
Beauty, a million forms of expression. We have seen beauty, and she is powerful.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Bula and welcome back. It is Dawn Patrol. Potential 8:30 a.m. start here for the Women's Fiji Pro as we anxiously await to kick things off here at the fifth stop of the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. We heard Potts and Joe talk about the implications of the whole rookie class. Man, 4 solid rookies coming into 2014 season, and this is going to be a chance to really hit the reset button looking to the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's great. You know, you mentioned last year only Bianca was the only rookie on tour, so a stark contrast for this year. And it is, you know, we have a slight lead from Dimity, but it's anyone's game at this point. As you mentioned, a 5th stop on tour. It's a tough call to see who's going to, you know, win this thing for the Rookie of the Year.
And Joanne Defay, we have to point out, very, very comfortable in big surf. You know, comfortable whether it be France or Fiji. She needs a solid finish. Currently ranked 16th.
Well, look at her. She's got a rail game, but then she's got, you know, the reef break thing too from Reunion Island, where she's from. Dimity, she's strong. She's surfing so well, fast. You know, clean surfing. She's in 10th actually. She's leading right now as far as Rookie of the Year goes.
Yeah, Dimity, what I like about her is she's strong. She's got that real carvy attack. So we'll see if she can apply that on her backhand out here in Tavarua. But Nikki Van Dyke, she's deadly too. And you know, she showed no fear. You know, definitely planting herself on the rocks and a couple of those brutal wipeouts at Bells. So let's see if she can take that, you know, attack here at Tavarua.
When I was seeing her out here, she looked like she had good timing, which was nice. You know, you got to have timing. And if you were watching earlier on the free surf this morning, Alessa was looking really good out there. Like she was saying about those longer boards, maybe those are playing into her game, but right here in Brazil, she was tack sharp, and then she came out here this morning and just opened up on a couple. It was really good to see.
A lot of Hawaiian power here on the Women's Tour in 2014. Alessa was on leading the rookie charge. We pointed out, obviously, the importance for Joanne Defay to get a strong finish here. She's currently ranked 16th, but the world rankings, obviously, Carissa Moore, it's those established veterans, Sally Fitzgibbons, Tyler Wright, Stephanie Gilmore, and Lakey Peterson rounding out the top 5. It's going to be up to those rookies to really get a strong finish here. We mentioned Joanne Defay, 16th place. She's going to need to gain some ground. You see how far down the ladder they are.
Yeah, and also Lauren Never, she shows a lot of, you know, zero fear at times. So it'll be interesting to see if girls like her can bring that attack out there at Cloudbreak, because, you know, it's easy to get too psyched out there. You really got to just suck it up and pull in. So we'll see what happens out there.
Well, we're basically halfway through, and these girls, you know, there's going to be some flip-flop, I'm hoping. Yeah. I want to see these girls, the youngsters, the rookies, and everything that they've got. They're all so good. They're on tour for a reason. We're going to see them charging out there, you know, and I think we might see some upsets.
One wave, you can go from a 0 to a hero at Cloudbreak for sure. Right now, we send it down to Todd Klein. Todd?
Yeah, thank you and good morning, as they say, or Bula, as they say here in Fiji. Guys, as you know, we're about to kick off the Fiji Pro, but another event taking place within the event is the GoPro Challenge. We had the GoPro Challenge for the first time at the Drug Aware Margaret River Pro. Josh Kerr got an amazing wave at the box, capturing $10,000. Here at this event, same thing, the GoPro Challenge, $10,000 if the best footage is captured. Outside of the event, $15,000 if you have a jersey in the event. But for the first time in the history of the GoPro Challenge, the women can get involved. They can participate this year. We'll see if the girls step it up with a GoPro on the board during the event. But right now, they maybe already have some waves in the books in the free surfs the first couple of days here. There's been some fun waves. Nothing too big yet, but I tell you what, if it starts to pump, look for these ladies to put a camera on the deck, get out there and pack some big ones, some big money on the line. The boys will be showing up here in a week or so, and they'll be also in the GoPro Challenge. If you want more information or you want to find out and watch that highlight there of Josh Kerr, go to aspworldtour.com and find out all the details. $15,000 on the line in the event, $10,000 out. And I tell you what, coming up next, some big news on the Big Wave World Tour. Stay tuned.
Thanks, Todd. We'll look forward to that, obviously, and I look forward to seeing Todd's fins on the GoPro Challenge. I expect some good footage there. All right, stay with us. More from Dawn Patrol. Potential 8:30 a.m. start here from Fiji.
To the dark side, I wanna be your left-hand man. I love
can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
Welcome back, everyone, to Dawn Patrol. Potential 8:30 a.m. start here for the women at the Fiji Pro. Tavarua, Fiji, as conditions looking promising. Another thing, a lot of promise, a lot of hope on the horizon for the Big Wave Tour. Tell you what, Big Wave World Tour, I should say. In terms of the illustrious list of surfers that have jumped on board, it's exciting.
Well, we just broke some great news. Who's on the tour, who's not, where are we going? There's so much anticipation, and a key thing that really amazes me, a lot of these legends, these big wave surfers, they've been sort of free surfing, if you will, over all these years and chasing swells. It's going to be interesting to put some points on the board, sort of like the World Tour here, you know, in the smaller waves. So now that they're going to have to sort of switch gears and actually commit themselves to competition, not just chasing these waves in a free surf form.
Well, you know, you talk about that commitment, and you got at the top there Grant Twiggy Baker. He's the one guy that will be like really competitive about it. Most of these other guys, they're just purely for the love. They do it because they want to do it. They do it anyway, so it's pretty amazing.
And as that tour builds, I think we expect to see a lot of guys, likes of Damien Hobgood, other guys out there that are known to charge, to eventually join the ranks on the Big Wave World Tour. Want to obviously ask all the listeners and all the viewers out there, aspworldtour.com/fantasy. Get involved in the discussion. Tell us on Twitter or Facebook how you're watching. Get involved in the discussion. Once again, coming up 8:30 a.m. potential start. That wraps it up here for Dawn Patrol. Check back in for the official start.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
Waves for Water is founded on adventure, it's founded on surfing, it's founded on going out there and doing the things that you love and helping along the way. And nobody ever said that you can't have fun while you're helping people.
Beauty. A million forms of expression. We have seen beauty, and she is powerful.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
morning and welcome back to the beautiful island of Tavarua for the Women's Fiji Pro. Todd Klein joined by Strider Wazalewski. Strider, we put the contest on standby for about a half hour this morning with the increasing conditions, and we spoke with Jessie Miley Dyer. The swell has filled in enough. The conditions are looking pretty darn good out there. She's had the feedback from the surfers. They're very happy to get things underway. We're going to kick things off here at the Women's Fiji Pro.
I'm so excited. It's going to be on. I was watching the tapes this morning, watching everybody out in the water. It is pumping out there. There's 4-foot waves, you know, Hawaiian style, probably 10-foot faces solid, and the girls are getting after. I already saw some tubes go down. I mean, this is going to be so fun to watch. I mean, I'm getting like, you know, all built up right now, and I can't wait for you guys to see the action on camera today. These girls are going to get after it.
It's going to be unbelievable. Right out of the gates, we've got a fantastic heat, Strider, with Lakey Peterson, Coco Ho, and Paige Hareb. You know, Paige being the only goofy footer in that heat, so it'll be interesting to see her approach to the wave out there versus the two regular footers. So right out of the gates, a fantastic heat. And with that said, let's get things kicked off and send it over to Martin Potter and Joe Turpel.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Strider. This is the moment we have been waiting for to start off the Fiji Pro Round 1, Heat number 1 with Lakey Peterson from California, Coco Ho from the island of Oahu, and Paige Hareb representing New Zealand. Potts, we've had a little bit of anticipation over the first couple of lay days. There's smaller conditions to really work out the lineup at Cloudbreak. How much of a difference are we looking at from yesterday's afternoon session to what we're seeing out front this morning?
Oh, it's night and day, Joe. I mean, that's you know, the girls are going to be riding different boards today as opposed to yesterday. You know, surfing around about the 2 to 3 foot. We're looking at restaurants just out in front of us, and it is absolutely pumping. You can see there, that's the view from Tavarua, looking across the channel, and you can see the whitewater itself. I mean, it's such a different aspect this morning. The girls are going to be looking for those big open face waves. It's going to be some barrels. I dare say the girls are riding a step up this morning.
Starting with Lakey Peterson, we've seen her throughout her career do well in events like at the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach. She's a rising star on the WCT. Have you been able to see her in waves like this yet, or is this kind of her global debut in a big left-hander like Cloudbreak?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of the girls' debut in a wave like this. I don't think it's you know, the norm for women's competitive surfing. So I think it's going to be an exciting day. You know, the history books are going to be rewritten. I think we're going to see some standout performances. We're going to see some crazy barrels and quite possibly some big wipeouts too, because these girls don't hold back.
Well, looking at Coco Ho as well, she's out there wearing the white jersey representing Hawaii. Like oftentimes, Potts, when we go to Tahiti for the men, there's a lot of Hawaiian comparisons to the islands and the South Pacific. Are you expecting big things out of our Hawaiian class in this opening round?
Oh, absolutely right. I mean, they feel a lot more at home in conditions like this, nice and warm. You know, it's a big open channel kind of wave. You know, the swell comes from a long way, so it's really groomed and nice and thick. So the girls are going to be, you know, from Hawaii, going to be a lot more used to it. But in saying that, you know, these a lot of the girls go to Hawaii at the end of the year and cut their teeth on those kind of waves. So, you know, I don't think there's going to be too much of an advantage. I think, especially here at Cloudbreak, it's a wave that, as you said, you know, the last time they competed here was in 2006, and none of the girls on the tour at the moment were in that event. So it's pretty much an open slather right now.
Lakey mentioned how this is a big opportunity for herself and all of women's surfing to be able to get a big stage like this here at Cloudbreak on Tavarua in Fiji, as it's 8:30 in the morning local time, and we're looking forward to completing this round and seeing how far Jessie Miley Dyer will send the women out on a massive day of competition. We have all the way till May 30th to finish this event for the women. With the swell on the rise, we're even expecting bigger waves coming tomorrow.
Yeah, well, tomorrow's going to be a lot bigger. We see the predictions actually increase. It was up into the 12 to 15 foot range. I got a text last night from a mate in New Zealand. He said it's 5 meters over there. So, you know, we're going to see some crazy size waves. And, you know, if there's a bit of west in the swell, Joe, we'll see restaurants absolutely light up too. So, you know, if it does get too big for the girls out there at Cloudbreak, we do have an incredible backup spot right in front of us here at restaurants. And we've seen a couple little waves starting to show. So that swell is definitely filling in. Exciting stuff. And, you know, the girls, as you said, a couple of days to sit back and anticipate that arrival. It's here. It's on. Let's do it.
Really fun as we're listening for the start of the horn. And we hear it. It's officially on, the opening day of the Fiji Pro Women's event. 3 surfers in the lineup. Same rules apply to all 4 events we've run so far in 2014 as far as the 3-woman priority system is concerned. We can see Lakey Peterson. She'll be out there wearing that bright red singlet. Also Coco in the white, Paige Harab wearing the blue, Paige representing the Goofy Foots. And Potts, she had a couple of close heats in Brazil. She was pretty devastated to lose because she felt her surfing was there. She was doing everything right, but just didn't get the nod.
You know, and we've seen a lot of that from a lot of the girls, Joe. I mean, you know, these girls are ripping at the moment, but it just seems to be those usual suspects, you know, over these last 4 events have just dominated. You know, the likes of Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright, Sally, Steph Gilmore, you know, and we're looking for one of the rookies to step up, you know, and Paige as well. Paige needs a good result, but in saying that, the best surfers, you know, like Carissa and Steph, really do excel in good waves. You know, their technique is flawless, and we're going to see that here at Cloudbreak. You know, once those girls hit the water, you know, we should see a little bit of a different attitude, but you know, take nothing away from the rest. We see there Michael Ho keeping a close eye on Coco, who's in the first heat. They've been out there since early this morning.
They've been surfing every single day, multiple sessions, and Michael watching his daughter surf just in the first couple of minutes of this heat. We'll have 35-minute heats in this opening round, still scored on your top 2, and you can catch as many waves as you like. The opening wave will go to our Hawaiian, Coco Ho, coming off the bottom, snaps it off the top, off the bottom again, late timing on the float, and she goes down on that second attempt, complete on the first turn, and she'll take an early lead.
Yeah, you can see there's a little bit of a wobble still there from the wind yesterday. We had a really strong onshore wind here yesterday, and it really did sort of mix up the swell a bit. You can see there out to sea, it's still quite bumpy and lumpy, and I think once that swell starts filling in, as we see Coco just getting her feet in the wax, you can see she's riding a little bit more of a step up there, and that front edge just catching. Coco going for that floater maneuver, which we're going to see a lot of today, just to get that transition around the section. You know, it's a real critical move out here at Cloudbreak because the wave does rattle off down the line. It is shallow on the reef, and as that tide runs out, that maneuver is going to become even more critical.
Well, Potts, when you look at conditions like we have today for Coco, Lakey, and Paige, are they going to be tell really quickly what kind of maneuvers they're going to be looking for on the face, or when will they transition to just trying to pack the tube?
Yeah, I think, you know, you can really define the, you know, the different waves. I mean, there's maneuver waves out there, and then there's ones that hit the reef that basically open up and let you get the barrel. So the girls are going to be looking for the barrel. That's going to be the highest scoring maneuver today. But if there's not those waves on offer, the girls are going to have to do those big open face turns. And, you know, in saying that, you can really tell the difference between the two waves coming through.
We've seen a lot of confidence coming from Coco Ho this season. A couple of big battles along the way, some quarterfinal performances as she's trying to get a little bit closer to that top 5 equation. Right now just with a 2.67 as Lakey and Paige are still scoreless at the moment with plenty of time on the clock. This first heat's always interesting because first place gets to skip straight into round 3, and second and third will have to surf maybe again today in round 2, Potts.
Yeah, I think from what we heard, you know, quite possibly even round 3 on hold. You know, we've got to take advantage of the swell, and it is going to increase through the day as we see Coco having a look.
Gliding into her second wave of the morning. Coco still feeling her way down to the open face, setup work, and now she'll wait for the lip to show up deep off the bottom. Jams it nice and tight in the pocket, off the bottom again, and she'll carve back to the source. And she kicks out 2 waves quickly for Coco Ho. She'll be in the back of the line with priority, but with an early lead to start.
Yeah, no, that was a better wave. And what happens here at Cloudbreak, you know, that first wave kind of put her in a good position and almost gets that one on the head there. So you can see the further down the reef, the more critical the wave is. As Coco, you know, picked this one up on the way out. And that's what you've got to do out here at Cloudbreak. Don't be shy to catch waves because it is a long wave. And, you know, even a short ride can put you in good position. Coco taking advantage of this one here. A couple of nice turns as it unloads on the reef again. You can see her just trying to stay close to that pocket, trying to maximize her scoring potential, and kicks out of that one.
So smart surfing from Coco Ho. She's been successful on her backhand in the past, getting that nice easy rhythm, and she'll hop on the back of the jet ski with Kai Borg. We got the best water patrol out here at the Fiji Pro once again. You always see Kai out here every year, especially on the heaviest conditions. We remember back with that crazy year at Cloudbreak, when people are saying maybe one of the best free surfs of all time, when Dave Wassel got about 4 covers for that one wave he caught in that session.
Well, that was a 5-minute session. You know, it was at the Big Wave Awards, and we co-hosted that event. But you know, and I spoke to him about that day, and he said, Kelly and I sat there all day, you know, commentating the free surf, and basically went out and got one wave. That was all it took.
Now Paige Harrop starting off her campaign here at the Fiji Pro, still picking her point off the bottom, jams it right in the pocket. Slow motion on this inside section. Now she'll pick up the pace once again as it lines up. Floats it off the top, plays with it a bit, and she'll come off the bottom and kick out. And we'll see where that one matches up with Coco Ho's wave in just a moment.
You know, a different approach. You know, that's what we've seen. The goofy footers are going to have that more down the line approach, as we see Paige Harrop, a nice opening turn there, but this is what she's looking for. She's racing down the line. She can see a section ahead of her, and this turn right here, big slashing maneuver, more of a horizontal turn as opposed to the backhand attack, which is a lot more vertical. But Paige maintaining her speed down the line and utilizing those long waves here at Cloud Break, and finishes off with a little floater there. So Paige Harrop showing that she's got a little bit of pizzazz here. She's looking for a good result to keep herself on tour, and this is the place to do it.
Paige Harrop, 23 years of age, 5'6", representing New Zealand quite well, coming into this ranked 15th in the world as she looks to try to cover some ground. She's been to Cloud Break in the past, and she mentioned she actually got a session out here when it was about 8 feet. So she's had the experience with size, which could put her ahead of the rest of the other girls that haven't been here before.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those waves that, you know, you need to be familiar with, and it's got a lot of different faces. It's completely different when it's the size it is right now, around the 4-foot range. Once it gets to that 6-foot range, it breaks on a little different section of the reef, and then up to 8 foot, there's another ledge further out, and it keeps going further and further out. And what happens when it's bigger is you tend to get caught inside a lot. So you've really got to be on your game. You've got to have your lineups. You've got to know where to sit, and you know, time out here really is important. You know, you just look at how much time Kelly Slater spent out here. He comes here quite often when there's swell, and it's shown. He's won the last 3 events here, so it's you know, definitely one of those places that the more you become familiar with, the better you actually can ride the wave.
When we talk about coaches and inspirations that some of the surfers utilize to get ready for competition, and Paige actually talked to Kelly Slater before she came here. She thought she'd maybe get a question answered by him in a few minutes, and Kelly actually took a lot of time to tell her everything that he loves about Cloud Break. Told her it was his favorite place in the whole world, as we see Lakey Peterson get down to the bottom and set up a nice snap, perfectly positioned in the pocket. Next section's gonna unload, and she gets out of there.
Yeah, you can see the different attack the backhanders have got out here. You know, it's that more drawn off the bottom, low bottom turn, and getting that board nice and vertical. Paige Harrop, on the other hand, with the goofy foot attack, where you're surfing with your left foot forward, you're actually racing down the line. Your right foot forward, I beg your pardon, you're racing down the line. You're getting that horizontal slashing turn. With the backhand, you're getting the board way more vertical, so it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with that.
More waves on the way. Coco Ho on wave number 3, coming around the corner, comes off the bottom, snaps it. Beautiful fan off the top. Deep bottom turn, meets the lip, and controls it for a moment, hanging on, and she'll have to get out of there with the turbulence. Trying to better her 2.67 with that effort, as she still holds the lead over Paige Harrop with 26 on the clock. Potts, you can see all that energy unloading on that second turn on the reef.
Yeah, you know, really critical turn there from Coco. That was commitment plus, and that's what we're going to see from the girls. They've been given a challenge, and they're going to step up to it. You can see that wave there well overhead for Coco. And she snaps it in the pocket, and this is where it starts hitting that inside section, and Coco goes for it, knows that she's not going to get around the section, so tagging that. Now the judge is going to redeem that a completed maneuver. Let's have a look at from across the channel here from Tavarua, as we see Coco there. Nice little check turn just to get things going, and then really commits to that last turn there. As you can see, it unloads on the reef, and Coco rides out of it. So another good way for Coco, building her momentum.
Nice start for Coco Ho. 25.5 minutes off the clock. You can see how she started with a 4.17, backed it up with a 2.67. She has another number to lock in. Paige with her opener turned into 5.5 as the best number of the heat before that last exchange. So a pretty hotly contested battle in this opening heat, and you couldn't get a bigger contrast of venues, Potts, when you learn to compete in front of the big crowds in the big city of Rio de Janeiro. What does it feel like when you're competing on a reef pass where you can kind of feel all alone?
Yeah, I was about to say that. It feels lonely out there sometimes, and especially when it's big, you know. You just feel like a little tiny speck in the middle of the ocean, but, you know, that's what we surfers love. You know, I think this is definitely, you know, what the surfers would prefer. to have. You know, just basically the waves really is the most important thing. You know, the crowds on the beach obviously give you inspiration, but this is what gives the true surfers inspiration in waves like this.
Down to 24 on the clock here, Potts, in this first heat as we anticipated some big matchups to follow. Stephanie Gilmore, Laura Enever, and Joanne DeFay coming up next. Joanne DeFay, growing up on Reunion Island, had some crazy left-hand reefs to work out her strengths coming into this venue, as she has the Rookie of the Year race to worry about. Maybe we always talk about the usual suspects in the top 4, Potts. Who are some of the names that need a result that you can see them possibly upsetting the field with conditions like this?
Well, I'll tell you what, Joanne DeFay, she's you know, proved to the world that, you know, she belongs. She's qualified. She's here. She's you know, put on some good performances. That heat with her and Coco Ho in Rio de Janeiro, she came back. She had the high scoring wave of the heat, but just came a little short. So, you know, the likes of Joanne DeFay and, you know, Alana Blanchard too. I think she's, you know, she hasn't had a very good year. This is the kind of spot that Alana really can excel in as well. You know, she's no slouch in big waves. She charges over there in Hawaii. So I'm looking for her to come out firing. She needs a good result here.
As we see the last number for Coco Ho come in at a 3.6. First priority is with Paige Hareb. We mentioned before she sat with Kelly for a bit to talk about everything he knows about the break, and before Paige left the conversation, Kelly said, hey, I just gave you about 24 years of experience in 10 minutes, and she said there was a couple of things that really stuck that she was going to try to use here in competition in this opening heat.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, when you get the words of advice from the master himself, listen to it, you know, take that on board. And you know, girls are amazing. I mean, I coached Sofia Milanovic. Girls listen way more than guys do because they don't have that ego in the way. You know, it's girls are a lot easier to coach. You tell them to do something and they'll go and do it, and they'll apply that advice. And I think you know, Paige, she's a smart girl. She's a great competitor, and she's already opened up with a good score. So just needing a small backup. Let's hope she's listened to Kelly's advice.
And Andy King mentioned the same thing you said, Potts, where you can actually see a lot more growth quicker with the women's surfing, and we've seen that really showcased in the last couple of years on tour. Coco Ho leading the charge so far in this heat, just with a 7.77 total. Paige Hareb only needs a 2.27 to take the lead, and Lakey Peterson needs a 3.85. Not a big number on hand to try to turn the seat at this stage with plenty of room on the clock. How hard is it for Coco and Paige and Lakey to be the first heat of the contest with conditions like this?
Yeah, they're kind of guinea pig heat, isn't it, really? I mean, the judges are setting the scale. They're not going to go too high, but it's also a good heat to have because you get to set the scale. You get to dictate the pace of play. You know, Lakey Peterson's opening wave, 3.93. Now, that was for one turn. So had she backed that up with another turn, we're looking at a wave up into the 6+7 range. So Lakey's got to take the confidence out of that. She just needs to find a bit of open face. She really did attack that first turn, so she's in good form as well. You know, the hard part about being the first heat is those lay days. You know, you wake up every morning anticipating a start, you get put on hold, lay day comes by, you've got to fill that day in and then be ready again tomorrow. So I think being the first heat, that's probably the hardest part.
An exciting time in women's surfing coming here to the Fiji Pro, as a lot of these women are thinking about their first trips that are pretty memorable to this beautiful island of Tavarua. With a Ho in the lineup, Potts, we start thinking about your first trip way back in the 80s. Who was with you on your first trip to Cloudbreak?
Yeah, Coco's uncle Derek. We came here with Mike Stewart and Derek, and we had Tavarua to ourselves for about 10 days and surfed Cloudbreak on our own. And the Motu was just a little sand island. There was no lodge there. So, yeah, back in 1985. So, yeah, I've been coming here quite a few years now.
Special memories looking back. With 20:45 on the clock, we had a moment to catch up with Paige Hareb talking about the Fiji Pro.
The new events, I think, are definitely going to mix it up between the girls a lot. The last few years, you know, it's kind of been the same events and the same girls winning and doing well. So, yeah, I'm hoping it's going to mix it up and we'll see a few new names at the top.
Paige Hareb has 6 years on tour, and she's been talking about all the beach breaks on tour and all the right-handers that usually dominate at all the venues around the world, and now she uses this wave as an opportunity to show her strengths on her forehand. In between Rio and coming here to Tavarua, she actually has a left-hander at home that she got to surf. Very uncrowded, little secret spot that she likes to surf. And it's the left with barrels, good turn sections. So she feels ready to compete, Potts.
Yeah, I think, in heats gone by, I mean, Paige's strength really was her backhand. We've seen her at Snapper Rocks absolutely attack that backhand maneuver. So I'm interested to see how she goes. Hopefully the swell starts building here and we get to see Paige look for the barrel and show us what she's got on her forehand. But, that's the thing. It takes a full package to be the best in the world. You can't rest on being a one-dimensional surfer.
Now gliding in, here goes Paige Hareb, the lone goofy foot in the lineup, driving down the line. She's looking for some clear water, comes off the mid-face bottom turn. Nice arc as she's covering some ground. A little white water off the top. She'll just fade it towards the inside and ends up losing that second maneuver. She only needed a 2.27 though to take the lead off Coco Ho.
Yeah, I like the attack. It's a long wave and you want to be able to utilize the whole lot of it, Build your points as you go down the line. Paige was carrying a lot of speed. I like that attack, driving along down through those sections. You can see her scratching to get into this one. And she drops in. She can see that wave running away from her, so she draws off the bottom. This opening turn here, beautiful carving maneuver there, hitting that board nice and, back around into the power source. A real bumpy face on this one. And unfortunately, they're just losing her back foot off the pad. So Paige is going to take a lot of confidence out of that first turn. But I like the way she's attacking the wave, Joe, carrying a lot of speed down the line. That's really is what's going to, showcase those big open face turns.
Well, and it's enough for a lead change, Potts. A 2.77 puts Paige out front. Now Paige fades the takeoff on the next option. Set up work to try to force the issue. She could have a better inside corner. She'll pull in for a little vision. And now she'll kick out her third wave ridden as she tries to extend her lead over Coco Ho and Lakey Peterson with 18 minutes on the clock. Coco now looking. She needs a 4.11 to get her lead back, and she'll kick out, and that gives Lakey Peterson first priority.
I guarantee you, Kelly said to Paige, make sure that when on your way back out, don't be shy to catch one. It's a long wave, and sometimes those little ones that sneak underneath that outside section end up being the good ones. And you can see Paige, she got this one halfway out, and this is what I'm saying. These little inside sections here tend to be a lot hollower. So Paige obviously listening to Kelly, getting that one halfway out and getting a nice little barrel.
Well, first barrel to start things off. We're hoping to see plenty of barrels throughout this opening day of the Fiji Pro. Paige Hareb leads over Coco Ho and Lakey Peterson. We'll be right back with more right after this.
Beauty. A million forms of expression. We have seen beauty, and she is power.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Welcome back to Tavarua. You're watching the Fiji Pro in the opening round for the women. Paige Hareb, the goofy foot from New Zealand, takes the lead with a 5.5 and a 2.77. Before we went to the break, her barrel didn't affect her top two, just a 2.4 for a quick head dip. Coco Ho needs a 4.11 to take the lead, and Lakey Peterson needs a 4.35 to move straight into round three. Joe Turpel alongside former world champ Martin Potter for the call. As we get about halfway through this first heat, we see a paddler out the back, Coco Ho, pacing herself. Is it looking challenging for you, Potts, or is it easy to pick off the gems at this point?
No, it's super challenging. And you know, the thing that you don't understand, too, is there's a rip that pulls you up the point. I experienced that the other day, and it was only small, so you can imagine that it does accentuate when the swell picks up.
Coco Ho now on wave number 5. Set up foam climb turn to come around the corner. Nice under the lip setup work to come around to the inside, but she'll kick out. A tough read for Coco, and now Paige Hareb's looking. She paddles, fades the takeoff to set up her opening turn. Off the bottom, hooks it. Nice fan off the top for Hareb. Deep bottom turn once again, jams it on the open face. pulls in for the cover-up and has to kick out in the closeout section.
I like the commitment there from Paige. And, you know, the thing that's Paige is doing correct is the fact that she's staying busy. You know, she's catching waves, she's you know, getting her feet, and every time she's surfing, you can see her, she's building her confidence. You know, that opening turn there, she faded off the bottom, you know, and that put her in such a good spot. This wave just unloads onto that reef, and these are the ones you want. The nice hollow ones as she pulls into the barrel there. She didn't make that, but I tell you what, she's building her confidence, she's keeping busy, and she's going to find a gem here very shortly.
Fun to watch Paige Harrop using that strength to her advantage on her forehand. You know, a rare thing for her to be able to pull in on frontside tubes on tour. 5.5 was her start. She's trying to better at 2.77 with that second effort. Remember though, she had 2 big turns before she pulled in to that end section, applying just a little bit more pressure with 14 to go. Before we went to break pots, you started talking about the lineup and positioning, and you often see some scoring potential, sometimes not always going out to the outside position.
No, exactly right. I mean, you know, I'll watch the Hobgood surf this wave, and they very rarely go all the way up to the top. They kind of sit inside here where you see those little inside drainers. You know, you don't need to go all the way up the reef to get the good ones, and you know, sometimes the good ones miss the outside section and really unload on that inside reef.
Now Lakey Peterson driving on her backhand as she comes off the bottom, drills it off the top, but she can't hang on. She'll stay in the 3rd position now, and she'll be in the back of the line for priority with 13:20 to go. She's being much more selective than Coco and Paige at this point.
Yeah, you can't afford to do that out here. You know, you need to stay busy, and with the swell growing, you're going to get those lulls. You're going to get those periods where there'll be 5 to 7, maybe even 10 minutes where there's going to be no waves breaking on that outside section. Paige has stayed busy, as has Coco, catching a lot of waves, and that's what you need to do out here. You need to try and just get that rhythm going, and what it's doing, it'll put you down the reef a bit, and those little gems that come through, you know, bingo. And as I said before, there's a slight rip that pulls you up the point, and unless you're really aware of it, it can really put you out of position.
So fun heat to watch on paper. We've seen Lakey's success this season. Paige Harrop kind of coming into this matchup as the dark horse. And Coco Ho, she's been around for a long time, growing up on the North Shore of Oahu with her dad Michael Ho in the channel. Lakey still has Mike Parsons as her head coach coming to this series. And we had Paige Harrop working with Gary Kirkshank through the Aussie leg, but sometimes she said it's a little bit tough to bring a coach with you to all the venues. It gets pretty expensive, especially with plane flights, accommodations for extra people to build your support crew on tour.
It's not cheap, that's for sure. Now we can see Steph Gilmore waving. She's pretty excited to get things going, and I can't wait for that swell to start kicking in, really. I mean, this is just a little bit of a prelude of what's about to happen. You know, in the next couple of days, we're going to see some giant swell. We're going to see some incredible barrels. I hope the wind is nice and calm, and we get to see these girls, you know, just show us what they can do.
Well, you see so much depth in the sport of surfing, coming off some beach break conditions now to a reef pass in the middle of the ocean with gigantic lefts coming through for the next few days. We have until May 30th to finish the Women's Fiji Pro, and right now we're in the first heat of the whole contest. We have Paige Harrop with a 5.0 on her last wave, so she did increase the total. Coco now needs a 6.33. Lakey Peterson now needs a 6.57.
You know, and that's all due to the fact that Paige has stayed busy. You know, she's not scared to catch waves. She got that one on the way back out, and what that did was it put her in good rhythm, and she ended up getting that 5-point ride. So, you know, not massive scores, but they, you know, those scores that have put her in the lead, and now she's got a good 2-wave total that she's got to start working on. Sitting out the back there, she's probably in 3rd priority, which is fine, which gives her the opportunity to stay busy. And I think that's what you've got to do. There's not a lot of waves coming through, so you've got to not be shy to just to catch waves. They're running out of time, just over 10 minutes on the clock, so that's not a lot of time left.
10:50 remaining. Paige still with her total out front. She has her mom Fiona here with her on this one. She had her dad at the last event, and now, you know, enjoying her time here on Tabarua Island. You can see the channel where all the boats hang out, and our amazing water patrol that gets a get the best view on the planet watching these girls pull into these barrels. But it's a great to have them on hand for safety reasons. Potts, have you ever had a crazy experience with the water patrol pulling you out of a sticky situation?
Yeah, we sort of never really had it. I mean, we had one day during the Billabong event in Hawaii at Waimea where there was a jet ski out in the water, and it saved me because I knew which way up was. But you know, we sort of basically relied on our own skills. But you know, it's good to have it out here. I mean, we saw some crazy stuff happen last year Micro broke his back. We saw Travis just get absolutely dragged across the reef. So, you know, especially when the waves do get bigger, we're going to see the jet skis really do come into play. What they'll do is they'll come inside and pick the surfers up and just get them out of that shish kebab section right at the end, which, you know, even paddling back out, you can get really worked. So, you know, good to have them on call.
And now with 9:40 to go, Potts, let's get an update with heat number 1 and check out the best waves so far in this heat during this brief lull. Paige Harrop has the lead, but it was Coco Ho getting the start and the rhythm in this lineup with a 4.17 here.
Yeah, you can see Coco looking for that barrel there. It obviously didn't happen, so she went for that vertical attack. We're going to see the backsiders do that. We're going to see them get that board a little bit more vertical than the goofy footers. The goofy footers are going to get more of that down the line speed. As you can see, Paige here, more of that horizontal slashing maneuver there, which, you know, really does pay off here at Cloudbreak, because what it does is it keeps that down the line momentum. You know, when you get that board too vertical, you end up sometimes getting caught behind the section. So Paige, a different approach to the wave, which the judges are liking.
So Paige had a 5.5 on that last one, and the clean backside snap for Lakey Peterson was a 3.93. She had to kick out of the next section that bottom out, and this was last of Paige, a 5.0 Potts.
Yeah, you can see this wave here. She picked this one off sort of more down the line a little bit, and this is that section you got to be looking for. Right on the inside there, that thing starts getting nice and hollow, and the girls are going to be looking for the barrel. So Paige really playing the game perfectly. Obviously that advice from Kelly really coming into play, and she's listened, because she's applying that right now.
Well, Paige showed up here with 5 surfboards from Mount Woodgee, her longtime shaper, from a 5.9 all the way to a 6.5. And remember, Paige in Brazil, her boards are about 5.6 to 5.7. So basically everything she brought to Cloudbreak is a step up for her.
Well, the girls knew before they got here there was a swell coming. It was that's the beauty of the forecast. You know, this swell is not a surprise, and that's why the girls are going to be completely prepared. I mean, we saw Alyssa Kuzon on the board breakdown this morning. She brought 9 boards, and all of them were kind of semi-step ups as well. So, you know, the girls realizing this wave packs a lot of punch. You can afford to ride a little bit of a step up, and with the changing conditions, you know, that extra length just gives you the ability to move around the lineup a little easier.
So right now, Paige still at the total in first, a 5.5 and a 5.0. And we have Coco Ho needing a 6.33 to make the difference. Lakey Peterson needs a 6.57. Lakey got here nice and early, didn't have a spot on Tavarua, but stayed on the mainland for a few days. Would take a long boat ride out to Cloudbreak to get some warm-up surfs with Mike Parsons to train. A lot of the girls took that approach. Carissa Moore, Malia Manuel getting here nice and early just to get those early warm-ups out in Cloudbreak to make sure they'd be ready to compete. Malia was quick to admit that she hadn't really been sparring on her backhand for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a wave, as I said before, that the more you surf it, the more comfortable you become with it. It's a unique wave, it's a big pass, and a lot of water moving around. You know, it's a crazy lineup, and the more familiar you become with it, the better off you are.
So right now, Paige is leading, 6:40 to go. Let's check in with the desk with Todd Klein and Strider Wasilewski.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Joe. And as you pointed out, Potts, you know, to get familiar with this break is a difficult thing because not many people have the opportunity to come to such a beautiful place. This guy next to me, Strider Wasilewski, you've been here a ton. You've even been a boatman here at Tavarua. We got a real southerly direction out there today. Is there a particular place in the lineup that these girls should be kind of putting themselves in position to get those big scores?
You know, there kind of is. It breaks a little further up the point when the south swell comes in. It pushes the water across the reef more, so you're going to be seeing a lot more turns, I think. As the day progresses, the tide gets lower. We're going to see hopefully some more, you know, hollow, easier barrels for the girls. Right now, it's a little wonky with the wind and the waves coming down the reef sideways. But I think with these girls, you know, they're lining it up. It looks like they're getting in a rhythm out there. But the tides make a huge difference out here. You get pulled up back and forth on the reef with the tides going up and down. So we're going to see there's so many elements that is going to play into the factor of these heats. And as these girls go, you know, on down the line with these heats, you're going to see them trying to adjust to all the tides, the wind, the swell direction, and as it gets bigger, obviously the size of the waves.
Well, the swell is on the increase. We've got a low tide approximately 11:30 a.m., Joe, so we may see some tubes later on that inside section down at Shish Kebabs.
Looking forward to it, Todd, as we go right into Paige Harrop, carving back into the pocket, starting to open up. Once again, she's still driving, wanting to get tubes. She's still running after it. She'll stall, get covered, tries to create the exit, and she gets clipped. Paige on a couple attempts early in the morning to get Shaq. Now back to Lakey Peterson. Dynamic backside turn to start once again. but not finding the connection on the second maneuver.
You know, Lakey's got to, you know, that's the thing with that backside snap, you know, it puts you behind the section. You know, Cloudbreak is a wave where you almost got to, you know, nurse that first turn, get your down the line momentum, and then do all your scoring sort of on that inside section. Paige, you know, she's picking the eyes out of it. I mean, that last wave was probably the best wave we've seen this morning. It's just unfortunate she didn't pull that barrel off, but that was looking like, you know, the waves you want to catch. Lakey and Coco are trying to go a little bit too vertical, which is putting them behind the section and not being able to utilize that inside.
So Paige being effective, being the only front strider out here, and looking like she's got the best read on this lineup, knowing which waves to be involved with. Let's take another look, Potts.
Yeah, you can see not one of the bigger ones, but watch this thing double up as she just fades back, waiting for it to happen, and now she sees it. Now she starts getting going. This is that inside section we're talking about. You can see how it stands up on the reef and it starts getting hollower. Paige is looking for that barrel. She pulls in and tries to sneak out the bottom, and unfortunately gets clipped there. So Paige, that's what you got to do out here at Cloudbreak. She's obviously listened to Kelly's advice, and she is in the lead at the moment with just over 3 minutes remaining.
So Paige surfing with a lot of confidence, and what Strider was saying when we threw to the desk was talking about that wonky factor. It's not quite perfection at the moment in this first heat of the day.
No, it's not, you know, and you got to look for those medium ones that hit that inside reef, and you know what it does is it cleans itself up. There's a lot of water moving around out the back on the bigger sets. We saw that with Coco's opening wave. A lot bumpy on the face. It was the same with Paige's opening wave. It was a bigger set wave. She ended up coming unstuck on that. So what Paige has done since then, she's readjusted. She's picking those smaller double up waves that are nice and clean on the inside.
Coming up next, Laura Enever representing North Narrabeen, former world junior champ, coming in number 10 in the world. We'll have a pretty heavy heat on hand with world number 4, 5-time world champion Stephanie Gilmore, but also Joanne DeFay representing Reunion Island. Is it fair to compare the waves in Reunion to what we have here out front of Cloudbreak?
Yeah, I mean, St. Louis is a great wave. It's, you know, we used to have that on tour back in the day, and, you know, it's a super shallow reef break. It's a grower, so you take off on a 3-foot wave and the thing ends up 6 foot down the end. So, you know, there are certain similarities. It's warm, it's a reef break. She's going to feel at home out here. Joanne's not scared of riding big chunky waves, and she's a really powerful surfer. I think she's going to revel in these conditions.
We talk about the rookie story quite often on the World Tour. An exciting year for the Women's World Tour. 4 rookies. Joanne DeFay represents the first one to showcase her effort in Fiji Pro competition. Still 2:15 till we get that far. Coco Ho has first priority, and she needs a 6.33 to skip round 2. Lakey Peterson needs a similar score, 6.57, as the regular foots showing a little bit of a challenge, finding the waves that will open up to give them multiple sections to work with.
Yeah, and you can see Paige, she's hunting down the end here. That's a really smart move. You know, those little sneakers that don't really hit that outside section. Paige, she's looking for those little clean ones that offer her those nice little tight tube rides, and that's what she's looking for right now. She's in a good spot. And it's due to that rhythm that she's had. She's caught, you know, quite a few waves, and it's just really built her confidence, and now she knows what she's looking for.
So exciting part of the heat, minute 30 remaining, as we'll see if Paige can hang on to this total. And first, we talked about the heartbreaking results she had in Rio for her, because she surfed that left, that peak down the beach, was surfing it well, but just didn't get the score to move on to the next one. She had to shake that one off quickly and come back to compete. And right now, she could be getting the winning feeling. With 1 minute remaining, Coco coming into this heat was a favorite for most, coming with that Hawaiian power. She might have to get some more work done in round 2.
Yeah, you know, I think it's just been wave selection that's been the difference here. I mean, you know, you look at the way Lakey's surfing as well as Coco. Both girls are surfing really good. I think what it's come down to is wave selection. Paige has been on the good ones, and it shows.
45 seconds remaining, and we'll see if there's a last-ditch effort as you see this wave coming through. Not being effective, down to 40 seconds on the clock. You see more jerseys in the lineup. Heat 2 is about to get counted into their start. Remember, this first round heat, we have no surfers eliminated. First skips into round 3, second and third will be reseeded once again in round 2. So always the top seed surfs against the low seeds in the early stages of every contest.
Yeah, you know, that's the beauty of being a higher seed is that you get the lower seeds, but take nothing away from the lower seeds. They've got nothing to lose. They're going to go for it. And if you're going to rock the boat, the early rounds are the rounds you want to get the big guns. They haven't quite warmed up yet. They're still a little nervous. You know, and at the end of the day, you've got to beat the best to win. So get them early, I reckon.
And right there, the clock has run out. Our dark horse, Paige Hareb, the low seed, takes the win and moves straight into round 3. Exciting times here at the Fiji Pro. We'll be back with heat number 2 right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Bula, welcome to Tavarua, Fiji. You're watching the Fiji Pro in the opening round of competition. Heat number 2 features 5-time Women's World Champ Stephanie Gilmore, currently ranked number 4 in the world, against Laura Enever from North Narrabeen, number 10th on the planet. Joanne DeFay, one of the rookies on tour from Reunion Island, looking to get a quick start. Joe Chappelle alongside Martin Potter for the calls. We look at Laura Enever getting the first wave off the bottom, setup work off the top. Still reaching for some clean water. She'll snap it off the lip, grabs the rail to get the completion, and she's forced to kick out.
Yeah, I like that attack. You know, you can see Laura Enever, she's got that down the line momentum. You know, she watched that last heat, she watched Coco and Lakey trying to get that board 2 vertical. What that was doing was putting them behind the section. They weren't getting through that, you know, that initial part of the wave, and they weren't really getting that end section. So Laura Enever showing more intent on getting down the line, keeping that speed. And you're going to need it when that thing gets really hollow on the inside. You know, you want to have a lot of speed to make sure you get through the barrel. We can see her on this one here, a little bit of a bigger wave, and now it hits that inside section, and this is where it starts to unload. She grabs the rail because she can see it starting to barrel in front of her. She grabs it and then ditches it. So Laura Enever, that's the kind of waves you're looking for. But I'll tell you what, if she had pulled up into that, she could have maybe had a chance of coming out.
So right here coming into this event, age 22, 5'6", from North Narrabeen, former world junior champ, where she got to win that title at her home break when the venue was right out in front where she learned to surf. She always has her brother Chris with her on hand to help her prepare for heats and big moments like this when she's kind of posed as the underdog. Anytime you have a girl like Stephanie Gilmore in the lineup. The thing that was interesting about Steph Potts when she came on tour, dominating the women's ranks and winning 4 consecutive world titles, when people would ask about her weaknesses, she just mentioned bigger waves and her backhand. And now here she is at Cloud Break to compete.
Bigger waves and her backhand. So it's going to, yeah, it is a very interesting situation for Steph, coming off a pretty bad result for her in Brazil, losing to Silvana Lima. But, you know, taking nothing away from Steph, she was posting big scores. She served a perfect heat. Just the fact that, you know, Silvana did that air reverse took her down. So Steph's she's got a bit of fire. And you know, that whole thing of you know, Steph's technique, it's flawless. So you know, when you put a good surfer in good waves, you normally get good results.
As she's sitting out the back, still doesn't have priority yet. Laura took the first wave, so she's in the back of the line. Now it's between Stephanie Gilmore and Joanne DeFay to decide who wants to take the next one, as Stephanie comes into this tour as the oldest surfer on the Women's World Tour, just 26 years of age, 5'10", one of the taller girls. Saying that, how she picked out her weakness, things she wanted to work on. She was winning events on her backhand through the early stages of her career. That's just where she wanted to see herself improve. And she's had a few trips to Cloud Break in the past, and she knows the challenges that are on hand out here, Potts.
That she does. You know, she's an experienced competitor. You know, put her in good surf, no matter where you are on the planet. You know, she's gonna excel. The thing that's interesting about Steph is that this is her nemesis, 3-man heats. We saw her get an interference on the at snapper in the opening round because of the 3 priority, sort of rule that just came in. So this is Steph's. She doesn't like these 3-girl heats, and you can see her. She's not pushing the issue. She's not like trying to get that inside section. She's letting Joanne Defay dictate the pace of play. She's playing second fiddle right now. Laura Enover sitting way down the line, knows that she's got to try and sort of sneak something underneath these 2 girls. So very interesting situation. I thought Steph might have try to force the issue and get that inside and dictate the pace of play.
Well, it's interesting. You also mentioned that throwaway result for Stephanie Gilmore in Rio, and this is the first year the girls will have 2 throwaway results on tour, and she can't afford another hiccup at this event so early in the season when you see our season looking so incredible this year with so many great stops with Maui back as the season finale coming in December.
Yeah, and that's a wave that Steph loves. There's a bunch of other waves coming out. I mean, France is going to be incredible, Trestles, and then to finish off, obviously, Maui. But, Steph she can't afford another throwaway. The consistency of Carissa Moore is just unbelievable. She's got 2 victories under her belt, and her lowest placing is a semi-final. So Carissa Moore on an absolute tear this year. Steph needs a good result here to keep in touch.
Carissa Moore coming up next against Alessa Quizon and our event wildcard, former World Junior Champ Ella Williams, representing New Zealand and the Goofyfoot contingent in about 30 minutes from now. Just one number on board right now, Laura Enover with the 3.67 start. We've seen a lot of 3s in the first and now second heat of the morning so far, Potts. What's the key to making a backhand turn successful, looking dynamic to the panel on a wave like this?
Yeah, I think sort of you've got to back your turns up. We saw Lakey, that opening maneuver, 3.9, it was just that one big turn. She didn't back it up. So I think what you've got to do is you've got to try and fit 2 or 3 in on a wave. And that all comes down to, setting it up, setting your wave up. Don't put maybe too much into your first turn, and maybe look for something down the line as well. So, finishing your wave off, very important here at Cloud Break. You've got to attack that first section, but also keep yourself in good position to be able to utilize the rest of the wave.
Well, now 28 minutes off the clock with just the single score. We're seeing a fun-looking wave coming through. Joanne Defay's thinking about getting started. She'll get the roll in with the whitewater takeoff and start driving down the line. Plenty of momentum as she comes around the corner. Still making her work for it. Thinking about grabbing the rail, but still racing for this first turn. Now snapping it. Defay comes down to the bottom. Clean bottom turn and attacks the finish.
Yeah, I like that. You see, and that's what she did. She utilized the whole wave. And sometimes those finishing maneuvers, because it's on such a shallow part of the reef, a lot more critical, and the judges will throw bigger points at that.
And it made her earn it racing for so long down the line. 3.67 for Laura. Which one did you like better, Potts?
Yeah, I think Joanne's wave, it did kind of run away from her a little bit. There was a bit of downtime there, just trying to get herself in position, but she did manage to finish off with a spectacular turn. That was a critical maneuver through the board, nice and vertical in, and it finishes on a super shallow part of the reef. So the judges are going to realize that. She didn't try and go for something too crazy at the beginning of the wave, but made sure she finished.
And so now we're looking at more waves on the way. Laura Enover on wave number 2 grabs a rail, solid takeoff, and she has to eject quickly. Not able to get any turns off, but you can see the power that's packing air at Cloud Break as the swell is still on the rise. Now Stephanie Gilmore, nice easy glide in. Deep bottom turn, under the lip snap, a huge section to deal with is going to keep her behind.
Yeah, Steph just riding this one out, trying to get herself into, she didn't want to take that white water on the head there, so Steph staying on her feet as long as possible, and she's going to use the jet ski. You can see the jet ski with Joanne there. This is a bigger set. This is what we're going to see. The girls are going to have to deal with that. They're going to have to deal with, those bigger sort of straight edge waves where Steph Gilmore managed a nice turn and then had to take that white water on the head. So the girls are going to have to wear a few on the head. They're going to have to commit, and that's going to be exciting.
As you see Joanne Defay still S-ing her way on the back of the ski, trying to wait for some clear water to finally get out the back. These water patrol drivers are so skilled and they know the reef so well, but they'll wait for the right opportunity before they start gunning to that outside position. With all that water moving, they can't just punch it through, especially with Joanne hanging onto the sled. It can have a pretty violent ride on the way back out.
Yeah, an interesting situation there. Steph getting wave number 3, and Laura having to use her own steam to get out. So Where's the other jet ski? That's all I'm saying. It's you know, she should have basically been picked up second. And you know, Laura having to wear this next couple on the head. So you know, Laura Enova, she's not scared. She'll charge. And you know, sometimes paddling back out is not a bad thing because it's going to put her in that little section where she can get those nice insiders.
And you can see them lap the buoy. That's where they get dropped off before they put themselves back into position to catch waves. Now Laura gets on the sled, and she'll do a smart move and sit on the back of the ski for her lift back out to the lineup. So interesting is Laura had to spend a little bit of time paddling before she got her ride back out into position, and will have priority reestablished with 25 minutes to go. Let's see what happened on the replay spots.
Yeah, well, this was Joanne's wave, and you can see her keeping that speed, racing down the line, you know, and that's what you need here at Cloudbreak. You need speed. Once you've got speed, you can pretty much dictate what you want to do on the wave. And this turn right here was complete commitment there from Joanne Defay on the nice shallow section of the reef. Laura Enova, I love that. The rail grab takeoff, setting herself up, and decides to ditch it there. But what happened was she got caught by the whole set. You can see Steph there, just a speed check. And she decides that she should have bailed out a little earlier there, but rode it all the way in, avoiding that avalanche of white water, Joe.
There's so much water moving out there, and you can see how hard it is to find some clean water on a lot of the takeoffs. Shorter rides for the last couple of heats, but Joanne Defay being effective by matching the pace of the wave and picking her first turn way down the line. A 5.33 for the rookie. Defay takes the lead over Laura Enver and Stephanie Gilmore with 24 minutes to go on the clock. We always talk about fitness coming into some big waves like this, and Stephanie Gilmore is one surfer that knows what it takes to be able to compete at the top of your ability. Here's what Steph had to say about Fiji.
I don't know how big I want to have it, but just big enough would be nice. But man, Cloudbreak is it's a scary wave when it gets over 6 foot. So, I mean, I'd love to just have a really clean 6 foot day, glassy and perfect. That would be ideal. If we're on, I don't have a choice. I'm going out there and doing the best that I can.
As we're back in Fiji, Stephanie Gilmore, looking forward to this great event here on Tavarua Island, one of the most beautiful places in the world. Back to this one with Joanne Defay getting a snap high off the open face, controls it for another turn underneath a massive amount of whitewater. She'll keep that line going into some open water. Series of carve backs, little mid-face correction, has the lip showing up, nice clean motion off the top as she anticipates a little cover up, grabs the rail and has quite a roller coaster ride to this inside section. Clean off the top again, fits in a final maneuver as she'll exit out. Took her for a roller coaster ride on that last effort. Now Stephanie Gilmore is on the next one. Whitewater to slow herself down from a first turn, now carves back into the pocket. Little misstep, but she'll recover and still complete some more moves. Digs in for a backside carve off the top. Quick reaction for the float. Gilmore reaching off the top to cover some ground, and she kicks out. Stephanie's best wave so far. Last of Joanne Defay will help her total out in first.
Yeah, Joanne Defay, I mean, these are the kind of waves you want, you know. They just hit the reef perfect, as we can see the camera on Tavarua getting that long shot. Joanne Defay just biding her time, and that's what I like about this wave from her. You know, there was no urgency. She was waiting. She was letting the wave dictate the pace of play there. She hits the top again. Joanne Defay races down the line. Look at that thing starting to unload on the reef as she really tags that inside section. Didn't really get anything critical, but rode that wave on its merits. And I'll tell you what, just that knowledge she's got from riding those left-hand reef breaks is really coming into play. You can see she just lets that wave stand up on the inside reef. He has it sort of a little bit of a whitewash there. She drops down and around the section. And this wave, this is that section that you're going to be looking for. That inside there, she almost thought to grab the rail there. Another nice turn from Joanne as she races down the line right here. That's where it starts unloading on the reef. She grabs the rail, looking for that barrel. Unfortunately, didn't find it. So Joanne Defay, those are the waves you're looking for, guys, I tell you. And she's finding them.
Nice effort from Joanne Defay. This was Stephanie Gilmore's spots.
Yeah, Steph was, well, this wave had a bit of whitewater residual from the one before. A little harder to surf, as you can see right there, just the fins not quite setting. Now it hits that inside reef, and this is what Steph Gilmore's good at. How's that recovery right there? Beautiful backside snap from Steph, and managing to fit a couple of good moves in by far Stephanie Gilmore's best wave, and that's going to give her a hell of a lot of confidence.
Big numbers going in the scoreboard for Joanne Defay on her second wave. It turns into a 7.0. Right back after a 5.33 as she leads this one. Stephanie Gilmore, 5-time world champion, goes into a combination situation with Joanne Defay's first wave coming through. Stephanie Gilmore will break the combo once that second score comes through. Potts mentioned that little exciting part of the world title race with Stephanie Gilmore going down to the event wildcard Silvana Lima in Brazil. And so this is a wave that's kind of has that wild card feeling. We mentioned all the usual suspects at all the venues where the veterans have worked out the kinks on how to compete. What could happen in Fiji, only time will tell.
Absolutely right, and we saw a little bit of a prelude on that first heat where we saw the blue jersey come out on top. It's what we're going to see here. This is the wild card that Cloudbreak is. As we can see there, Carissa Moore out in front. Sally Fitzgibbon answered back in Rio with a win there. Tyler Wright, she's been on a pretty consistent run as well. Steph with that win on the opening event, but then since really hasn't clicked. So this is a super important event for Steph Gilmore.
Great to see Stephanie Gilmore back in that winning feeling at the first event of the Roxy Pro this year, as she went winless last season, but made it clear that she wanted to get back in that world title conversation, something she's dealt with her entire career on tour. So that top four, we always see those big names. The big jump was for Sally Fitzgibbons, going all the way to world number 2. We remember Tyler Wright, 2 runner-up finishes at Margaret River and at Bells Beach, a repeat from 2013. It was almost eerie looking at those matchups repeat itself once again.
Yeah, Tyler Wright would have been kicking herself. It's like deja vu all over again. But Tyler's in a good position. This is a kind of wave that suits her style of surfing. She's not scared of these big gnarly reef breaks, and she's going to definitely attack it. Steph Gilmore needs a good result here. She needs to wipe that slate clean from Rio de Janeiro, get that out of her head, and she needs to post a good result here. The start is this heat. If she doesn't win this heat, it's going to put a lot of pressure on her going into round number 2.
Well, Stephanie Gilmore gets a 4.67 for the wave behind Joanne Defay, as she needs a 7.66 to take the lead. Plenty of time to see if Stephanie can get the score. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with the Fiji Pro right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
Well, action continues here at the Fiji Pro with Joanne Defay, rookie from Reunion Island, taking the lead with a 12.33 total over 5-time world champ Stephanie Gilmore, who just got a 4.67 before the break. Laura Enever, former world junior champion, needs an 8.66 to get back into the scene and move straight into round 3. Joe Turpel alongside one of the most successful surfers of all time, Martin Potter, as we look at these challenging conditions for the women's world best to start off the showcase here in Fiji. The backhand attack of Joanne Defay looked pretty lethal on that 7.0 as the underdogs seemed to have a stranglehold in the first couple of heats this morning.
Yeah, well, you were always asking the question, Joe. It's a kind of a wild card feel about it, doesn't it? And, the opening heat was just a real prelude. Paige Harrop coming out on top, and at the moment the blue jersey again having a bit of a roll here. Joanne Defay coming from cutting her teeth on the reefs in Reunion Island, feeling at home obviously, and that last wave was just an indicator of basically how you got to surf this wave. It's a long wave. It offers you a lot of different parts of the reef, and you've got to take advantage of all of it.
Whitewater takeoff for Stephanie Gilmore on her third effort. She'll carve immediately out to get her third wave so far. Still needs a 7.66 to take the big lead. Stephanie mentioned the challenge of this wave back when we were in the Australian leg coming into this series. As we go back to this one with Joanne Defay deep, but she'll try to greet the lip with a big backside connection, and she ends up going down. She's looking pretty confident in conditions like this, Potts.
Yeah, you can see she's not holding back, is she? She's not scared at all.
Next wave, we'll see Laura Enever take a big drop, and she's down quickly. Another challenging takeoff right out in front, as Laura still needs a pretty solid score at this point.
Yeah, Laura Enever's not one to shy away from a big wave either. She's proved that she's you know, not scared of these kind of waves. We see both girls duck diving there, getting absolutely hammered by that white water. Super powerful wave here. You know, comes out of deep water, and these kind of swells, you know, they've traveled a long distance, so they pack a lot of punch. And the girls are really feeling that right now. Both Joanne and Laura paddling back out on their own steam. You know, they're further up the reef. If they need that jet ski assist, they've got to be kind of down more on the inside section. Steph Gilmore now with priority needs to get a good wave under her belt, Joe. She's looking for a wave in the 7+ range.
And right now it's her lineup to decide. First priority gets to have the first pick of the sets, and we'll see if she's going to be selective or try to get the motion going, because not every wave seems perfect on the takeoff. We talk about the challenges and the fear that sometimes happens at cloud break. For you, Potts, what is the scariest part about surfing this wave when it's big?
Well, it's a wave of consequence, you know, and you know, if you go down on the first wave of the set, there's you know, normally 2 or 3 behind it that will really make you pay. The other factor is that it's super shallow, so there's, you know, a lot of reef involved. You don't want to come in contact with that because it's super sharp and it will take skin off. So there's a lot of different elements. You know, it's a down the line wave. It's got a, you know, real sort of solid thick lip on it. So, you know, if you try and sneak out the bottom, it'll make you pay. So there's a lot of different aspects to it.
As we take a closer look on the bottom here at Cloud Break, this is what the surfers are surfing above. It looks beautiful, but it's quite deadly if you end up landing on it. We mentioned Travis Logie last year. It ended up looked like a lion attacked him with all the scars he had that he had to carry home with him. But it's so shallow. There's a section called shish kebabs. Have you ever ended up on that section, Potts?
Plenty of times, Joe. It's not where you want to be, I tell you right now. It's about knee deep once you've kicked out of your wave or straightened off on your wave. And you know, when you fall, you've got to fall flat. It will drag you, and you just got to pray that you don't touch the reef. You know, even the slightest touch will give you a cut, and if you don't lime those things straight away, they will get infected. So it is a real challenging wave. There's a lot of stuff to think about, and that's what you got to do. You've got to forget about all the consequences and charge. You know, and I think sometimes when you have that go for it attitude, you tend to get out of those really gnarly situations.
And right now, Joanne Defay has been showcasing it so far with a 7 and a 5.33 back-to-back. The former European champion coming onto the tour for the first time. And Stephanie Gilmore needs a 7.66. Laura Enever needs an 8.66 at the moment, as she's trying to get some more confidence coming into this season. Laura ended up in Portugal last year, Potts, in a kind of heavy situation as far as requalifying was concerned. Have you seen her confidence grow in 2014?
You know, she's surfing better. She's surfing with more conviction. You know, she just needs that breakthrough result. You know, she's a semi-finalist. I mean, she can win events, you know, and I think this is one that she can do well in. She charges in bigger surf. She's not scared, and I think this is an event that she's got to get the ball rolling for the rest of the year.
So with 12 minutes on the clock, Joanne still leading this one. Whenever you go to a cool venue like this, all the legends show up. We'll now get a chance to hang out with a special guest, Laird Hamilton, with Todd Klein and Strider Wasilewski.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a special guest, the big wave legend, Laird Hamilton. And Laird, you know, Strider and myself were talking about it earlier when we saw you for the first time, that, you know, the ladies have got to be kind of freaking out right now when Laird Hamilton shows up anywhere. It usually means the anticipation of a big swell. Is there a big swell on the horizon, or you just come down to see your friend, you know, John here on the island and all your friends in Tavarua?
Well, it's a double indemnity at this point. So yeah, there is some big surf coming, and we're not sure how big. We never know how big, but if you're not here, you can't catch it. And but no intention to frighten the ladies.
Well, that's not your intention, but I tell you what, when the ladies see Laird Hamilton show up, they're probably going to be a bit frightened, wondering if they brought a big enough board. And Strider, you know, you've surfed out here on the bigger days. You know, what's it like when it goes to that next level for these ladies? And when they see someone like Laird Hamilton, they've got to be pretty freaked out about it.
Well, I got a little freaked out when I saw Laird Hamilton. I was like, whoa, Laird's here. Uh-oh. Okay, that means there's some surf coming, but you never know what you're going to get.
You put your shirt on pretty quick when you saw Laird.
Yeah, either way, the waves do get pretty consequential when the swell bumps up and you've got some waves on the ledge and it's coming at you like crazy. It's something you start thinking about in your psyche, and then to add Laird into the mix, you get a little more turned up. And now we're going to see what happens as the swell comes in. We're going to see the swell rise through the day, and then we're going to see, obviously tonight we're going to get out there and see if Laird can get a couple.
Well, I'm going to try my best.
Yeah, hey Laird, it's Potts, mate. If you could give the girls one bit of advice on surfing cloud break when it's at that next level, what would it be?
Yeah, I think it's just you just have to full commitment. You can't hesitate, and that's always true with surfing. But never more than when you're at a wave like cloud break. Given what's going on with the reef and the type of wave it is, you need to be focused and full commitment.
All right. And Laird, obviously the forecast does have that swell coming up. You're a bit of a forecaster yourself, being a big wave legend. You have to know when the swells are hitting in the direction, all of those details. How big are you anticipating it's going to get here for this event?
Well, I don't know this wave well enough to really be that accurate, and you just never know. I mean, I think that's part of the nature of big wave riding, or just any surfing in general, is you don't, really know what the waves are going to do until you see the whites of the eyes. But, I mean, we're saying 10 to 15 feet.
10 to 15 feet. So, obviously, you're the complete waterman. Stand up, paddle in, tow in. What type of toys did Laird Hamilton bring down here to Tavarua?
Well, I definitely want to try my stand-up to start, and then if it gets to another level where manual techniques aren't working, then we're going to go to machines, and then we'll get towed in.
Talking about the machines, do you saw the guys on camera earlier with the jet skis on the inside and having to deal with picking people up? The tide's going to get lower. I mean, is it hard to get in there with the machine and deal with the girls on the reef, literally dry reef?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just that skill is that's a refined skill. The ability to drive a ski into shallow water and pick someone up and bring them back out through the surf is an art, and that's something that takes years of experience. And people think, oh, I'm just going to get on this jet ski. It's easy. It's got a motor and you just drive around. But when you're talking about real shallow water, waves, and then trying to get a person on the ski, that's an art. And the guys that do these things are professionals, and it's not something that people should do at home.
Well, Laird, thanks for your time and some great insight from the big wave legend, Laird Hamilton, and hopefully we'll catch up and get some more insight from you throughout this event, Laird.
Well, I hope it's on a wave.
All righty, we hope so too. Back to you, Joe and Mark Potter.
Thanks a lot, Todd. Thanks, Strider, and big thanks to Laird Hamilton for hanging out with us. As we'll get back to this one as we check out the replay from Stephanie Gilmore, Pods.
Yeah, Stephanie, she needs to get going. She's looking for a score in the 7.66 range. A lot of white water on this wave there, but has that commitment there, pulling into the barrel. And let's have another look at this one. But it was a bigger wave. We always talk about you get the good surfers on good waves, and they really do excel. Steph Gilmore, they're tagging that one a couple of times, and then races down the line. She sees that thing starting to open up and pulls into the barrel. So Steph Gilmore, the sense of urgency starting to creep in. Joe, 7.5 on the clock. She needs a good wave.
Big moment for Stephanie Gilmore to try to avoid round 2, which would be a sudden death round for her. She always has that real stylish finesse approach, really graceful off the bottom and off the top as we see the next heat getting ready to compete. 2 Hawaiians featured, Carissa Moore and Alessa Quizon against the event wildcard, World Junior Champ Ella Williams. What's going through Ella's head right now, Potts?
Oh, she's going to have fun, Joe. I saw her out in the water the other day, and she had the biggest smile on her face. She got the call up as the wild card. She's surfing against the 2-times world champion, the yellow jersey. So, there's not a lot of expectations on her shoulders. There's not a lot of pressure. She's going to go out there and she's going to have fun. And I think, that's basically the order of the day for the wild cards. And I think that's why we're seeing performances as we are. We're seeing the blue jerseys stepping up and getting the results. At the moment, Joanne Defay in the lead. We saw Paige Herb in the first heat take that one out. There's a bit of a trend happening, Joe.
A very interesting moment in this first heat. The blue jerseys dominating so far in this series, but a decent number starting to drift in for Stephanie Gilmore, and she could be back in striking distance with 6 minutes and 15 seconds to go. when you check out the Marshall's boat way out the back, you have a lot of the guys, the media crew, a lot of the team managers get to hang out on those boats and check out the action from the channel. But we can't really see Cloudbreak too well from Tavarua. It's a couple of miles out to sea, Potts.
Yeah, it's like 2.5 miles away, so it's a long way out there. So that boat there's, it's got the beach marshal on. The surfers can go and hang on that before their heats, get a bit of a perspective of what's happening. A lot of surfers will actually jump off their boards and paddle just inside and get a feel of the water, see how much water's moving, what boards to use. This is a real different playing field for the girls, and the longer you spend in the water out there, the better off you are.
You almost sort of have this mobile locker room type feel in the channel as it's the on-deck circle for the heats to come as we watch the takeoff, controlled by Joanne DeFay, swinging off the bottom, feeling her way for her first point. Could start picking up the pace here. Jams a little bit harder. The bottom drops out. She grabs the rail, pulls in for a cover-up, and she goes down. She loves that inside section, but not effective on the tube ride. Now Laura Enever starts up with a setup carve. This one might pick up the pace as well. She grabs the rail, and she's down on the impact of that backside tube attempt. Laura's gone for it a couple of times. She's taken about 4 wipeouts already in this heat. We passed the 5-minute warning, and she still needs a decent score.
She is not scared, Joe. That was a wave of consequence right there. That was super shallow, and she grabbed that rail and pulled the board up into the barrel. Let's have a look at the technique here from Laura Enever. You can see it wasn't a big wave to start off with, was it? But nice little turn there just to keep things going, and this is where it starts to hit the reef and unload. Laura comes off the bottom, mid-face check turn, which I think put her off. Had she stayed a little lower on that wave, I think she would have probably had a better line going into that barrel, and she could quite possibly have come out. So Laura Enever going for it.
And that 2-point range number Laura's going to get for that effort will mean a lot more. She's spent a lot of time dealing with the power of Cloudbreak in this matchup, still needing an 8.66 as the scores are now in for last of Stephanie Gilmore. A 7.33 makes this heat much more interesting. Now Stephanie needs a 5.0 to take this one off Joanne DeFay. We're down to 4 minutes on the clock, and first priority is with Stephanie Gilmore.
All right, well, there we go. So Steph found that jam. Now she knows what she's looking for, Joe. She doesn't need the biggest set waves. She just needs those nice ones that hit that inside reef, clean up, give her that really beautiful open face to do those nice swooping turns that she's so well known for.
Clean backhand carves, and we're loving seeing that inside section grow and bowl up with this tide bottoming out. What's your prediction for the conditions kind of midway through the day, Potts?
I think we're going to see a lot more tubes. You can see the girls are starting to look for them. I think we're going to see barrels on off. You can see the reef starting to show its face there on that inside. So it is starting to get super shallow. So it's going to become a lot more consequential through that inside shish kebab section. But the girls are going to go for it. They've made it quite clear in these last couple of heats that they're not going to hold back. And if there's barrels on offer, they're going to go for it.
Down to 3 minutes off the clock here in heat number 2 as we look to see if we can hold off on another upset if Stephanie Gilmore can get a 5. But a huge heat for Joanne DeFay. As you can see how dry it can get here on the reef out here at Cloudbreak. All the judges actually put reef booties on because they have to hop across the reef before they get up into the tower.
Yeah, absolutely right. We're looking at a low tide around about 11-ish this morning. So it's going to get, a lot hollower. We're going to see the girls having to decide whether to commit to that inside section. That reef's starting to show its face. So, it's going to get really exciting, Joe, with that increasing swell. That's the thing, though. When it's small like this, it's breaking right on the reef. When it gets bigger, it kind of moves out a little bit, and it gives you a little bit more water for that cushion.
Which actually helps them be a little bit safer. Smaller conditions tend to provide more cuts and bruises. A lot of these reef passes around the world on the World Tour. Stephanie now still searching for a 5 as we're down to 1:50 on the clock. You can see a couple of lines coming through. We'll see if we have any takers. Remember, Stephanie with the first decision. Joanne DeFay, who has the lead, has second priority over Laura Enever. We mentioned all the space in the room in this lineup, and we'll see if they make a big decision on this first wave, Potts.
All right.
Having a look. It will be Stephanie Gilmore gliding in. Solid size on this wave at Cloudbreak. She'll just trim, highline the first section. This is where it starts to bowl up. Off the bottom, more committed on that backside carve. It's starting to open up on the inside corner, throws it vert, and she goes over the falls. Only needed a 5.0. Completion on that second turn was solid, and now we're into the final minute.
Wow, that was, I think, a bad choice in moves on that inside section, Joe. I thought she might have grabbed the rail there. It looked like for me, for a minute there, she was going to just stick it in the barrel, and she went for that vertical turn. You know, her board's looking a little small too. You know, with the waves starting to pick up, she was looking for a 5.0. She can see her. She can't really draw off the bottom like she wants to. Kind of got stuck on that maneuver there. Draws off the bottom nice and low again. That was better. Got a little bit more projection off that turn. And right here, as the wave unloads on that inside, she goes up and over the falls. Super critical inside section. Look at that upside down from Steph Gilmore. Now, had she grabbed the rail, she could have got a sneaky little cover up there and quite possibly have got the score. So it's going to be close.
Well, big decision for Stephanie Gilmore, as she needed a 5 on that wave to turn the heat and go straight into round 3. The judges will think about that last effort. She had the down carve to kind of set up the second turn, carved her way through. The thing bowled up with some consequence, and she goes down. Numbers are dropping. More waves out the back. Taking off deep is Laura Enever with priority. We'll have Joanne DeFay take it off her, so this will count into her scoreline as she comes into the open face, snaps it off the top, set up work to cover some ground. She likes this end section, and she's waiting for the slip to show up. Now setting up the bottom turn for DeFay. Clean attack off the top. Off the bottom again as she is trying to put this one away. She lands it in a critical fashion. Steph Gilmore did get the score, a 6.0, so with that wave, DeFay needed a 6.34 pots.
Wow. Well, Joanne DeFay had second priority. Laura Enever needed to give way there to Joanne, but Laura was in a third place anyway, so she was going to push the issue. Look how shallow it is there. And we've got to get Joanne on the back of that ski and get her out of there real quick. Let's have a look at the replay from Joanne DeFay. As Laura Enever took off on the wave, Joanne said, "Thank you very much, I've got priority." And Laura giving way there. So Joanne, the first section, kind of missed it. Tagged that little second section. And as this wave builds up through that inside, she starts to build her speed, anticipating that hollow inside section. And she's keeping her speed through the inside here. Now she needs to tag a couple of turns. Nice speed check there from Joanne. Another nice little tag there from her to finish off that wave. So looking for a 6.34. Is it going to be enough, Joe?
A solid effort to make the difference for DeFay. It was a challenging read, and Laura was pretty close to her on the takeoff. Laura had to get out of the way because of the 3-woman priority rule. Joanne DeFay had first priority after Stephanie Gilmore went. Gilmore was effective to turn it, even though she fell on her final turn. And you can see Joanne DeFay in comparison providing the finish, but they'll just compare quality turns, and it looks like they're in favor of Stephanie Gilmore's turns. DeFay with a 4.77. She stays in second. Laura will also have to go to round 2. More to come from Fiji Pro right after this.
Beauty. A million forms of expression. We have seen beauty, and she is powerful.
Running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. I love you when you're singing a song, and I got a lump in my throat.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Bula, and welcome back to Tabarua, Fiji. Bula is the big saying out here when you welcome all the best surfers in the world to compete in some of the best waves on the planet. World number one's in the lineup now. Carissa Moore from the island of Oahu, fellow Hawaiian, rookie goofy foot Alessa Quizon is out there wearing the white, and Ella Williams, another goofy foot contender, world junior champ, took that title back in Brazil last season, is making her WCT debut. Potts, exciting day on hand. We had a crazy heat unfold at the end. Stephanie Gilmore getting the score at the very end to get a lead and take the win off of Joanne Defay in the dying minutes.
Yeah, that was amazing. You know, it was super tight heat. You know, Steph Gilmore just sticking to her guns, utilizing that priority. It's a very crucial part of the heat and capitalized on those beautiful open face turns. So Steph Gilmore dodges the bullet and moves through into round number 3, which she's going to be very happy with, because that round number 2 is not a good round for her.
Especially on a day where we could have multiple rounds run. She'll have at least a break in round 2. If we do get round 3 out there, it'd be a pretty active day here at Cloudbreak for the best women in the whole world. As you notice, a yellow jersey out in the lineup. That signifies world number 1, Carissa Moore, as she comes in to try to get another world title in 2014. Last year, we saw her grow to earn her title back after having Stephanie Gilmore fit one in the mix in 2012. What do you think her chances are, Potts, of going back-to-back this year?
Well, you got to look at the results. You know, semi-finals on the Gold Coast, a win at Margaret's, a win at Bell's, and a second place in Brazil. That's as good as it gets. So, you know, you'd be a fool to bet against her. You know, she's in great form. She's got a hell of a lot of confidence behind her. She's surfing incredibly well. And, you know, we keep saying that every time the challenge gets laid down for Carissa Moore, she steps up to it. She keeps offering us stuff that we haven't seen before. You know, that big layback snap that she started off the year with in Manly at the Australian Open was just a little bit of a glimpse on what Carissa Moore was about to do that year. On the Gold Coast, posting that amazing heat where she was throwing high point 9s away. So Carissa Moore definitely on a tear and one to watch this year.
And coming into this one with a ton of momentum. She got here a couple of days early. She has her dad here once again and her boyfriend. They took a break in Brazil, but now back by her side, so she's in her comfort zone and ready to compete. She has Alessa Quizon with her, and they've actually been spending a lot of time traveling together. Alessa got to kind of see what it was like for a surfer to be in world title caliber form. And Alessa mentions it's a great opportunity to see as a world champion prepares herself on the lay days.
You know, and you're bouncing off that energy. You know, it's got to be good. You know, you want to be around the best. You know, the best. It sort of rubs off almost. You know, and you know how to approach heats. You know how to have that headspace and prepare yourself. Alessa Quizon surfing incredibly well. We saw her get a couple of waves this morning in the warm-up session. She's going to attack this lineup. I tell you that right now. Ella is going to do the same thing. She's been out here every day, fine-tuning her skills. She's got no pressure on her. So the two young ladies, as far as the rookie on tour, Alessa Quizon and Ella Williams, are really going to have a go at Carissa Moore.
So 32 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock in the third heat of the morning. And paddling to set up this first wave, we'll have Alessa Quizon. Just take a look. 3 women out. Priority is not set yet, so we'll see who outpositions each other to get the first wave. We always talk about equipment and board selection at every venue around the world. Let's get more insight on the quiver of Alessa Quizon coming here to Fiji.
Here is my 6'4". Out here in Fiji, like at Cloudbreak, it's really important to have that extra length just to get into the wave. It makes me feel a lot more confident that I'm on a bigger board as well. It means like I'm not going to be like tattering down the line, so it's a different feeling for sure. It feels more like I gotta bust out the courage out and just, you know, like just go for it.
Great insight from Alessa Quizon, who's learning how to choose boards at every venue around the world. Even in Brazil, she used a bigger board in competition that felt better, where she's sometimes accustomed just to using one magic board. Whatever feels amazing, she'll ride that at every venue. She knew, though, that coming to Cloudbreak, it was going to require some more length, and relying on Glenn Pang, a guy that you've relied on in the past, Potts, to make her equipment. So she's got a great relationship with TNC Surfboards, and that quiver looks really fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Town & Country have made beautiful boards for a long time, and Glenn Pang knows exactly how to do that. But, you know, the thing I like about the girls is that they haven't been scared to bring bigger boards. As we said before, this swell has been forecast from quite a way out, so that they're prepared. It's not like it's a surprise attack. The girls know they're in for some big stuff, and they've brought boards accordingly. So I like the fact that they're not scared to bring those bigger boards. And what that does, Joe, it just gives you that a little bit more confidence. A little bit more speed paddling in, a little bit more comfort coming off the bottom. Knowing that board's going to hang in there and give you that down the line direction that you need here at Cloudbreak.
So Alessa Quizon very prepared for the swell on hand this week. Looks pretty promising for bigger waves coming tomorrow with 2 venue spots at Cloudbreak and restaurants. When do we start thinking about restaurants when we make that switch in the venue?
Around about the 8-foot mark. 8 foot out here at Cloudbreak, it becomes quite scary. And it basically comes down to the girls. It's going to be up to them when they decide that enough is enough and we're going to go and surf restaurants. But tell you what, it's no easy feat coming to restaurants because it's twice as shallow, it's twice as demanding, and it's a wave of consequence as well. So it's not like they're moving down because it's easier. It's just the fact that when Cloudbreak gets to that 8 to 10 foot range, it breaks on a different reef, and we're going to get a lot of the girls are going to get caught off guard. They're going to get caught inside, and it is a lot more dangerous. But down here at restaurants, it is super shallow, and you can get really hurt. Glenn Micro Hall broke his back out here last year.
That was crazy to watch last season. Micro on the comeback as he looks like he'll be back and ready to compete next week for the men's Fiji Pros. You had a nice insight of Chris Enever talking to his sister Laura after that last heat. Laura did get an interference for taking off and kind of hanging in there a little bit too long. It was a wave that Joanne DeFay needed to try to turn the heat around, and she ended up coming up short. For Laura, there wasn't too much on the line. She needed a big score, and she had to go on that wave.
Yeah. She rolled the dice. Joanne DeFay, there was a possibility she might not have gone, so Laura just making sure she was there, had that occasion arose. But, she was in 3rd place anyway, so she's going to go into round number 2. And she's not going to mind that, it's going to give her another session out here at Cloudbreak with one other girl in the water. When does that happen? It's a pretty special time.
Well, back at Margaret River Pots, we had the venue change, going from the main break of Margaret River to the box, and we talked about how favorites could change it. It almost felt like a different event with a totally different approach in surfing. Would you say the same theory for Cloudbreak and restaurants, or are you sticking with the same favorites for both venues?
I tend to say the goofy footers might have a little bit of an advantage out here at restaurants. It's a smaller, tighter tube. It's a faster wave. It doesn't allow you that downtime as Cloudbreak does. You can kind of sort of fade off the bottom and do your backside snaps. Out here at restaurants, the wave is a freight train, so it's a really fast wave. It might play into the hands of the goofy footers, but in saying that, we haven't seen the girls out there yet. They've not competed at restaurants, so it's another roll of the dice. It's one of those wild card feels to it.
You have a great perspective coming from land at Tavarua, going way out, 2.5 miles out to Cloudbreak, where the world's best are competing. Still scoreless at the moment, with world number 1 Chris Amore, Alessa Quizon, and Ella Williams waiting in anticipation to get a start. And now we'll take another look back from the judges' tower, where they're sitting back at the island of Tavarua. That's where we're sitting right now, pretty far away in the distance, Pots.
Yeah, it is. It's a very long way, and there's a lot of water moving between the 2 islands, and that's the thing about this wave that makes it so special. It's a reef pass, and you see the tower there on the reef. The judges have to do the reef dance to get on there each day, and they're stuck there all day, Joe. So big ups to the judges and our cameramen that are out there on the tower bringing us these beautiful pictures.
Pretty exciting to see how everything gets started in the dark out here at Tavarua. The boats start getting fired up, and all the jet skis and the women's best get right out to the lineup. And we want to know how you guys are watching the Fiji Pro. Remember to keep the hashtag Fiji Pro going along this exciting week of professional surfing. You can show us on Twitter or Instagram. Remember to @ASP and show us where you are watching around the world. We'll be committed to try to run round 1, possibly 2 and 3 on this opening day, just the 3rd day of the waiting period, and keep those Instagrams coming in hot. Carissa Moore, Alessa Quizon, and Ella Williams are actively Instagramming. It's a pretty photogenic wave and a photogenic island, and they're coming up with some of their best images so far on tour.
Absolutely right, and it's, I tell you what, the world is getting bombarded with sunrise and sunset shots. And I was talking to one of the judges yesterday, and we're standing on Namotu, and You know, the sunset, and we're like, you know, you just can't stop taking photos of it because it goes through these different stages of beauty, you know, and that's what we're dealing with here, especially, you know, especially Cloudbreak. It's that very same feel where, you know, we're watching it change its face. You know, as the tide comes in, the tide goes out, the swell's picking up, we're going to see different moods of this wave, and we're going to see it get really gnarly at some stage.
And it was all started off by the Kava ceremony just a few days ago. And the Fijian people are some of the happiest in the world. Very spiritual ceremony that we had to get things started. Carissa Moore, Alessa Quizon represented the Hawaiian contingent. Ella Williams was alongside Paige Hareb as they went up and, you know, kind of accepted this amazing greeting to come to this island. At the moment, though, we've had an interesting start to heat number 3. We're about 20 seconds off of the first restart of the contest. Whenever you run 10 minutes off the clock at the start with no contestable waves in range, the head judge, Davey Shipley, could be turning the clock around, Potts.
Well, there it is. I thought I heard the siren for the restart. So, you know, and that's just going to, I think that's a good thing. It just gives them that time for the swell to fill in. And we hear there the restart. So that 35 minutes has been put back on the clock, and these girls are given a fresh heat to start. So let's see if they can capitalize.
We've always heard about the theories and heats, Potts, when you get close to a restart. Back to this one. We'll get a start with Carissa Moore on the opening strike. 35 minutes off the clock, and she'll come around the corner, set up carve, and she's out. Now we'll let this clock run through. She'll have an early lead. That wave not too effective. And now Ella Williams and Alessa Quizon will work out priority. But Potts, we always hear about these stories about the competitors in a heat almost making a deal sometimes to not break for the inside when you're about to get a restart to heat. Do you think that happens quite often?
Yeah, but you know, the judges are keeping a close eye on it, and if they seem that there are waves going through that are rideable, they won't restart it. If it's you know, if it's an intentional situation where both surfers are deciding to not catch waves to get that restart, the judges will be looking and saying, well, there were waves that came through that you guys could have ridden and got scores on, so we're not going to do the restart. So it's a catch-22 for them. It's a bit of a roll of the dice, but that heat, the beginning of this heat, was quite clear that there wasn't any waves that came through that were rideable. So,
well, Carissa Moore starts with a 2.5 and takes an early lead. A lot of her heats at the first venues on the tour this season, she's kind of had that slow rhythm start in the first few minutes.
She has. It's almost like she waits for her opponents to show up, and that gives Carissa the fire. And she said she doesn't intentionally do that. It's just one of those things that happen, but you know, she almost waits for the opponents to answer with a good score, and then she really cranks it up. So let's see if that happens here.
As we have a paddle on this next wave, it'll be Ella Williams from New Zealand, just driving down the line, plenty open face, now down to the bottom. Williams gets a sneaky little carve down, and she has to kick out under the lip, so she'll match that turn to Carissa's 2.5 on her opening strike.
Yeah, you know, you can see that down the line speed the goofy footers are carrying. It's a different approach. You watch the natural footers with their back to the wave, they'll tend to draw off the bottom and do those nice big low bottom turns and get that board nice and vertical. The goofy footers, on the other hand, you can see they're down the line. They want that, find that inside section. They're looking for the barrel. And Ella Williams comes off the bottom. Watch this turn right here. Jams the tail there. Beautiful carving maneuver, putting that board on the rail. And that's what she's going to have to do against the champ.
Solid opener for Ella Williams just to get a warm-up with 32.5 on the clock. Just 18 years of age, from New Zealand, and her family owns a surf shop, and Ella works there when she's home in New Zealand. She got the message on her phone when she was working and screamed in the middle of the surf shop because she was so excited that she'd be a wild card to make her WCT debut, where you have Alessa, Carissa already with the ball rolling, already knowing that they're competing in the top 17. And Ella just with this one chance, and she picked a great place to make that debut, Potts.
Absolutely right. You know, she comes from a beautiful part of the world, Whangamata. New Zealand is, you know, an amazing place. If you got a chance, go there. There's plenty of waves, and the people are super friendly. But she's going to take the bull by the horns here. She's going to make sure she enjoys this moment. You know, it's not very often you get a chance at trying to upset the champ. You know, and she's got to not get carried away with the competitive side of it. She's got to make sure she enjoys the moment, and if she does, she's going to surf good.
And you can kind of see a difference in the gap, Potts, when you look at the World Junior Champs from the guys' side to what's going on in the World Junior Series on the women's. Ella being 18, a World Junior champ, is really still in the same generation as girls like Alessa Quizon. Bianca Baetendog competed in that Junior Series last year just because there weren't any contests left on the CT. We talk about that age on the Women's World Tour getting younger and younger. It seems like Ella Williams, you can almost start counting on her trying to qualify possibly even next season.
Oh, absolutely right. I mean, I think the average age on the girls tour is 20 or 21, I think it is. Steph Gilmore, the oldest, at 25. So, you know, she's mother hen at 25 years of age, which is kind of crazy. She's only really coming into the prime of her life, you know, in good form as well. So, you know, the girls are getting younger and younger. It's crazy, the talent base that we've got from the women's. It's just incredible.
And now Ella takes a quick lead, a 3.17 to start. Carissa Moore with a 2.5, as we see Reynos Hayes caddying and coaching for Alessa Quizon. He was so thrilled when he got the call up to come here to coach and hang out with Alessa Quizon, an absolute charger coming from Hawaii, and he's going to be pretty effective in passing on his knowledge. But it was pretty amazing when you heard Reynos talk about this big venue for the women's to compete on. He's saying that history is going to be made this week.
I don't doubt it. I absolutely don't doubt it. As we see the tide rushing out, you can see the reef starting to expose itself. And I tell you what, you don't want to touch that reef. It is razor sharp, and it's covered in fire coral, which I tell you what, not only does it cut you, it burns, Joe. So, you know, as that tide will drop, we'll see the waves starting to get a lot hollower. We can see on the outside there, see how bumpy that horizon is. That's how much swell is out there at sea. And we just wait for it to come in and wrap around this beautiful reef here at Cloudbreak and offer these girls some barrel potential.
Well, looking at the numbers that we've had so far and the best waves of the morning so far, Potts, what sort of heat strategies are you developing here? What are you seeing as the strengths in the lineup with conditions like this?
Yeah, I'm seeing, you know, the girls that are keeping busy, and I think it's kind of pretty much professional surfing in a whole. You know, no matter where you are, I think that active attitude is really the way to go. What that does is it puts you in that good rhythm, and you end up catching a lot of waves. You end up putting yourself in a good position. What I'm seeing on the attack of the wave is it's more the length of the ride. Utilize that open face, utilize that end section, and finish off with a critical turn.
So slow start in heat number 3 after a restart. We have two numbers, Ella Williams with a 3.17, Carissa Moore with a 2.5. We'll wait for Alessa's start. We'll find out what she does right after this break here at the Fiji Pro.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
So checking out the vision from the sky with the GoPros on hand, you can see how amazing the South Pacific is here in Fiji. Crystal clear lineups and crazy reefs as we have a great vantage point coming here from the sky. And you can see how the waves unload in such a shallow section of the reef here at Cloudbreak, Potts.
Wow, you can see the crevices, the cracks, you know, the coral sticking its head up. It's an amazing place. You know, Mother Nature's created this beautiful structure called Tavarua, and these beautiful reefs that surround it, producing some world-class waves. And we've seen, you know, in the past, this place produced last year was incredible for the guys. Kelly Slater, a perfect 20-point heat, And that's what it's capable of, and we're going to see a bit of that.
Exciting times as we're just getting started here in Fiji. The men start next week. We have until the 30th to finish the women's event. And just in heat number 3 of the morning, if you're just joining us, Stephanie Gilmore came from behind to take the lead off Joanne DeFay as we look at a healthy takeoff, but straight down is Alessa Quizon on her effort to get her first score here in heat number 3. We had the restart, so Alessa's been waiting for a long time for that opening strike.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of pressure crept in there. It was a late drop, super critical.
Now Ella Williams deep on the next wave. She has plenty of momentum to come around the corner, reaching for the lip, but the bottom drops out. Crazy approach, and ends up going down on another heavy wipeout to continue this morning.
Wow. Well, I hope she's okay, because that was total commitment. We saw Joanne DeFay do exactly the same thing. She pulls her jersey down. She looks like she's okay. She's tough. She's from New Zealand, mate. And she's going to get back out into the lineup. But I love the commitment there from Ella.
Next wave will go to Carissa Moore, the Hawaiian, gliding in. And now waiting for a section. We'll see if she'll commit. She'll end up hanging on to that outside position. Just a 2.5. Still 25 minutes on the clock. More waves on the way. And we'll see if Alessa Quizon can recover from the first wipeout she had at the start. Still driving down the line, heading for the channel. She'll wait for this section to open up a bit more, and kicks out a tough read for Alessa as she'll stay in third.
Yeah, that was a super tricky wave there. You know, you don't want those ones with the white water on the face. We saw Steph Gilmore have one. It kind of, you know, it's really hard to set your fence, but let's have a look at this commitment from Ella. As she comes around the section, she just goes for it there. Didn't quite get the board up and over the lip, but the commitment from the young lady was amazing. She's going to dust that one off, head back out into the lineup. She's currently got the lead, and 3:17 is the highest score so far in the heat. So the girls finding it a little difficult here in heat number 3, Joe.
So challenging start. We still have 3 more heats to go to finish round 1. Sally Fitzgibbons, world number 2 on deck to surf with Pauline Adu and Tatiana Weston-Webb, back in the CT jersey for the second event in a row due to the injury that Courtney Conlogue suffered at Bells Beach.
Yeah, very unfortunate, and if Courtney's listening or watching, we hope to see you back soon. We miss that passion that you bring to the tour, and we hope that you're a speedy recovery. But she would have loved these conditions, Joe.
This is one of her strengths, charging in challenging conditions like this. We saw Courtney is just a young kid from Santa Ana, California, get the wild card in Maui and just blow everyone's mind when it comes to charging. So she'll be back hopefully soon on tour, but it's given a great opportunity for Tatiana to show her skill sets. She had some great battles with Bianca Batendog in Rio, and now we'll have this exciting reef pass, and the goofy foot knowledge and approach out here seems to be a clear advantage through each and every heat we've seen in the past.
Yeah, you know, it's you know, at this level, it is. I mean, the girls have got that advantage. They've got that down the line speed. It's a wave where, you know, if you've got your back to it, it's really tricky. It's hard to time those maneuvers. You know, whether to go, you know, do that big vertical snap that we've seen the girls start off with this morning, or try and keep that down the line momentum and finish off with a bang at the end.
So Carissa right now is in second because Ella Williams has a 3.17. She's wearing the yellow jersey because she is world number 1. We're able to catch up with Carissa Moore to talk about her motivation coming into this world title race. As now Carissa Moore is thinking about making a move.
You always have to find ways to push yourself and reinvent yourself. And, you know, you look at Kelly Slater, he's been doing this his whole life, and he surfs with so much passion, and you can tell he's inspired just because he continues to find ways to inspire himself. And so the great thing about this sport is it's ever changing, and there's always something to learn. And so I'm so excited. I mean, not only with you know, learning more about different lineups and stuff, but just learning more about my surfing and pushing myself through my technique and, you know, learning different maneuvers. I'm so excited.
Exciting to hear from Carissa Moore talking about how she is able to reset for another crazy world title race and starting off so effectively this year in 2014. You always talk to some of the girls on tour. A lot of them mention Carissa's name more often than not as their inspirations to compete and bring their level to big venues around the world. But you have Carissa Moore, when you're the best in the world, it's interesting to find out how you find motivation, because usually there's not too many people to look up to up there.
Well, there is, and on the women's tour, I mean, she's getting pushed constantly, you know. She didn't have her own way at Bells. She lost in the first round. She lost in round 3 as well. So, you know, it's a challenge for her. And the thing that really impressed me was that she recognizes the fact that, you know, she's not sort of, you know, keeping things going to normal. She's reinventing herself. She's constantly challenging herself with those new maneuvers, with new strategies, and, you know, keeping it fresh, keeping, you know, something new coming out at every event. And I think that's the most important thing, reinventing yourself constantly, keeping it, you know, ahead of the game.
As we get caught up with the world rankings coming into event number 5 on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour, you've had 2 throwaway results at the end of the year. As we check out Carissa Moore's total, 34,500 points, including back-to-back wins at Bells and Margaret River. Sally Fitzgibbons got the big jump into number 2 in the world, beating Carissa in Rio. 4 finals consecutively for Sally at that venue. But then you start looking at waves like this, and Tyler Wright's name has been coming up quite a bit behind the scenes here in Tavarua, Potts.
Absolutely right. You know, the top 4 are relatively close, and then there's a bit of a gap between 4 and 5. Lakey Peterson with 19,950 as opposed to Steph Gilmore's 24,700. So we see up and riding Ella.
Ella pretty deep on this one, as she's not worried about the world title race, just trying to be effective as a wild card. Carissa Moore now backhand carve into the pocket, S's her way down to the bottom, controls the bottom turn, and throws a nice fan off the top. Beautiful timing for Carissa Moore, as she'll get her best wave so far at the 20-minute mark.
You know, Carissa there, smart move, straightening off there, but what these girls have got to be careful of is not to ride that wave too far in, because the closer when you go, the shallower it gets, and you don't want to cut yourself through your head. It really will throw you off, as we see Ella a bit too deep on that, and Carissa Moore saying, thank you very much, I'll finish it off for you. Nice little drawn out bottom turn here. Nothing too crazy to start things off, and this is where the wave starts to hit the reef, and Carissa Moore with that trademark backside turn there, beautiful snap, and she's going to put a second good score on the board.
You can see just that excellent approach with timing and her pace matching the power of Cloudbreak on that backside re-entry. You can see how dangerous it can get. Remember Ella Williams trying to crack one off the top, and the whole bottom can drop out on you when it hits that inside shelf. So all about that natural instinct from Carissa Moore. We'll probably take the lead in just a moment with 19 minutes on the clock. Ella Williams still paddling as she's going to try to make a big comeback. A wild card is always exciting to watch, especially at a venue like this, but it's been one of the toughest tasks to take out a girl like Carissa Moore this season.
Yeah, it's super difficult. I mean, she's got so much confidence going.
And now Alessa Quizan times the airdrop from the west side of Oahu. She's driving down the line, off the bottom, clean carve as she gets out in front, off the bottom again, quick jam as she timed the lip really well. She wasn't able to get a finish on the inside, but she'll get her best wave so far, Potts.
You know what I like about Alessa is that just she's got that X factor, you know, she's so fast, and that lightning fast frontside snap was, you know, what she's got to do to take down the champ. And you can see she takes off and she's behind the section, but you watch how busy she gets. You can see her milking that board, getting that speed up. She comes around, then it unloads a beautiful turn there. So putting the foot down, and watch this turn here as well. Wham! Lightning fast from Alessa, and then gets caught behind the section and ditches it right on that inside section there. So a great comeback wave for Alessa Quizan, and by far her best.
So every surfer building so far in this lineup. Alessa Quizan from Wakaha, Hawaii. Same island as Carissa Moore. Carissa Moore from Honolulu, Hawaii, just 5'3". And Alessa came on as the one of the exciting rookies to come on tour. She had a couple of wild card debuts, just like Ella Williams is experiencing right now, where she made the semifinals in Brazil, effective through the junior series with a big win at Burley Head. So she's has that confidence roll when she gets that winning feeling. She finally got to experience that in Rio at the last stop, Potts.
Yeah, she did. You know, it's her backhand attack is probably one of the best on tour, I'd have to say. And that's a big call for her being a rookie. I mean, you know, she's got that lightning fast turn, and her technique is absolutely perfect. So I'm excited to watch her in these big left-handers. You know, coming from Hawaii, she's not scared. She's got, you know, good boards under her feet, and she's looking like she's building her confidence out here.
They've had the women's pipe event in the past where Alessa Quizan was able to make the final, so accustomed to pulling in, and she's waiting for an opportunity to showcase that tube approach on her forehand out here at Cloud Break. Still 16:40 to go as we check out the numbers. Carissa Moore turns in a 5.83 to take the lead. Quizon with a 4.33 on her last wave moves to second. And our wild card from New Zealand, Ella Williams, now needs a 5.17 to make a comeback. We're starting to see this heat build a little bit after a dramatic restart. They're starting to pick the right waves to get the numbers now, Potts.
Yeah, you know, it's just that feeling out period. You know, it's the beginning of the heat. I don't know which waves to catch, which ones are going to be good, you know, and then when you get a good one, you don't want to blow it, you know, so the girls are just taking their time, building their momentum, and you can tell by the scores, you know, both Alessa and Carissa locking in their best scores on wave number 3.
So plenty of time to go to see if Alessa and Ella can make a comeback as we see a little bit of a wave coming through our lineup. Remember, first priority is with Ella Williams, so she can make the first decision on this set that's coming through.
And it's very important out here. Have that inside position, have that priority, because there are some good ones and you want to be on them.
Here goes Ella Williams using first priority, and she can't take the draw. Ineffective, as she is going to be feeling that mistake. She'll go to the back of the line now, and Carissa Moore goes to first priority pots.
You know, now what she's got to do, instead of letting that affect her, she's got to make sure that now she keeps busy. She's got to get a couple of waves under her belt. She hasn't posted a big score as of yet. 3.17 is her highest scoring ride, so she needs to back that up. She needs something, you know, right now to get herself back in the heat.
So a tough one for Ella, but she got here in such a great way when we had the kava ceremony here at Tavarua to start off this amazing competition. Let's check this out just a couple of days ago.
We just did an official traditional welcome to all the competitors, and also to welcome the ASP that are hosting this event, just to showcase, you know, the traditional ways of doing things.
The Fijian people are so hospitable, and they have a smile on their face from dawn till dusk, and they're so inspiring. Just their whole culture is so beautiful, and it's just a beautiful aura to be around.
So cool how they welcome everybody from all around the world and give us an opportunity to have a glimpse into their culture for a week. So it's a privilege.
Kava is a very mild and aquatic brew. It's just a mixture of water and root. It signifies our welcoming, you know, welcoming them. You know, the kava is, you know, it plays a very big part in our community or in our village, or also all in Fiji. Wherever you go, they'll make kava for you to traditional welcome you in the village or in islands such as Tavarua.
From the moment you land in the airport in Fiji, you just feel the warmth of the people. They're also so welcoming and just having a good time. And I think it's that, you know, it's those island vibes where everyone's relaxed. But yeah, the Fijians are just beautiful people, and they love having everybody here, and they make you feel at home.
A special way to showcase to the friendly Fijians how welcoming they are to this beautiful island called Tavarua. And we got to see all the women's world best kind of gather region by region to come up to celebrate and to give thanks to the locals for giving us this amazing experience for the Fiji Pro, the 5th stop on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. Right now, Carissa Moore in the lead with a 5.83 and a 2.5. Alessa Quizon needs a 4.01. And paddling into this one is current world number 1, Carissa Moore. Setup work down to the bottom. Beautiful bottom turn to snap combo. Off the bottom again and just trims it beautifully off the lip. She'll avoid the end section and straighten out, and she'll be effective, putting another score into her top 2.
Yeah, you know, I want to have a look at this replay, because I tell you what, there's a little technique here that Carissa Moore uses that is pretty much normal people won't pick it up. It's a little check turn off the top that sets her up for the wave. You can watch when she takes off here. Right there, boom, that little check turn off the top there gave her so much speed and put her in such a good position for that opening turn. World-class stuff from Carissa Moore. Tags it again, and why? Because this thing's going to close out on her. So Carissa Moore fitting in 2 nice turns, but that little idiosyncrasies of the sport that we don't see with the naked eye, the replays are perfect because that first little check turn off the top just put her in that perfect rhythm for that wave.
Nice pace for world number 1, Carissa Moore. Well, looking to better a 2.5. As you think about the rhythm of a wave, and you got pretty deep on it, it's waves like Bell's Beach where you have so much time on the open face. As we watch now, Ella Williams looking for a 5.17. She'll sneak out, not effective with that wave, but sometimes you can't just get up and belt the first section as hard as you can. It comes out to that wave knowledge and experience to know when the best points are on a wave.
You know, it's reading the ocean, you know, it's being able to understand what the wave's going to do. Now, you know, surfing is not a sport where you can plan your maneuvers per wave. You're not taking off on a wave saying, okay, I'm going to do a bottom turn and snap the lip and pull into the barrel. It's that split-second reaction timing, and that's the difference between a good surfer and a great surfer, is one that has incredible wave knowledge. Not only to be on the good ones, but to know exactly what they're going to do and be able to react accordingly.
So scores will be dropping in. Carissa Moore with a 5.83 and a 5.73. She got those back-to-back, increasing her lead. Alessa Quizon now needs a 7.23. Ella Williams now needs an 8.39 to be effective, with now 10:40 to go in this third heat. Carissa Moore seems to have rivalries going with the top 4 specifically when you're on the World Tour. How daunting can it be for the lower seeds that always have to compete against her? Girls like Alessa Quizon now, who's locked into this one, looking for a 7.23. Off the bottom, open face, carve back into the pocket. Gets more momentum for the second turn. Nice tail sliding release, cut back off the top, snaps it off the roof, jams a fourth turn off the lip, and now looking for another section coming off the bottom, and keeps that forward progression going down the line with one more hit off the top.
That was the best wave of the heat, right there. That was total commitment, and you were just about to say, you know, it's daunting, absolutely, to surf against the best, but the girls are doing well.
Ella Williams will work on this shoulder to start, and she'll wait for the lip to show up. Nice cut back, nice and clean for Williams, and she'll hop out. Her 5th wave ridden so far. She needs an 8.39, 9:40 to go. Alessa Quizon started with a wipeout. She's recovered big time with this wave.
Oh, I'll tell you what, this is definitely the best wave of the heat. She just beautiful snap there. Kind of gets caught a little bit, but what it does is it wipes off a bunch of speed. See how it puts her in perfect position for this turn right here. Wham! And then just gets that release of the fins. So Alessa Quizon throws it up through the lip. She is on fire on this wave, tagging it all the way through, utilizing that long wave here at Cloud Break, but I tell you what, really capitalizing on those opening turns. So Alessa Quizon about to lock in a big score.
A fun one to watch, and you think about Alessa with the matchups in the WCT format with Carissa, still trying to figure out a way to beat Carissa Moore in competition, but their heats go way before that, back in Hawaii as amateurs, matching up time and time again. That might give Alessa kind of that familiar feeling. It's not a new thing for her to try to bring her game up to surf against a world number 1 type surfer.
No, not at all, and it doesn't daunt her. I mean, she's, you know, as you said, been, you know, competing against Carissa for a long period of time. She travels with her. You know, they're really good friends. She knows what she's up against. You know, she knows she's got to bring her best to beat Carissa. And I'll tell you what, she's got to surf exactly how she did on that last wave, but she's going to probably need another one. Time is ticking away, just over 8 minutes on the clock. The judges having a think about that last ride. Where's that going to fit into the scale? Tell you what, that second turn on that wave was by far one of the best turns we've seen this morning.
Nice approach for our rookie, Alessa Quizon. We had our rookie, Joanne DeFay, almost take a heat win over Stephanie Gilmore, but Stephanie's come back. She was able to get a 6.0 to turn the heat. Alessa needed a 7.23 on that wave to take the first place position in this heat. Do you think it's going to be close to that range, Bots?
You know, I think the only thing that might hinder that score was that opening turn. She kind of got stuck on that first snap. You know, the judges are not going to like that opening turn, and it's, you know, out here at Cloud Break, very critical to get things going really quick on the wave. But she capitalized on the second maneuver and then managed to finish off her wave on her feet. So it is going to be close, Joe.
We go back to Carissa and Alessa's first matchup in 2014 is back at the Australian Open in Manly, where Alessa finished runner-up to Carissa Moore in the final. The layback that you reference quite often, Carissa Moore did in that crazy final. Alessa ended up committing to the next 6-star and finished runner-up to Malia Manuel, so 2 consecutive finals en route to her rookie debut at the Roxy Pro at Snapper Rocks. With now 7 on the clock, looks like Carissa Moore wants to get involved with this wave. keeps a high line, and now down to the bottom. Great turn choice with that backhand carve. Snaps it down to the bottom, deep bottom turn, and snaps it off the lip. Nice easy rhythm as she kicks out.
Well, 6.93 for Alessa on her last wave.
Now Ella Williams carves back to the pocket. Off the bottom, nice and tight snap. She has the flow, and she'll have to step off into a heavy closeout section.
Well, I'll tell you what, Carissa Moore knew that Alessa Cousin just answered back, and Alessa got herself into a great position. But this is what Carissa does, time and time again. Almost feels that pressure and then answers it, Joe. Look at these opening turns from Carissa. Really solid, powerful surfing from her. Just a little bit of pizzazz there on that one, and snaps it up through the lip again. 3 nice, solid, critical turns there from the champ. And Ella answers back as well. This is by far Ella's best turn right here. Slashing the tail out, throwing those fins out, comes off the bottom again, and another nice snap. So Ella starting to wind it up, and luckily ditches that last turn because that lip was coming down on top of her. So the girls starting to warm up here at Cloudbreak.
Now down to 5:40 on the clock. Cousin did get a 6.93 on her best wave of the heat so far, but still needs a 4.63 to take out Carissa Moore. So her last wave wasn't quite enough to turn the heat. We're expecting another number to come in for Carissa Moore that could apply some more pressure heading into this 5-minute warning. We'll see what happens to Alessa Cousin when she hears that number. She knows she got close, Potts. Just needs to showcase a little bit more for the judges to give her the heat at this point.
Yeah, I thought that opening turn was definitely hindered her score on that wave. Just catching the rail a bit. It didn't look pretty, but then she answered back, and that's where all the bulk of that score came from, that second turn and the latter part of that wave. Carissa Moore is going to improve her situation as scores are starting to drop now for the champ with just under 5 minutes to go. It is going to be Carissa's best wave, and it'll be the best wave of the heat so far.
So one more number from the panel. One judge went as high as an 8-point ride for Carissa Moore. That perfect precision that she has on her backhand and forehand. She makes it look so solid even when she's in between turns. She doesn't have any bobbles or bumps, real fluid and perfect finesse. A 7.33 from the panel. As you can see the tower, that's where the judges are positioned. They get a boat ride out there early in the morning, and you can see how low the tide's starting to get out here, Potts.
Yeah, that tower's amazing. I mean, it's pretty much anchored to the reef. It's not damaging the reef any way, shape or form. It is put on that reef very sturdily. It has to be, because this place gets absolutely hammered by a big surf. And that big swell a couple of years ago, guys were getting washed past that tower on the big set. So Alessa Cousin up and riding.
Still driving down the line as she'll wait to pick her section. Pulling into the pit and escapes out of the doggy door. She'll kick out. Just a tight opening for her to get the completion, as she's chasing a 6.24 to take the lead. 3:40 to go as she's feeling it. It was an interesting move there to pull into that tight section, Potts.
Yeah, the goofy footers are going to look for that barrel. Carissa's locked in a big score, 7.33. And as you said before, Joe, Alessa knows now she needs a good score. We haven't seen any solid barrels yet this morning, but Alessa is going to take advantage of the fact that she's a goofy footer, and it is a little bit easier to get barreled on your forehand. So you can see her racing down the line. She's setting this up. It's too hollow for her to do any kind of maneuver, so she sneaks under that. It wasn't a long one. It was quite critical though, because it was super bumpy. You can see she got stuck up high and then just snuck out through that little opening there at the bottom as Alessa Cousin. I don't think that's going to really be a huge factor, and I don't think it's going to go into a top 2.
So already on the back of the ski, Cousin will now be in the back of the line for priority, and she's starting to run out of time. First priority is with world number 1 and our heat leader, Carissa Moore. She had back-to-back 5 Rangers, but opened it up a little bit further with the 7.33. We're starting to expect this now every time she puts a jersey on, just the slow motion start, and she'll start just picking up the pace when the clock starts running out.
Well, we saw it. Alessa posted that 6.93. Carissa was cruising. She was in cruise control until she heard that score. As soon as that score got locked in, you saw Carissa just crank it up a bit. Posted her best score, 7.33. It's almost like, what do you got? Show me what you got, and I'll answer back to it. And if I don't have to produce my best, I'm not going to. And that's a smart competitor.
Well done for Carissa. Now down to 2 minutes on the clock. We mentioned before when we had the chance to ask Carissa if she is actually doing that on purpose, slow starts and waiting for her competition to inspire her to compete, and she said not at all. She wants to get the scores as quick as she can, but there's been a common theme this season with this approach throughout her heats. A minute 40 left. Alessa can turn it with a 6.24, and remember what we saw at the end of the last heat. We had a couple of close options as we started to run out of time.
Yes, absolutely right. You know, there's time on the clock. There's not big scores really required. Ella needs a big one though, 9.33. Alessa Kuzan a 6.24. Now she just posted that 6.93, so she knows she's capable of doing it. All she needs is the right wave. Just over 1 minute to go, and Carissa Moore in cruise control, posting her best score on wave number 5, 7.33, Joe.
So that was a big moment for Carissa into the final minute now, and we'll see how effective Carissa Moore will be using this first priority. She's going to take off on this one right out in front, getting the roll in with the whitewater. She'll grab her rail for a moment. She wants to set up the tube if she can. It might open up here. She'll jam it off the top on her back end. Now setting up this next section off the lip, attacking it off the top. Two powerful backside hooks. Now Ella Williams on potentially her last wave, holding her up nice and high. She's able to come back down to the bottom, off the bottom, and attacks the lip, but goes down immediately. 30 seconds to go for Alessa Kuzan to turn it. She needs a 6.24. Gliding, section approaching. She'll fade down to the bottom. Nice fading top turn cutback. And now this thing's going to start to bowl up for Kuzan. Attacking it off the top. Tricky inside closeout section takes out Kuzan.
Wow, that was super critical, and you can see how shallow that is. Alessa Kuzan there throwing caution to the wind. You know, I like the way she approached that wave, Joe. She didn't try and do too much on it. She knows she needs a big score, but just really surfing the wave to its merits, you know, and I think that's what you got to do out here at Cloudbreak. You can't force the issue, you know, and if you're trying to do something that the wave's not going to allow you to, kind of doesn't really fit properly. So, you know, Carissa Moore, hard to beat and on a roll here. So can Alessa Kuzan pip her at the post? She's looking for a 6.24. I'd like to get the replay on that, and let's see how that wave unfolded. She had a nice big opening turn to start things off, but did she do enough on the inside?
Well, it's interesting. The judges are thinking about right there with you, Potts, on if it was enough to turn the heat. A 6.24 is not a whole lot, but you've seen them, you know, hold back on the big numbers so far in the first 3 heats. They know that there's a lot on hand at Cloudbreak. We haven't seen some crazy tube rides yet, but the power from Carissa on the back end is so lethal. She had a 7.33 and looks like she's going to get another keeper on her final wave, Potts.
Yeah, which means that Alessa's going to need something up in the 8-point range. So scores are starting to drop now for Carissa. 7.3, 6.8, 7.5. The judges are locking 2 more scores to be locked in, and Alessa Kuzan is definitely going to need something more than that 6.24, Joe.
So a big moment for Kuzan. It looks like she'll have to wait for another heat to try to beat Carissa Moore, her longtime rival ever since she was a little kid. One more number to drop for Carissa. It'll be another 7-range score. Those backside turns are looking so dynamic and powerful in the pocket. Her transitions are beautiful. She was first priority, and she was able to take that wave to turn it into a keeper. Scores dropping for Alessa Kuzan. She needed a 6.24, and the judges are throwing 5s and 4.8s. It's not going to be enough, and Alessa and Ella will move to surf round 2 a little bit later on today. Coming up next, the opening round continues. We'll bring in Pat Parnell and Ross Williams for the call right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Bula, welcome back everyone to the Tavarua Island Resort here for the Fiji Pro. In the water right now, Sally Fitzgibbons up against Paulina Du and Tatiana Weston Webb. Sally Fitzgibbons, current #2 in the world. As we continue with round 1 action, Pat Parnell along with Big Wave Charger, former ASP CT campaigner Ross Williams. So far, Ross, we've seen the tide start to drop, conditions challenging, but still a couple sections on offer for all of these surfers to deal with.
Well, the good news is with this tide dropping, even though it's a little more treacherous, it's going to get cleaner. That reef's going to expose itself. That's going to not allow that chop to come across the pool from on the other side in the lagoon into the waves. We saw the first couple of heats have that huge side chop causing havoc. So you can see a lot cleaner conditions, but you're right, it is shallow, so it's going to be pretty tough to pull off that last move.
And there's been so much discussion leading up to this event in terms of the barrels we might see from the best women in the world. And obviously, Sally Fitzgibbons, Paulina Du, Tatiana Weston Webb in this heat. Tatiana Weston Webb, we should point out, in for Courtney Conlog. She's out with injury. Courtney Conlog was one of those surfers that we expected a lot from her, especially at this stop in terms of her barrel prowess.
No doubt. You know, and that's interesting because we've been saying all along, you know, for this event, it's hard for us to pull a real favorite. Obviously, Chris Amora is a proven champion. Steph Gilmore, these girls are champs, but we haven't had an event like this in quite some time, Pat. So it's kind of hard to say, yeah, this girl no doubt has the clear favorite, you know, and these hollow left-handers. We just don't know. So that's what makes it pretty exciting to see who's going to step out and really produce those huge barrels.
Well, in terms of one surfer that really is ripe to find her stride is Sally Fitzgibbons. This season so far, she grabbed obviously fresh off the win in Rio, but prior to that, a 5th at Snapper and a 3rd at Margaret River, and then a 3rd at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. As we see Sally Fitzgibbons there, in terms of her time on tour, I mean, just being able to get second from 2010 to 2012, second runner-up for the world title, that leaves a sting of sorts.
Well, you bring that up quite a bit, and I always feel like I have to protect Sally, you know, when you say this, but it's true. That's the brutal honesty of it. That being said, it's something also to be proud of. You know, it's very hard to be second in the world year after year. That means you're doing a lot of things right. You know, of course, there's room for her to improve. She's one of the quickest surfers on tour, but girls like Carissa and Steph have maybe just a touch more power, you know, a little stronger on the rail. So that's something that, you know, if she can tighten that gap a little bit, maybe she can pull down a world championship.
Well, you have to give her credit in terms of her radical regimen. You know, there's been talk in between free surfs. She's been jogging around the island. She stays focused as we see Sally up and surfing on her backhand, gets caught behind a section, can't make it around, but the first wave in this exchange.
That was an awkward little wipe out there that you could see that lip caught her inside rail, and sometimes that can bring your board back into you and you can hit your head on your surfboard, so I think she's okay.
And there we see Tatiana Weston Webb finds another unruly section. So a couple of these surfers so far, we've seen it in previous heats, trying to find that magic positioning out there, and that's always the big challenge when you talk about cloud break.
Yeah, and you know, that was kind of interesting. That set had a lot of juice, maybe a little bit bigger. So obviously this swell is forecasted by Surfline to pick up throughout the day, and of course tomorrow it's supposed to come in with full force, so a sign.
All the surfers early on this morning with the free surf trying to just guesstimate what is going to be the perfect board to use out here. And now we check in with Paulina Du on her backhand, and she'll flop out the back. So 3 waves so far in the exchange. Nothing of success for any of the surfers so far.
Well, one thing that's really apparent to me this morning is that these waves are not cooperating in the sense of they're stretching out in front of these girls. They're quick. A lot of them are unruly and closing out. So it's going to be a wave catching contest in the sense of who can get that wave that slows down for them enough to pull off a couple maneuvers.
We were talking with Coco Ho following her heat, and she kind of echoed the same sentiment. Very challenging finding that one place where you can get around that section. You don't want to get too far over on the corner. You definitely want to, if you have that one barreling section, you want to try to pull in there. There's been a couple of attempts as we see Sally Fitzgibbons opting for the jet ski assist, and on this low tide, that is your friend for sure.
Yeah, that's Kybor Garcia picking up Sally Fitz just in the nick of time before he blasted over that wave there. So a great rescue, and you can see this is Sally getting caught behind that long section, and that was that sketchy little wipeout. You saw that lip grab that inside rail. Looks just barely missed her head from, that's a typical way to get injured out here when that lip grabs your rail, unexpected like that.
So 3 waves so far in the exchange as we check out the stats for Sally Fitzgibbons, current number 2 in the world, coming off that big win at the Rio event, trying to build off that momentum. And Tatiana Weston Webb, as we mentioned, in for Courtney Conlog, looking back on Tatiana's wave.
Yeah, you can look at the size. That was an eye-opener for me. You can see quite a bit more juice in the swell there arriving this morning. That was one of the bigger waves we've seen so far today. So we're going to see these girls all day long, Pat. Probably going to have to adjust, maybe even bring out a handful of different boards to compensate for that incoming swell.
Tatiana, 18 years old, kind of a great situation for her to kind of test drive the CT, if you will, right? Stepping in for Courtney in Rio, that was her first CT appearance, and then to have your second CT appearance at Fiji, not too shabby.
What a bonus for her. It's very rare to be able to get a glimpse of what your future is going to be like and sort of warm up and test the waters with, in this big playing field. These girls are, the top of the heap, so to speak, and so she's getting a free little prelude to what it's like to be on tour.
Well, we can see a couple of burgery sections here, but in between, you mentioned that size, we're hoping that things just continue to increase as the tide drops here at the Fiji Pro. And all surfers doing a great job navigating some unruly sections. Been some interesting heats leading up to this point.
Yeah, there sure has. That was a tight one. Alyssa gave Carissa something to think about, but then, as Potts alluded to, the champ, she just knows how to back up her score, and she, won quite significantly. Steph Gilmore, man, she was up against the wall there, and she had a nail biter, but just narrowly got in there to take the win. And then Paige Harrop, a little bit of a mini upset there, taking out Lake K. Peterson, who seemed to be somewhat lost in the channel out there.
How much of a big springboard mentally is it to, jump the second round straight into round 3 when tide is dropping? Things could get a little even heavier with the building swell today, knowing that you can jump directly to round 3.
You're always going to want to jump that round, because who knows who you're going to draw. Maybe you break a board, you could run into some bad luck. Sure, you could try to think about it positively and say, I just want to have another surf out there, a perfect cloud break. But if you get a loss, you're packing your bags and you're out of here. So you always want to win these crucial rounds, and that being round 1 and round 3, where you have the opportunity to skip a round.
So of all the waves you surfed, I know you've been to Tabby many, many times, but first time to Tabby, what type of learning experience was it when you jumped out of cloud break?
I think I was pretty young. I was maybe 18 or 19, and a big group of us came here, and the waves were absolutely perfect. At that time, this was still somewhat of a new destination. Guys have been coming here since the early 80s. I think I came here in the early 90s, so it was already open for a good 10 years. But it's just one of those places that seems like it's not real. And when you arrive here, it still doesn't feel real. Every sunrise, every sunset, the wave, everything about it is just magical.
It's definitely a special place as we are still in the midst of Heat 4, Round 1. We made reference to Sally Fitzgibbons' Radical Regimen, as you're about to find out. As we watch Paulina do, finds a little bit more of a shoulder to work with, and she'll kick out. I was making reference to Sally Fitzgibbons, her Radical Regimen, and paying off right there. We caught up with Sally, and turns out it's actually been in her blood from the get-go.
I have so many key athletes outside of my own sport that inspire me, and whether it's Mark Webber is a Formula 1 driver. I love watching tennis as well. So your classics, your Roger Federers, Rafael Nadal's, your Serena Williams. They're proven champions time and time again, and just the way they perform and handle that pressure and just seeing them in their element is pretty cool. And I was fortunate enough to go down this summer and watch the Australian Open, and just to feel the vibes of a Grand Slam and sit on centre court was really inspiring for myself.
Sally Fitzgibbons, it's interesting, Ross. I was talking with her the other night. I believe Real Madrid and Atletico playing the championship game. It came down to the extra time in the game, and we got in this big debate whether there should be just go straight to penalties or extra time. I'm like, no, Sally, you're wrong. Extra time, what ends up happening? Real Madrid gets the goals needed in extra time. So, but she is such a sports fanatic. You have to love it.
Yeah, what I like about that is, anything from, you take in her training, how she's very serious and consistent with it, and crossing over, she enjoys watching other sports such as tennis. She's one of the sportiest women we have on tour. A lot of girls are into other things socially and stuff, but Sally seems very sporty, which kind of sets her apart. There's no doubt how fit she is and how serious she is with her training. It just shows you why she does so well year after year.
So 23 minutes on the clock here in Heat 4, Round 1. Pauline Adu, I'll tell you what, a low-scoring affair so far on top, but Sally Fitzgibbons and Tatiana only needing a 1.57 and a 2.57. So still a lot of time left in this heat. Pauline Adu, talk about her fast twitch approach, perfectionist, very meticulous in terms of her preparation, and she's been very, very focused on her quiver coming into Fiji, trying to find that perfect board, especially when things get a little bigger, and that's going to be the true test when we see things kick up.
No doubt. A big part of surfing cloud break, it's sure there's performance involved. You need to surf well, but a lot of it comes down to where you're going to position yourself on the reef. Obviously, which waves you catch. These waves need to cooperate for you, so you need to pick the right one. And then equipment, if you're on a board that's too small or too fidgety, it's not going to help you. So it's very interesting. It's not just about out surfing your opponents out here. You really have to get all your ducks in line to get the heat win.
So I know there's been a lot of talk, obviously, about cloud break turning on. What about restaurants? When restaurants decides it wants to cooperate, where do you see the benefit in terms of where the women would thrive more?
Well, the biggest difference between cloud break and restaurants is how refined restaurants is. It's much more tame, much more organized. It's further in the cove, so to speak. It's between two islands, between here, Tavarua and Namotu. So this swell takes a little bit more effort to get in here. So by the time it breaks, it's got a little bit of a mellower vibe. That being said, the reef is much more shallow, so it's a ruler edge wave. It's absolute perfection. It's all about the barrel. Sometimes it does slow down a bit where you can get some big moves off, but much more refined wave.
What about our next heat? Tyler Wright, Dimity Stoyle, Alana Blanchard. Obviously, a lot of expectations of Tyler Wright to step up if conditions get heavy.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Tyler's, just that commercial alone they've been showing, the Rip Curl commercial where she gets that huge pitted P-pass. It just shows you how gutsy she is. So, you could argue that maybe she's a favorite in this event. Alana Blanchard from Kauai, she's got experience in heavy waves, that Pacific power. Let's see if she can kick it into gear, because obviously she's had, a total goose egg of a start so far in 2014.
And Dimity Stoyle, obviously the leading rookie amongst a pretty heavy rookie base this season, which is always great to see, that infusion of new talent coming in. Kind of shakes things up a bit.
What I like about Dimity's chances is she's a heavy rail surfer. She likes to really sit back on her tail and sort of scoop around back and forth, constantly engaging her rail on the back half of her surfboard, which I think is a good technique out here at Cloud Break.
Well, we'll have to see how things fare for that next heat. Still about 21 and a half on the clock. Pauline on top, albeit a narrow margin. Fitzgibbons looking for a 1.57, and Tatiana Weston Webb in a 2.57. All surfers being awfully selective at this point as we look out the back, and it looks like able to find a good reeling section. Hits it off the top. Tatiana Weston Webb. One quick turn and she's out with a pretty clean dismount there. And right behind that, we see on her backhand, Pauline takes a look and she'll do the quick kick out.
Wow, frustrating conditions out there, Pat. These girls just want to perform, and these waves are not cooperating right now. A lot of closeouts, a lot of waves stretching out way in front of them. I mean, this is a giant reef, so you can get a good 100 yards of a closeout lip line where you're able to do nothing but kick out. You can see you get that one, Tatiana got that one nice quick turn, and then she had to press the eject button. Nice turn though, you can see she really stabbed it. That wave's got a tight transition. She actually got a little bit of air coming off that turn, and then there she had nothing to do but kick on out. So we'll have to pay attention. Maybe they'll adjust, Pat. Maybe they'll move down the reef, try to find a corner somewhere where these waves open up.
Hey, I mean, obviously, when you watch cloud break from afar, you're sitting in the boat, it's really easy to armchair quarterback.
Sure.
I mean, how do you, when you're out there, talk about the challenges of figuring out a place like cloud break?
I think the biggest thing you can do is make sure you're adaptable with the conditions, make sure you don't plant your feet, throw an anchor, so to speak. You know, you don't want to have one plan and go out there and just live or die by it. You got to adjust with these conditions. That's what makes guys like Kelly Slater so good out here. You know, people that can read the ocean and adjust on the fly do well out here, because there's a lot of water moving. Not only is the tide pushing out, but the wind is influencing the waves. This swells is a new one, so there's a lot of energy. Sometimes that can push way down the reef. I mean, this is a giant reef. So, you know, it's not a no-brainer. You need to really adjust.
Well, it's been an interesting day so far in round one. The established veterans having some success. For a quick recap, we check in with Todd Klein at the desk.
Thank you, Pat. And as they point out, you know, we're halfway through round one here at the Women's Fiji Pro. Let's look back at the winners from this morning. No big barrels yet this morning, but we've seen some beautiful turns out there by the women.
Yeah, you know what? They're on the face. They're surfing well. It looks like they're a little bit shaky because of the conditions and also the speed and power that they're having to deal with. It's a whole new game out there right now.
And right out of the gates from New Zealand, Paige Hare, the goofy footer out there. I tell you what, you know, it does pay sometimes to be on your forehand, and Paige looked right at home out here on these left-handers.
Yep, tried to get in that little bit on the inside there, get the two, but you know what? Got the turns off, and that's what seems to be scoring.
And then into that next heat number 2, Steph Gilmore, one of the veterans, 5-time world champ, you know, on her backhand, but, you know, some powerful hooks, or powerful snaps up there in the hook, Strider.
Yeah, she goes down on the end right there. Those aren't easy to deal with. You know, you got to catch your breath after you get sucked up and over the falls and you go down out there. The waves are well overhead for these girls. They're having to deal with a lot of power, and having that feeling out there is it's a whole new ballgame. I mean, look at Carissa.
And then this is Alessa right here, Alessa Quizon from Oahu, and you know, she had some really good waves in this heat, but I tell you what, she came up against a good informed Carissa Moore, current points leader, but I tell you what, Alessa's going to be one to contend with here in 2014 in this Fiji Pro.
Yeah. She's looking really good out there. I'd put some money on her, but you know what? The vet, Carissa, she's got so much power, flow, and knows how to throw that turn in there. She's just basically almost holding back a bit, but just keep that spray flying.
And we talked about it just prior to this recap, Strider. You know, talk to us just quickly about the conditions out there. You know, it's kind of the first time of real consequence in the waves out here at Cloud Break. We saw some sizable waves at Margaret River, but here, a lot more vertical, a lot more down the line. Talk about the approach by the ladies so far.
Well, yeah, you know, it's a different ball game, and you have an open ocean swell coming across a reef that just basically keeps on moving right by, and having to deal with that power and all the elements, like Ross was saying earlier, with, you know, the reef, the tide, and the swell coming up. It's a lot of push. So, you know, you basically, these girls are just getting their feet under them, and then as they progress through the event, I think we'll see them actually acclimate to what they're dealing with.
All righty, well, thank you, Strider. 16 minutes to go. We just saw Paulina Doe. Take it away, Pat.
Todd, yeah, interesting heat so far. As we mentioned, low scores on top for the moment, Tatiana Weston Webb, but we'll wait for scores to drop on Pauline's last wave. And surprising, Sally Fitzgibbons sitting on a .77 or throwaway and a high score of a 2. If you told you about those numbers earlier, you'd be a little surprised looking back on Pauline's wave.
Yeah, and a lot of it has to do with just how transitional I think the conditions are right now. The surf spot is sort of adjusting to this tide that's pouring out. You can see the water really moving off the reef. So, you know, it's going to constantly evolve all day long.
Tatiana Weston Webb finds another one. Big hit off the top and trying to drive down the line. Unruly pulls in. Can she make it out? She cannot, but showing some great commitment there.
Wow, that first snap was very strong. That's one of the better turns we've seen so far in this heat. So it's going to be sort of the first blood drawn in this heat. As you mentioned, Pat, not any significant numbers so far.
As we jump right back out to the back, Sally Fitzgibbons finds a little bit cleaner section, some face to work with, drives the bottom turn. Nice turn off the top, and tries to stay with this thing. See if it can hold up a little bit more on the inside. And you're just showing how much bounce. Quick floatable section, and she'll go down. So Sally Fitzgibbons trying to get rid of the .77, looking for a 3.34, looking back on Tatiana's wave.
Well, you saw there Sally Fitz sort of connecting the dots, but what I like about this turn from Tatiana, watch how much rail she gets in the water. right there, really knifes into it, even releasing a tail just a bit. Almost got hung up. She did a good job to get back down the line, tucked into that nice barrel there, but you could see it was a very technical section and it didn't let her out. Now Sally Fitz, you can see she likes to connect the dots. Right there, that was a pretty nice solid turn. And here the wave starts to get a little funky. She's going to do one more little snap, and the wave extended in front of her. There's the float. So sort of connecting the dots, but she didn't get that big power move that really allocates those big points.
Just under 14 on the clock here in Heat 4, Round 1. We'll get to those scores when we come back to the Fiji Pro right after this from Tavarua.
Waves for Water is founded on adventure, it's founded on surfing, it's founded on going out there and doing the things that you love and helping along the way. And nobody ever said that you can't have fun while you're helping people.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Back, everyone, as we look out at Cloud Break here at the Fiji Pro. Tatiana Weston-Webb, the wild card in due to Courtney Conlog's injury. On top for the moment, Sally Fitzgibbon still trying to find something to work with, hunting a mere 2.56. And Pauline needing a 4.63 with just under 12 on the clock. Sally Fitzgibbon's still enough time and an easy number for her to grab, Ross, in terms of a 2.56, her high, a 5.
Yeah, with 12 minutes to go, you know, you'd like to say that this heat really hasn't gotten anything too substantial. Sure, the 4.3 to 5, that's something to work with, but even Pauline Adu, no substantial scores. This heat is wide open. There's plenty of time to grab 2 good scores, and something to take note of here so far this morning, Pat, is if someone actually links together a snap or a carve and a barrel, which is very possible, they're going to break into that excellent score quite easily. So let's see who can be the first to do that.
We talked about it on the Dawn Patrol show this morning. Yeah, just that one wave, if you can find that clean section. Just even watching Carissa Moore, what she was able to get done, that rhythm and flow she has, 3 turns, and you're nearing the excellent range here.
It's out there too.
Yeah.
I really believe it is. Sure, it's difficult, but these girls are going to have to adjust and sniff it out. Be cagey, go up and down the reef and really look for it. And that's the beauty of surfing Cloud Break, is it's a long lineup. You can find it.
Tatiana finds another one, takes her time on the drop in. She'll fade it back, starts to stand up for her. Big hit off the top. Can she land it? Massive float section comes down with the lip. Wow.
I really like to see that. You know, she had a really good snap before as well.
And Pauline on her back end, she'll send it to the top, gets a little spray with that first exchange, and she'll kick out.
A little frustration you can see on the face there of Pauline, but as I mentioned, Tatiana, that snap she did before was, I think, one of the best turns so far in this heat. She didn't back it up with another maneuver. That's why it didn't go too high. But let's take a look at this. You can see she has no fear. Nice little snap there, but look at this float. That's a tall section to do that. You can see her tail drop down there, and she rides out of it. The judges are going to have every reason to score that. You know, she came out of it clean.
Tatiana Weston-Webb sitting on a 3.23, her low, and her high score of 4.33. So we expect big numbers for that big finish on that last wave for Tatiana. And Fitzgibbon still needing that 2.56. Sally Fitzgibbon's fresh off the win in Rio, trying to grab some momentum here, as she is currently number 2 in the world. With 10 minutes left to go here in Heat 4, Round 1. Winner moves directly to Round 3. Second and third place finishers relegated to Round 2 surfing.
I'll tell you what, I'm impressed with Tatiana. You know, she's going to have a couple big scores here drop, Pat. But what is something interesting, you know, in Rio, she gave Bianca that interference, showing, hey, I'm not intimidated by the big girls. I'm going to do what I can to win. So she made a round there, maybe gained some experience, some confidence, and then now she's backing up here in Tavarua with that big float.
A 7 for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Now the situation intensifies for Sally Fitzgibbons. She needs a 6.34. Pauline Adu, an 8.4. So with under 10 minutes on the clock, I'll tell you what, Tatiana Weston Webb, we talked about how it's a nice tester to get experience on the CT, but you know, to her credit, she is here because based on her merit, her success on the QS,
right.
I mean, she is right there. I think we can almost guarantee we're going to see her in 2015 on the tour.
Correct. She almost qualified last year, as we see Sally.
Sally Fitzgibbons hunting a 6.34. Starts off a little slow, some slow wraps, just getting down the line. Starts to stand up a little bit for her. She times the bottom turn, sends it up. Able to stick it, and she's down.
Big turn there for Sally. Judge is going to love that. We saw that from looking in through the channel. So as we see the other angles, we'll really get to pick apart how big that maneuver was. But again, just the common thread I've seen from Tatiana is she seems like a fearless competitor. So this is a great look for her to, you know, once she qualifies for the tour, she's something to look for.
And we jump in with Pauline needing an 8.4, a tall order on this wave. A little soft on that beginning, but starts to stand up. Nice turn off the top. She'll wait for it. Fades it back, and it getting awfully soft, and she'll able to make it up and over on the kick-out section on the inside, needing an 8.4. Looking back on Sally Fitzgibbons' wave, though. Couple turns, got some work done.
Yeah, this is the angle we want to see from right from the front, so we can just see how critical that closeout turn was here. A couple setup snaps. There you can see she got almost hung up, and she sees the big money section. Stab. Look how tight that transition is there. She got a little air as she exited off that turn, so that's a big move. We'll see how high the judges go. And this is Pauline. She was out the back. Pauline looked a little confused on this wave here. A nice snap there. I believe this wave had a lot of scoring potential, but she seemed a little bit undecided in what she wanted to do. And Tatiana here, you can see big old knife there. Look at that big cutback. She really digs a lot of rail in the water, showing how much power she has. Real awkward kick out there, almost getting sucked over the falls. So as we mentioned, Tatiana showing no fear.
Well, scores dropping for Sally Fitzgibbons. She was hunting a 6.34. She betters her situation, but she still needs now a 5.34. So a 6 on that last exchange. Sally Fitzgibbons, a 5 and a 6, her two wave scores. Tatiana Weston Webb, Webb has a 4.33 and a 7. That big finishing move for Tatiana Weston Webb. The judge is eating that up.
Right. So it's two key things to look at here. At this point in the heat, with 6 minutes to go, just over 6 minutes, there's two things. Sally, of course, she needs to get that 5.34. Okay, that's one thing to look at. The other is Tatiana. Sure, she's winning, but she's not going to chill. She's not going to go hang out in the channel and wait for things to happen. She's got that 4.33 backing up the 7. If she can manage to get rid of that, she'll make it a lot more difficult for Sally to grab a second score. So those are the two scores to really pay attention to.
Priority right now sitting with Sally Fitzgibbons out the back. You can see a tight lineup shot as Tatiana still on top by the merit of that 7 and the 4.33. Little movement here as Fitzgibbons opting, using the priority. Soft section to start off with. Will it stand up? It does a little bit. Gets a nice top turn and a little late on that section, but able to stay with it.
Yeah, you can see she barely got up to that lip before it came crashing on her. She managed to get a maneuver off, but it was a little sloppy. So I can't see the judges going too high with that, but she doesn't need much of a score, only a 5.3. And you can see Sally wisely choosing a smaller wave. I think some of these smaller ones back off a bit more, allowing you to do more of an up and down type of move. Right there, she came up a little late, got stuck there. She managed to get that move off, but it wasn't very clean. So I can't see the score going too high.
So now priority sits with Paulina Doe. She's fresh off a 5th place finish in Rio. She's gone on record saying that unconsciously, after a big result, people around you expect a lot more. I know she definitely expects a lot for herself. She said that early on in her stages of professional surfing, almost got a little kind of disappointed with surfing. It wasn't until her first win that she found everything changed. Pauline, very focused on improving with each year. Had the 9th at the Gold Coast, 2 13ths at Margaret River, and then at Bells. But that 5th in Rio says it definitely put a little spring into her 2014 campaign.
Sure, and you know what's so tough about the ladies tours? There's only 17 of them. So guess what? You're going to match up with that person that maybe has your number that beats you. You're going to see them all year long. It's a tight little situation where there's not much room to breathe.
Tatiana finds a foamy drop-in section. As she drives down the line, can she find an opening? Gets around the section. She'll have some face to work with. Big grab rail turn, and then she goes down.
Holy smokes, that was crazy.
Love the commitment. She doubled down on that turn. That was unbelievable.
She really did. That's exactly what she did. It was one big Hail Mary section, so she said, I'm going to go for it. She went for a big grab rail hack. Almost made it. She did the hard part. She just needed to ride out of it, but couldn't quite handle that pressure that was on her legs, and she buckled.
I'll tell you what, there's something in the hula pie in Kauai. Just produces such talent.
You can see she created so much speed going down the line. You can see all that swell really pushing on this reef, not slowing down. So she grabs that rail, tries to hang in, and right there her knee, actually her back foot slipped off. So she couldn't quite hang on. There's so much torque and force on your feet when you're throwing a turn that has that much power in it. So she came unstuck there. Unfortunate, because she might have been able to better that 4.3 with that.
I'm just going to put it up there, though. In terms of all the surfers that we've seen so far in Heat 1, Tatiana is showing a lot of variety in her turns. As Pauline taking a look, and 6.27. Wow, that scores for that last Sally Fitzgibbons wave. We didn't think it would actually get into that range. So now Fitzgibbons on top, and Tatiana Weston Webb needing a 5.27, 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I'm surprised. That last move, I mentioned how she threw it up there, but she got stuck. It was a little clumsy, so I didn't see that score coming. Nonetheless, she got it. So Tatiana Weston Webb only needing that 5.27. With the bar set at that, I think that score is very grabbable for her.
So 2:40 on the clock, time ticking down. Now Tatiana, she's led the heat up to this point, needs a 5.27. Pauline needs a 7.6. Turning into an interesting heat down in the last 9 minutes. So Sally was able to turn the tide. She was sitting on a 6 and a 5, trying to ditch the 5, and she did just that with that last wave, a 6.27. As we approach the 2-minute mark.
Yeah,
here
we're down to the crunch time here. Just a couple minutes left. So Tatiana definitely still way in this heat. Only needed a 5.27, and with Sally getting that 6.27 on that last wave, the bar's not set super high. So this score is definitely manageable for her. But that being said, Pat, it looks pretty calm out there. There's not a lot of waves coming in.
So it was a low-scoring affair early on, but then things got moving with the 7 by Tatiana.
Great first turn there, and this is where she floats the boat. That was a critical section right there. Definitely the most radical maneuver of the heat so far. She airdropped down, and she was able to pin it. Sally, I like her wave selection. She's choosing the smaller waves that happen to slow down a bit so she can get more maneuvers off. Right here, this is that critical turn, right in that tight transition, and she stomps it. So that was a 6.0 for her. And this is a 4.67 for Pauline Adu. And this is the wave that I think had a lot of scoring potential. There was a clean carve, but she just had a couple mistimed maneuvers here and wasn't quite able to maximize that score. And this is the 6.27 from Sally. Good. And again, great wave selection, little foam climb there. This is probably her best turn right there, a little snap. And then she throws it up there. Again, she got stuck there. I didn't quite like that. But again, it was a critical section, and she was able to finish the move. So a 6.27 got her in the lead.
Just that last maneuver, Sally Fitzgibbons able to just turn the screws. Now 30 seconds left on the clock. Can Tatiana battle back? Can Pauline find a 7.6? All Tatiana needs is a 5.27 with priority sitting with Fitzgibbons as we're down to 20 seconds.
Well, it's not quite over yet for Sally, but I tell you what, this will give her some confidence that she needs. She's going to skip that sketchy second round we talked about right into the third. And, obviously coming off that win in Rio, she's on a roll.
And hats off to Tatiana Weston Webb. I think she showed everyone she came to Fiji meaning to do business. Looking forward to seeing her performance in round 2. So Pauline Adu and Tatiana Weston Webb on to round 2. Sally Fitzgibbons straight into round 3. When we come back, Tyler Wright, Dimity Stoyle, Lana Blanchard take to the water for Heat 5 here at the Fiji Pro. Stay close.
I
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the 2014 Fiji Pro. The women are in the water for round one, and we just watched amazing performance. Sally Fitzgibbons right in the dying minutes of the heat, able to advance to round three. Right now, Tyler Wright, last year's runner-up against Dimity Stoll and Alana Blanchard, all looking for stellar performances here in Heat 5, round one in the water as conditions continue to intensify as the tide drops. We are watching this building swell as we've seen so far, Ross, some potential there, but so tricky to find those sections.
It is. It's very tricky. But what I like about this morning so far is we've yet to see the true potential of Cloudbrig be exposed, and that's in the form of maybe a couple of carves and a tube ride. So it's going to be great when we see that happen, just how high these scores can go. But I will say it's very tricky out there. You know, the waves are stretching out in front of these girls. There's big, long closeouts. So it's a wave catching contest so far.
And this Heat 5 in round one, interesting when you consider Tyler Wright. She has that power. 2011 Rookie of the Year, runner-up last year just behind Carissa Moore. There was some great back and forth with her. Then Dimity Stoll, one of the rookies on tour, but leading the rookie charge this year. And then Alana Blanchard, fourth year on the tour, but 4 13th place finishes for the season. She's definitely looking, she needs something desperately here in Fiji.
She really does, and you know, it might sound like a cliche, but that really does sting your confidence. You know, it can seem to feel like the world is against you. Everything's fighting against what you need to get done, which is a solid result. So let's see if she can turn that momentum around. She really needs to do it. I will say, from Hawaii, she's used to this power, so let's see if she can turn it around here in Fiji.
Well, speaking of Hawaiian power, let's hear from Carissa Moore as we send it down to the desk with Todd Klein.
Thank you, Pat. Yeah, we are joined by the winner of Heat number 3, Carissa Moore. Carissa, have you actually competed out here before at restaurants or Cloudbrig?
When I was about 13 or 14, I came the last time they held the women's event here, and I just was in the trials. And I, you know, when I was here last, it was beautiful. It was like 5 to 6 feet and so glassy, but I was horrified and a bit scared. So it's nice to be back.
Well, not much pressure back then. Now you're wearing the yellow jersey, which signifies you're the #1 seed coming into this event, leading the ratings, current world champ as well. A lot more on the line. And what was it like out there today in those conditions? Talk to us about how those conditions are and what maybe you're feeling out there in your first heat back at Tavarua.
Yeah, it definitely was a bit nerve-wracking to get out there, and there's so much to like kind of absorb. You know, there's the people on the boat who are so close, and there's a lot of different kinds of waves to look at, and it's hard to pick the right ones that don't go too fast. And you know, you have your caddy in the lineup, and there's just a lot to kind of sort out, and it feels good to get that first heat out of the way for sure.
And we actually we will look back at one of your better waves from that heat. Talk to us about the lineup. We were talking about it, you know, while we were off the set. You know, how hard is it to line up out there?
You know, the only really lineup that you have is the scaffolding. So, you know, that and the big white buoy. So I'm just trying to line up with that as much as I can.
So when you're out in the conditions like this, you said there are a lot different conditions. You kind of touched on Margaret's. You have the same board as you were riding at Margaret River here. Does that play into your headspace at all?
I'm riding my 511 Mayhem. It works really well. It's a round tail. It holds really well. I think I actually probably could have used a little bit bigger board on some of the bigger waves. But yeah, every time I've come out here, every single day the past week, it's been different, a different, look to cloud break. So I definitely think it'll take a couple more years for all of us to really get it. But if you can just find the right ones, it'll work out.
Well, thank you, Carissa, for your time. Get some water and get hydrated. You'll skip round 2, and best of luck in round 3 to you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Alrighty, Pat. Well, the swell's on the increase. Some of the ladies are currently riding their normal equipment, but I think we'll see some changes as that swell comes up. Thanks a lot, Todd. Great to hear from Carissa Moore and the challenges even reigning world champion faces, and there's so much focus on board size. What do you feel is more important, having that smaller compact board to fit nicely in the tube here, or having the volume to get in the wave in the first place?
I don't mind a little bit bigger of surfboard, but I think what's more important is these surfboards that they're bringing here need to be glassed, maybe a touch heavier. It's got so much power and push out here with all the conditions that you don't need that typical shortboard with its very high performance and light. You need a little more glass on your board, a little more weight to knife through all that power that's on serve out here. So to me, the fin setups and the weight of the surfboard is just as crucial as the length.
And how about the weight of the surfers? You take someone like Alana Blanchard, 5'8". I mean, she is known. There's times where Alana, she's very comfortable in the tube, but just being that light when there's this much texture in the water, it makes it that much more difficult.
It can really throw her off her game because, as we've mentioned all year, her go-to move is that fins-free tail slide. She's really good at that, getting radical and doing that front-side snap. Out here, it's all about those carves, and obviously so far it's been tricky, but finding hopefully a tube ride. So we'll see if she can switch gears and really hunt it down. But we've been saying it's a wave catching contest, and what I mean by that is you really got to find that open section. And I will say Sally did a good job of doing that in the last heat, finding those smaller waves that slowed down a bit.
Interesting heat as Sally Fitzgibbons able to take down Tatiana Weston Webb and Paulina Du. They'll move on to round 2. Remember, round 1 non-elimination round. Winner moves directly to round 3. So far right now, only 2 waves in this exchange. As we check in with Tyler Wright, she finds her second wave on her backhand, able to make it around a section. Big turn to start off with, driving down the line, and can't make it around. Big piece of real estate there. A lot of white water to deal with. So she goes down. Tyler Wright, that 1.77 on her first wave. And Alana Blanchard finds a good sized wave and goes down on the top. You can just see how much bounce and texture is on that little chop.
I'll tell you what, and I'm not sure if you can appreciate it on your screen, but these waves have a ton of power. So you're going to see some awkward wipeouts all day long. It really forces you to project down the line. This is a fast wave. It doesn't let you slow down and sort of, anticipate what kind of move you do. You have to really react to this wave, and it's so fast. What I like about Tyler is she's a heavy-footed surfer. She's one of the most powerful girls on tour. So if she can find a wave that allows her to open up, you're going to see some big moves, a lot of spray. You could see she had one turn there, but that wave stretched out in front of her, and she had to kick out.
We were talking about the light factor with Alana Blanchard when you talk that heavy-footed approach to Tyler Wright. She's one of those surfers not afraid of the barrel, but also not afraid to lay into a turn, and definitely can take advantage of some challenging conditions here. Tyler Wright, we talked about 2011 Rookie of the Year, 4th year on tour, and she's a runner-up back in 2013. Had the 5th on the Gold Coast, 2 second-place finishes, Margaret River and the Pro Bells Beach, and then the 3rd in Rio. So Tyler, she's right there with the consistency why she's in the hunt for the title. Yep. Definitely a contender, but she's yet to grab a win in the 2014 season, and that's something that has to linger when you've had some success with it, but you just can't quite get it.
Well, what I like about Tyler, she's one of, obviously I mentioned she's heavy-footed, but she's one of the most explosive surfers on tour as well. She's got a huge forehand hook and snap and tail release. She can even do airs, so she's an exciting surfer. That being said, Carissa, I think the reason why she's in the lead, even Steph maybe has a nudge over Tyler, is how consistent they are. They seem to adapt to all the conditions on tour and post those excellent scores heat after heat after heat. Tyler is right there, but maybe just a hair less consistent than those two.
So consistency is one of those things that she is going to be looking to improve here at the Fiji Pro as we check in with Dimity. She finds a good runner, times the bottom turn, will send it to the top, throws a nice amount of spray on that, waits for it again. Clean top turn, driving down the line. Will it stand up? And she'll kick out.
Well, you can see there she knifed a couple good turns.
And Tyler Wright finds her third wave. She'll take a quick look and have nothing with it. So 25 minutes on the clock so far. And Tyler Wright so far on top by virtue of that 1.7 and the 3. So looking to ditch the 1.7. But as we saw in the previous heat, things definitely started slow, and then the bigger scores, the 6s, the 7s, the 8s started to drop. So we expect the same, especially with the likes of Tyler Wright, Dimity Stoyle, and Alana Blanchard in the water. As we check in with Alana Blanchard, and just taking a quick look, a lot of water moving around here at low tide. And we started the discussion earlier this morning on Dawn Patrol. How are you watching the ASP World Tour? Well, check in. Let us know whether you're on Twitter or Facebook. And Princess Katie 13, I think I'm reading that right. She is watching alongside 11-month-old son Kobe, watching from his high chair while he eats breakfast with Daddy. And that's Cheerios and a good dose of Cloud Break.
What a way to start your morning.
Breakfast of champions right there. So fans worldwide checking in to see the top 17 do battle here at the Fiji Pro, the 5th stop of the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. 23:40 on the clock as Dimity Stoyle with that last wave jumps to the top of 6.83 for that, Ross.
Yeah, there was nothing going on in his heat until that happened. Dimity opening up a pretty big lead there. That's a solid score, 6.83. That's actually one of the higher scores we've seen so far today. So Dimity, again, I love her attack out here, Pat. She really puts a lot of weight on the back half of her surfboard. You can see right there, look how hard she stomps on that back foot right there. She's gonna slow down and knife it in. There she throws that hack. So 2 turns, and right here this wave stretches out in front of her, and she's gonna have to kick out. So the judge is really liking those first 2 turns, and almost a 7-point ride for that.
Watching Dimity watch earlier rounds from the bar here on Tabaroo this morning, she had that kind of excited froth look in her eyes, thinking that she might get some barrels, and you could see her eyeing that one wave, hoping to get a barrel section. 5'2" from the Sunshine Coast, a privateer of sorts, just slowly climbing the ranks and getting more support sponsor-wise. Known to be a spoiler and also a great longboarder.
Right.
Definitely adds to her prowess in the water.
And she has a pretty solid performance on the Gold Coast as well. She's got that great carve on her. So, you know, you saw she weighs 155 pounds, so she's got a little bit of weight out here, which is good. That's a good thing out here. You know, it's got so much power. You're projecting down the line with so much speed. You need to be able to stomp your foot and get that rail in the water. You know, there's a high probability of your surfboard cavitating and riding high on the water. So that little bit of extra weight, I think, helps.
And would you say 5'2", that having that compact approach, lower center of gravity, not a bad thing to have as well in your back?
I would agree.
Yeah.
And you know, I mentioned earlier her attack. She puts so much weight on her back foot and really surfs on the back half of her surfboard, which I think will help you out here, not only with that tight transition, but to get that rail knifing through the water.
So you've obviously had multiple sessions out at Cloud Break. When it gets like this at low tide, I mean, with this type of angle of swell, where would you say is going to be the best place to post up?
I think you have to really adapt. You know, with the tide, when it's high or low, depending on what it is, the swing of the current can shift up or down the point. So you have to constantly adjust. Pretty much the only thing you can line up off of out there, Pat, is the tower where the judges sit. So you have to gauge where you are at all times. Make sure you don't drift too far out of position.
As you say, never set anchor, especially at Cloud Break as things change. See some waves approaching here, and it looks like Tyler Wright having a look. Tyler Wright needing a 4.74, 21:11 on the clock here in Heat 5, Round 1, non-elimination round. Winner advances directly to Round 3. Second and third place finisher move on to Round 2. And Tyler Wright able to get on the inside corner, trying to grab rail and get some distance, get in the barrel, but can't make the drop on that one. Unfortunate for Tyler Wright.
Well, again, we haven't been mentioning too much. There is a 3-person priority out there in place. So it was her turn. She swung out that one on that wave and pulled in. Now, I think that was a bit of a mistake. You really need to stay away from the tubes out there today, just because they're not open. You can see that thing shut down. Look how it's not wide open where there's an exit. The lip pinched, and there was nowhere to go on that. So these girls need to concentrate on maneuvers. I think pulling into the barrel is far too risky this morning with that side wind.
So now priority sitting with Dimity Stoyle. Tyler Wright relegated to third in line on priority. Alana Blanchard as we look at the numbers for Tyler Wright, 20 years old in her 4th year on the tour, and has had success right from the get-go. Current number 3, just based on the performance. We've talked about that. Basically always in the top 5, a couple of seconds, a third, and just waiting for that one event to get her momentum. We saw it last year, you know, where she finally got the win, and that's when the back and forth was so great to see with her and Carissa Moore.
Correct, yeah, she really found her stride in Europe, and you know, I believe beach breaks probably could be her strength. She has that creative surfing where she likes to throw up big moves, even aerials and carves. So again, this is a question mark for me, you know, here. We're gonna really see that breakout performance and who can really navigate this wave here at Cloud Break, because it's a big, long reef, and there's a lot of navigating to do.
And we see Tyler Wright on the inside, a lot of white water to get her around. She'll able to do it, and just a quick kick out. So it takes a look, and nothing to work with for her. She is still needing a 4.74. Alana Blanchard needs a 6.93. Blanchard sitting on a 0.8 and a 0.3, 2 veritable throwaways. Tyler Wright, however, a little bit better situation, 1.7 and a 3. But 6.83 and Dimity Stoyle setting the tone. Still more time to go here in Heat 5, Round 1. We'll be back with more from the Fiji Pro right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Welcome back, everyone. The Tavarua Island Resort Paradise here for the Fiji Pro as we hop on board our GoPro cam, and a great look over restaurants leading into the pool area. It is one big happy camp, I'll tell you what. Everyone having a great week so far, as today we kick off the Fiji Pro for the women in the water right now. Dimity Stoyle leading the charge up against Tyler Wright and Alana Blanchard. Heat 5, Round 1 winner moves directly to Round 3, waiting for conditions to continue to improve as a building swell is starting to fill in with that dropping tide. And once again, as we've seen before in the earlier heats, a low-scoring affair as things start to get started, but midway through, you see the likes of Dimity Stoyle getting that 6.83, and then to be on top with a throwaway 0.9, that just shows you how challenging it is to find those gems.
It really is, and to keep in mind, that 6.83, she just had 2 snaps and then kicked out. So, you know, the judges are realizing just how difficult it is out there, and they're adjusting the scale accordingly, which I think is fair. So these scores are available, and again, I can't mention enough, if one of these girls gets off a couple of carves in a tube, they're out there. It's sure it's hard to find. It's going to be a huge score.
How about just the cost of a good tube here, though, on a low tide? Just explain to the viewers just how heavy the reef here is at Cloud Break. We keep hammering it home, but it's one of those things, if you just touch it and say, hey, buddy.
Well, it's an appropriate name, Cloud Break. You know, it's 2.5 miles away from Tavarua Island. It's in the middle of the ocean, and that's what gives it so much raw power.
Dimity Stoyle trying to get rid of the 0.9, finds a good shoulder to work with, starts to stand up, taking her time, drives the bottom turn, sends it up to the top, and it'll shut down on her. So Dimity Stoyle is done with that, but definite improvement on that 0.9. So she's trying to better her situation with under 16 on the clock. Now priority will shift back to Bianca. I'm sorry, so Bianca Payne-Dog and Malia Manuel and Nikki Van Dyke coming up in the next heat, as priority will shift out to the back.
You're going to see this snap right here is one of the better turns of the heat. She throws it up. Whack, look at that, tons of spray. I love this angle right here. You can see just how on edge she got stomping it down there. The wave didn't cooperate, but that was a good turn, so this is going to be a far better situation for her. You know, she's definitely going to get rid of that 0.9.
Scores dropping 3.67 for Dimity as we check in with Alana Blanchard. Takes a look. Alana now needing a 9.7, sitting on 2 throwaways, a 0.8 and a 0.3. Alana definitely needing to find her rhythm as Tyler Wright looks down the line. You can see her sizing it up. Can she make it around? Waiting for that bottom turn. She'll send it to the top as she has a lot of face to work with here. And quick kick out. You could just see her waiting for that section to cooperate, but she didn't like what she saw.
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought maybe she'd throw it up for a big ending maneuver there and there, but that's easier said than done. It's a lot of these moves out here, if you do throw it up, especially in that closeout end section, you're going to land in the flats, and that's a horrible way to finish your move. It's really tough on your legs and your ankles. And you can see right here, Tyler, as you mentioned, waiting for this wave to slow down. She wants it to cooperate, getting off just a check turn there. So she's thinking, okay, right when I get around this section, I'm going to open up, and it didn't cooperate there. You can see it bottom down on that shallow reef. You can see the wave closed out. She had nothing to do. Maybe she could have went for a floater, but it would have been a real high-risk move.
So a little bit of survival mode as well, too, when you talk about the low tide. We started making reference, but there's not a lot of water on the inside of that section. So it's one thing when you're watching from this angle, you're like, yeah, pull inside.
Yeah.
Pull in, go for the barrel, go for the big floater, but it's literally about, what do you say, about 1 foot to 2 feet on that small, towards the inside, towards Cisco Ops.
Yeah, I mean, you can finish that turn, and there's enough time to land it and sort of pancake fall, fall flat so you don't penetrate the water too deep and stick an elbow into the reef. But that being said, a lot of these maneuvers, when you finish, you land really tough and hard into the flats, and it's just super hard on your body, so it's understandable that they're kicking out and getting out of the way.
So under 14 on the clock here in Heat 5, Round 1. Dimity Stoyle doing a good job staying active. A 6.83 her high score, low of 3.67. Tyler Wright sitting on a 3 and a 2.57. Tyler Wright needing a 7.5, and the order for Alana Blanchard a little taller, needing a 9 as she has a 1.5 and a 0.8. Alana Blanchard just needs to find those waves to work with. Wave selection's been a little off, trying to find her rhythm here on the first day of competition at the 2014 Fiji Pro, the 5th stop of the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour.
Well, there she is on screen, and Alana, I will say that mistake she made earlier, she sort of almost got to her feet. It looked to me on screen, it looked like a good wave, and she got pushed around a little bit and ended up sort of body surfing and not quite making it to her feet to capitalize on that nice wave. So again, a mistake for Alana. She's made a lot of silly mistakes all year long, not collecting those scores that we're used to seeing her get. She is capable of being a top 5 surfer. So, this is not a good start for her here in Fiji.
It's interesting. We always talk about the atmosphere and the kind of like a summer camp vibe here. We're going to be talking about all for the next 2 weeks, those lucky enough ever to come to Tabarua. But you look at Tyler Wright, Alana Blanchard, teammates. You have breakfast together as they did before this heat, and then it's out into the water where you, as you say, have to flip the switch for the kill instinct.
Yes, and you can see the judges' tower right there. That's the only source of something to grab a hold of in terms of your eyesight, where you can line up out there, because you are in the middle of the ocean. If that tower wasn't there, it'd be really tough to line up. So the girls are going to keep their eyes on that tower.
And Bianca Bettendog heading out for the next heat. Malia Manuel and Nikki Van Dyke, another interesting heat, and a lot of people excited to see Bianca on her forehand here. We know how powerful her backhand attack is, as she challenged Stephanie Gilmore, 5-time world champ, at the first stop at Snapper Rocks, getting the 2nd place finish there. So looking forward to the next heat, but right now still a lot of work for Alana Blanchard, needing the 9, and Tyler Wright hunting a 7.5. Tell you what, if Dimity were to get this win in Round 1, it would be a huge, huge spring to her campaign. As we see Nikki Van Dyke, all smiles, wants to get some quality cloud break.
Yeah, Nikki Van Dyke, she showed a lot of courage in the first few events. So look for her to throw it up out there. Maybe she'll go for that last big float and pin a score that she might need. So, and if you're thinking, what's the advantage of being on your forehand out here for Bianca in the next heat? And that's basically her right foot's forward, meaning she's facing the wave. So it's easier to predict what the wave's going to do. If you need to speed up or slow down, it's a bit of an advantage over someone who's facing the other way.
Alana Blanchard, once again, some white water to work with. A slow foam climb, gets a little caught up, and she'll slip out the back. So maybe a little slow to get go on that wave.
Not quite finding her feet. She looks a little out of sorts out there. So let's see if she can find something.
So 10.5 on the clock. Dimity Stoyle still sitting on the 6.83 and a 3.67. Only 3 waves ridden by Dimity Stoyle versus Tyler Wright. Twice as active, as you can see, sharking in the lineup. Tyler Wright looking at that inside section, trying to find just a clean one, as they're far and few between right now on this shifting tide, building swell, as we hit the 10-minute mark here in Heat 5.
Tons of time left. It's only top 2. That means each person's going to take their best 2 waves. So with 10 minutes to go, you could still win this heat. Even for Alana, she needs a 9, but if she collects a couple of mediocre scores, she could fly into the lead. So this heat is far from over.
And we've seen so far in previous heats too, it's usually come down, if I'm doing the right math, it's come down to the last 5-6 minutes in each heat where we've seen a little bit of a shift. And you can see Tyler Wright under priority. Priority sitting with Dimity Stoyle. She's a little farther up, and in the pink jersey, that's Tyler Wright, Alana Blanchard in the blue, and Dimity in the white. You can see they're right on each other, and Dimity trying to hold on to that priority and utilize it properly in the last 10 minutes. And this is a good shot of the inside of the reef, as it's deceiving when you see that layer of water from 6 inches to a foot. Just shows you how raw and exposed that reef is.
Yeah, it's a huge difference between high and low, and you can see when it gets exposed just how treacherous it is. It's uneven, it's jagged. A lot of that coral is alive out there. As you mentioned, there's fire coral where you just touch it and you're going to be burning for hours and hours. So, it's live by the sword, die by the sword, so to speak. It creates a perfect wave, but you just don't want to, hit it too hard.
And it's really telling when you have the world's best surfers. Everyone has left a little flesh on whether it be restaurants or shish kebabs and out at Cloudbreak. Even our own Strider Wazalewski, he's got a little tattoo on the lower back.
Yeah.
It's not so much a tramp stamp, it's more of a coral, like, hey, I paid my dues.
Yeah, I've left some skin out there as well, and it's easy to do, and there's no way to avoid it really. Even if you play it conservative or if you're the risky type, it's either way, it's easy to have a little slip up out there and pay a visit to the bottom.
As we take a look there, Malie Manuel up against Bianca Batendog and Nikki Van Dyke in the next heat, but still time remaining in Heat 5, Round 1. And Dimity Stoyle, by virtue of that 6.83, as we'll take a look back at that wave, it's definitely tipped the scales for her so far in this battle.
Well, it's all about this first turn right here. This is the best one of the wave. Slam right there, lots of spray out the back, and she gets off a second one. You can see that back foot, a lot of power right there, stomps it, another spray. So you can see, how much projection you need to have to go down the line out here. It's such a fast wave. It doesn't slow up enough for you to do, finish your turns. You have to sort of cut them off a little short so they can keep going down the line. So those 2 maneuvers were done with a lot of speed, and that's why the scores went as well as they did.
Well, still time remaining for Tyler Wright, who is needing a 7.5. Alana Blanchard, her situation remains the same, needing a 9, a big score. You could say a self-imposed combination situation, as she'd be looking to get just even a slightly better score than that 1.5 and then build from that. So a 9 would be a tall order, but as you point out, a couple turns and a quick in and out barrel, you can find yourself way in the excellent range here at Cloudbreak.
Well, there's just under 7 minutes left, so she still has time to get 2 waves. Dimity's winning, but she only has 10.5, so that, basically a 5.5 and a 5, and you're right there with her. So this heat still far from over, but she's the one. Dimity is in control. She gets rid of that 3.67 with a 5, and then it's going to be really difficult for the other 2.
Are you Dimity? Do you hold on to priority, or do you try to get rid of that 3.67? At what point do you ditch the priority and say, I need to, grab and build something here?
I'm keeping a firm memory of that 6.8. I'm thinking, you know what, that wasn't that hard to do. I just need to grab a wave and do 2 slices on it, and I'm right there. And then, it's going to be really hard for Tyler and Alana to catch me. So you're not holding on to anything. You're trying to improve on that 3.6.
I think all the fans out there watching around the world, there's been so much talk about this incoming swell. I mean, they want to see some serious barrels here. They want to see Tyler Wright, pull into some big, massive barrels here at Cloudbreak. And they know that the potential and the ability is there. They just need the conditions to serve it up.
Well, in time, I think it'll come. We have good 3 days of swell coming, so we're going to see a lot of tubes.
And a good shot of just how far Cloudbreak is from Tavarua. It's a good jaunt on the boat. as taking the look back, and the judges' tower would be you'd be camera right here, and not an easy thing to triangulate when you're in the lineup that far out.
Yeah, and this is a shot from the island, Pat, and now we're looking as we pan into the tower. It's about 2.5 miles away from the island. It's about a 5-7 minute boat ride out to the lineup there to go surfing. There's a wave restaurants that actually peels around the island itself. This is called Cloudbreak, so it's way out there. It's a great name for it, because when you're looking at this surf from the island, it looks like a cloud. It looks like something that's breaking way out to sea, and that's what gives it that trademark power. It's literally in the middle of the ocean.
You've been here so many times. What is it like those mornings where you look out at Cloudbreak and you see literally big, massive thunderclouds, cumulus clouds on the water? That's what it looks like when there's a lot of swell.
Well, there's a nice little tree house, a lookout spot with some binoculars. You can go up there, grab those binocs and take a look out there, and if you see some holes in the ocean with some offshore wind, you are running to that boat, because that means it's game on. It's one of the best feelings in the world.
Well, just under 4.5 on the clock here in Heat 5, Round 1. Dimity Stoyle still on top, and a good look at just how much reef is starting to come to the top side here. Low tide, incoming swell, as all surfers trying to deal with some challenging conditions here on the tide shift and the incoming swell. Tyler Wright needing a 7.5, and Alana Blanchard needing that 9, and you can see a little hustle there, and it will go to Dimity Stoyle utilizing priorities. She finds a bumpy one on the inside, and she'll have to kick out as it unloads on the inside of the reef. 3:40 on the clock.
Well, you could see that wave not quite cooperating for her. You know, she's just desperately trying to get rid of that 3.6. I guarantee she's not comfortable with her lead. She knows that these girls are capable of some big scores. So she lost priority there. So the door is cracked open just a bit.
So Tyler Wright, as we mentioned, a 7.5. That's the score she is hunting for. And Alana Blanchard needed a 9. Now with 3:20 on the clock, time ticking down. Remember, round 1 non-elimination round. Second and third place finishers, they will get a second chance in round 2. However, the winner advancing directly to round 3. And we'll have to wait to see how far we're going to be going through the rounds today. With the conditions, we'll be waiting for the official call. Just how far we're going to be going through the women's competition here at the Fiji Pro, as we are under the 3-minute mark. Now a little bit more intense. Alana Blanchard needing a 9. Would have to be a magical wave. Driving down the line, and she'll hit the eject button and goes down.
Wow, hopefully she got out the back. Believe it or not, that was by design, folks. She was trying to feet first sort of needle dive into the face of the wave, so she could project through the bottom and get out the back. You don't want to skim down the face and sort of, you know, by mistake body surf this thing, because then you roll into the reef, and that's when you can get cut. So she was sort of needle diving to try and get out the back.
So body surfing cloud break on a low tide, not recommended. Duly noted. As we check in with Tyler Wright on her backhand, needing a 7.5, has some face, gets a turn at the top, waits for it, starts to suck off, and then she has to go for the dismount again. So unfortunate for Tyler. Looked like there was some face there. Had that one turn, but maybe a little too patient.
Well, it looked like she's holding her waist. I'm not sure now. I think she's okay. She's kicking out there. You know, this is not a huge score. You think 7.5, wow, that's a big one. But keep in mind, Dimity is 6.8. That was just with a couple of quick snaps down the line. So Tyler is not out of this. She just needs a wave to slow down enough where she can get 2 big cracks. That first turn was nice, but only 1 turn. So it's not going to turn the heat. Let's see if she can get a wave to cooperate.
1.5 on the clock. Dimity Stoyle takes a look. She's only looking to ditch the 3.67. Tyler Wright needing a 7.5. Tyler Wright's scores a 3 and a 2.57. She will better her situation, that being Tyler Wright, as scores drop a 3.93. Now Tyler Wright needs a 6.58 with almost approaching the 60-second mark here in Heat 5.
Well, that just goes to show you, she had that 1 turn and she nearly got a 4-point ride. So the score is there for her to take. She just needs a wave. That right wave, Sally did a good job in the heat prior. She caught smaller waves that peeled down the reef, allowing her to string together, 3 turns. So let's see if she can adjust.
So down to the last minute of competition here in Heat 5, round 1. All surfers Definitely acclimating to some challenging conditions, finding those little pockets. So far, it's been Dimity Stoyle. Went to town on that 6.83, as you pointed out, Ross. Not a lot of turns, but the quality definitely grabbing the scores and then sitting on that with a 3.67. And down to the last 30 seconds, I'll tell you what, this if Dimity Stoyle can make it through and Tyler Wright can't find the 6.58 or Alana with the 8, it'll be her third round 1 win of the season, which bodes well for Dimity Stoyle.
Well, I'll tell you what, this new swell that's coming is supposed to be south-southwest in direction, so I believe that right now with this energy, it hasn't really filled in, and it's going to get better and better. With that more southerly direction, it's going to peel down the reef better and allow these girls to really throw up some big turns, so I think the conditions will improve.
So it's official there. Dimity Stoyle leading the rookie charge, takes down Alana Blanchard and Tyler Wright. When we come back, Bianca Bettendorf, Malia Manuel, and Nikki Van Dyke take to the water here at the Fiji Pro.
Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Once again, Paradise revisited here at the Fiji Pro 2014. We just watched the rookie making the charge, Dimity Stoyle, moving on out of Heat 5, but in the water right now, Heat 6, Bianca Bettendorf, Malia Manuel, and Nikki Van Dyke. An interesting heat, a lot of excitement building to see Bianca, how she adjusts these conditions as we jump into the water. And it looks like Bianca, the first to strike, and sends it up to the roof. A lot of foam to deal with as it starts to soften up, but getting a little runner on the inside. Will she commit? Looking down the line. Big sweeping turn on the top, and just softens up a little too much. As right out the back, Malia Manuel, her first wave in the exchange on her backside, waits for the bottom turn. Beautiful turn to start things off with. Times it, waits for it again, sends it to the top, and a clean, quick carve. And making good use. A lot of open face. Malia Manuel looking very smooth, and you can see just the bottom sucking up and starting to stand up. So a clean wave from Malia Manuel, and then right behind that, Nikki Van Dyke grabs the little rail, almost getting covered, and then unfortunately getting sucked up and over. Hopefully Nikki Van Dyke, no reef touch for her on that one. So a lot of action right out of the gate, Ross. This is how we like to see heat start.
Wow, great transaction there between the three girls, and you can see Malia Manuel, one of the best waves we've seen ridden all competition so far. A couple of huge carves on her backhand, so she is looking deadly out there.
So looking back on the exchange, Bianca the first to strike, now on her forehand.
Yeah, we talked about Bianca maybe having a little bit of an advantage being a goofy footer out here with her right foot forward. Nice start to this wave. She climbed that lip. One big move here. Let's see if she can back it up with a second. She eyeballs this section, goes for the long cutty there. A little body language there. You can see her throwing up her arm, trying to sell it to the judges here. There's a different angle, looking from the channel into it. Crack off the top there, so a nice start. and she gets one more sweeping carve. Right when this wave slows down, she's going to see it, eyeball it, and throw it down right there with a little hand jibe. So 2 big turns, but this is the wave I really wanted to see. Malia Manuel perfectly timed right there, tons of spray right there, clean carve. This one's even better, really knifing out a little quicker. You can see all that spray out the back, weaving back and forth, and look how hollow this wave gets right here. It dredges out on the inside. She almost caught that nose, just barely getting around, and she wisely kicks out on the shish kebab section there.
Wisely. Very smart move by Malia Manuel. Obviously known for her style and flow, and initial score starting to drop, and it's looking like it's going to be in the excellent range as we wait for the final scores. And you can see lots of hustle. Malia finding the second wave, drives down the line. You can see her eyeing it up. She'll wait for the bottom turn. She'll send it up to the top, throws a good amount of spray. And that very smooth, a little bit solid, more solid on that second turn, just sends it up a little more vertical. And then Bianca, lots of waves coming through now as she takes her time, but quick wrapping cut, softens up a little bit, and you can see the amount of bounce she's having to deal with, and starts to speed up on the inside section, able to hang on, and she'll get a quick cutout. So great back and forth, interesting exchange there. But in terms of a comparison and contrast, that style and flow of Malia versus Bianca on her forehand, as we look at Nikki Van Dyke, she'll take a grab on this one and a quick in and out. But a little contrasting styles here between Bianca and Malia.
Well, what I'm loving right now is the conditions are definitely getting better. You can see all kinds of excellent scores about to drop, and these waves are starting to cooperate. They're slowing down a little bit, allowing these girls to open up maneuvers. Instead of the waves projecting down the line where they have nothing to do, you can see the pace of the wave. She's able to get off her second turn here. Nice carve there to open this wave, and then she backs up. Little rail catch there, but she composes herself, and she's going to finish off with one last little kick out there. So a great turn, but that backup wave from Malia might even be better than her 8.17. 2 huge backhand hooks, so we'll definitely get a replay of that one set up for you.
Scores dropping for Bianca's first wave, still waiting on that second wave score, a 6.3. So Malia, we still haven't seen scores drop for her second wave. She has an 8.17. Nikki Van Dyke throwaway the 0.7. So 2 throwaways for Van Dyke as she's looking to improve. Looking back on Malia's wave.
Watch how vertical she gets, and the reason is how good the bottom turn is right here. Stabbing it vertically right there. That's one of the best bottom turns we've seen all day, and it paid off with a huge snap. And a second one, look at how that wave dredged out. So 2 huge turns. I can't wait to see the score there for this wave. That could be better than her 8.17. So Malia is going to open up a huge lead right from the get-go.
Loving the back and forth. Lots of waves, a flurry of activity. It's how you like to see heat start off. Malia Manuel, a lot of talk too about how she's going to fare when conditions start to intensify. She took some time in the off-season heading out to Tahiti, so that's going to bode well, as 8.5 on the second wave, even better. So now Bianca and Nikki are in a combo situation. Ouch.
Yeah, thank you, judges, for backing me up, because I loved that wave. You know, I was excited, and I really believe that bottom turn, that first maneuver was critical. She really dug that rail in, and that allowed her to hit that lip vertically. That's one of the best moves we've seen all day. We're seeing a lot of cut downs and smooth carves, but not many maneuvers where the board's entering at 12 o'clock. So that was a great turn there for Malia, and she's got a huge lead.
So the question remains whether or not we'll be continuing onward and forward with round 2. Let's check in with Todd Klein and Strider Wasilewski.
Thank you, Pat. We're joined by our Women's World Tour Commissioner, Jessie Miley-Dyer. And Jessie, great start to round 1 here. We're in the final heat of round 1 right now. Are the women happy with the conditions, and will we see them get underway with round 2?
Yeah, you know, I think there's some really great waves going on for the girls at the moment. I just had a little chat with Steph Gilmore, and she was saying, you know, it's pretty much pumping out there, and you know, her and Carissa have both had great heats, but we're going to go straight into round 2, and you know, hopefully we get some really great surfing throughout the round.
Do you think going, you know, on down, we're going to see some more surf today? It's supposed to build through the day, and then there's, you know, forecasted for some amazing waves the next couple of days. You know, tomorrow double overhead, possibly, you know, even bigger, and then on Friday again. So What's it looking like for the next couple days?
Yeah, we've definitely got a lot of swell in the forecast. Tomorrow almost looks like it could be a little bit too big, in that, I'm hearing that there's a possibility that it could be washing through a cloud break. Obviously we have restaurants here as a backup, and, well, not even a backup, as a second option. I don't think you'd ever call restaurants a backup wave, but, we're blessed to be here that we have so many options, and to have, a great forecast with great swell, I think is, it's definitely a plus.
And Jesse, it's local time here. It's coming up on lunchtime, just about noon, so plenty of light left in today. There's only 6 heats in round 2. Any chance we'll see round 3 action today?
I think we are going to. Well, I am going to leave that on hold. Obviously, as this swell starts filling in throughout the day, and it's been cleaning up, all throughout this round. If we get to the end of round 2 and we're looking at great conditions, obviously we're going to push into round 3. But that'll be another decision just a little bit later on.
Alrighty, well, thank you, Jesse. The good news is we will have round 2 of the women hitting the water following this heat, and the forecast is looking promising, guys. So a full day of competition here to kick things off day 3 of the waiting period.
Thanks a lot, Todd. Great news. Pat Parnell along with Ross Williams back in the booth. The front row seats here as we watch things unfold here in Heat 6, Round 1. It's going to be interesting, too, that Round 2 elimination round as things start to get a little heavier with as we look towards the later in the day. That's where things are going to get a little more heated.
I'd agree. And there's one thing we're learning out here is this wave can be a little moody, just like any other A+ wave. But that's just that's what happens when you have so much water moving around with tides and wind and all that. But what I like to see is in Heat 6 of this first round, it's improving, Pat. It's getting a lot better out there. I believe the next 6 heats in round 2 there's going to be some excellent waves. So it's going to be hard for them to even call off round 3. So they'll take a look at it. And, we've had a rough couple of heats. We've had the girls had to deal with some long sections, but the good news is the waves are improving.
We've seen moments of promise for sure. It's just that wanting, that desire, that hunger. We all want to see some barrels out here at Cloud Break. Even when you see the progressive surfing at the smaller sizes, it's one of those things. When you come to Cloud Break and there's no tubes, you do feel a little shortchanged.
It is a rippable wave. That being said, of course it's a tube, and everyone loves barrels, but some of my fondest memories out here is of guys like Annie Arns doing backside hooks.
Well, Nikki Van Dyke on her backside. Nice sloping, soft turn to start it off. She'll send it a little more vertical on turn number 2, sends a lot of water out the back, and softens up on the inside, but gets 2 turns on that, and she'll kick out the back. Nikki Van Dyke in a combo situation, as well as Bianca Batendog. Malia Manuel on top by the strength of that 8.17 and an 8.5. So Malia just doing a great job of getting to work early.
Yeah, you can see it right here. Nikki Van Dyke eyeballing this section and stabs it. That's a great turn for Nikki. Again, a great bottom turn for her, much like Malia. Unfortunately for her, this wave fizzled out and she was forced to kick out, but a nice turn for her. Maybe that'll give her some confidence moving forward.
23.5 on the clock, and those of you just tuning in, the official call was made. We're going to be continuing on right into round 2 surfing here at the 2014 Fiji Pro. Nikki Van Dyke remains in the combo situation, and talk about that physical power. The Phillip Islander, 20 years old. If anyone can flourish if the conditions get more challenging, it's the likes of Nikki Van Dyke, not afraid to just lay into it when she has to.
Yeah, and she's got some meat on her bones. These are all powerful athletes, so she's going to be able to muster up some big moves out here with this power. There's so much raw energy out here. You need to be able to handle it. So someone like Nikki can definitely come to the call of duty out here in Tavarua. But that being said, Malia just looks so good on those first 2 rides, and that, keep in mind, that was within 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, she literally could almost come in. She's got 2 excellent scores, so what a way to start your round.
Well, we're definitely seeing the impact of the Hawaiian prowess here so far. Hawaiians definitely stepping up in these conditions, and Malia Manuel just representing that style and flow factor. Interesting story on Malia Manuel. Started surfing when she was 2, and by surfing I mean on her dad's shoulders. Both mom and dad surf, so it was basically a no-brainer. She was definitely going to end up in the water. You could say she was baptized in the waves, but then started competing by age 8, and when you have that much surfing in the family, it's hard to avoid becoming as good as she is.
Amazing upbringing there on Kauai, such a beautiful place, and her father is here with her on Tavarua, as well as Coco Ho's dad, who we all know, Michael Ho.
Yeah.
They're staying together. So awesome families there staying together and so much history.
Oh, the dads have been taking some free surfs as well. I saw Malia's dad catch a screamer, albeit small cloud break on the first day we got here, but definitely a capable, rippable surfer. And tell you what, it's great to see Malia doing a great job here in Heat 6, Round 1, finding her flow. So far for Malia, definitely trying to get her her rhythm for the 2014 year. She's 2012 Rookie of the Year, and just trying to get that rhythm midway through the tour. Wants to hit that reset button.
Keep in mind, Malia had one of the best performances all year. That heat with her and Carissa on the Gold Coast was one of the best heats, men or women all year long. You know, so her performance level is through the roof. She really could be, you know, a world champion one day. I think she's just gonna, you know, she's still somewhat new to the game, and she's gonna have to clean up those little mistakes that you know, girls that are fresh on tour make. But once she does that, you know, she's a contender. What's that like as a competitor when you do find your stride, you do find your rhythm, but you know, back in your day, Kelly would have still been in the mix, but you always come up against, say, someone like Carissa Moore, who's leading the charge at that point. Right. It can be challenging, you know. You really can't beat yourself over it. You know, if you surf to the best of your potential, and you still lose, then hey, you know, you have to just go back to the chalkboard and see where you can improve. But I believe Malia has so much talent that she can be right there with the best. As we jump in, Malia Manuel finds another wave, third wave of the exchange. She takes her time on it, sends it to the top, throws a lot of water up and over the back of the wave, softens up a little bit. She shows her patience, eyeing the lip again. Another solid turn for Malia, and she'll wrap it back into the pocket. Starts to stand up a little on the inside. Quick running section. She stays out in front and gets another turn. You could see just how shallow on that inside section. Regardless, she stays with it. She's looking to get rid of an 8.17, her top score an 8.5. That's incredible surfing right there. That's right there. You know, she might be doing it. 8.17, that's a tall order, but she surfed extremely well on this wave. Snap right there. Look at that huge risky move there, stomping on that tail. You can see the entire bottom of her surfboard, just showing how much power she put into that move. And then you can look at the pace of the waves. We talk about the conditions, Pat, and how it's slowing down the wave and getting a lot better. And that's allowing these girls to do maneuvers. Right here, as you mentioned how shallow it was, she still pegs a nice little snap right there, even releasing the tail of it. So I don't know if it's going to be better than a 8.17, but she is surfing on point. And she's showing an amazing variety in terms of how she's adjusting. A very chameleon quality, Malia Manuel. No matter what the wave serves up, it seems like she's adapting to that wave on tap. Yeah, she has a first place and a second place in small beach breaks in Australia at the Australian Open and the event down there in Newcastle. So that's amazing for her to win in 1 foot waves, and now she's here at, you know, 6 foot cloud break and showing what she's got. Well, the situation for Bianca Beitendog, the South African, needs a 10 to climb to the top. Her high score, as we jump right back into live action, Bianca needing a 10 on this wave, and big turn, just swings it back, unloads, and another turn gets caught a little on the top section of that in the lip, but Bianca needing the 10 on that. As I started to say, Bianca Beitendog sitting on a 6.33 and a 6.67, and it shows you just how challenging Malia has made it for the rest of the surfers as scores start to drop on Malia's last wave, looking to throw out an 8.17. Watch this first turn right here, Pat. This is unbelievable. I love the way she positions her hands. Look at that, almost looks like Tom Curran in the mirror. Obviously she's goofy foot, but that was a huge carve there. Little hung up on that second turn, and then unfortunately for her, that wave closed out. So she was on to something big there. Well, in the midst of that replay, scores drop for Malia Manuel, 8.47. Now Bianca Beitendog in a combo situation, but as you're about to hear, she's very excited to finally be on her forehand in 2014.
It's so different from backhand to forehand. Like I said, every day I just surf rights, so I get really excited when I see a left. Even when it's just beach break, I'll somehow find a left. I think it's a goofy foot syndrome. But yeah, having this massive face just line up, and you're kind of having more freedom than you do on your backhand. More freedom to be creative, more freedom with speed as well. I get really excited. Just see us on the boat, all the goofy footers are like, wah! I'm so excited.
Rookie of the Year, happy to be in Fiji, as is every single person, whether they're a competitor or not. Such a special place, and when you're on your front side, your forehand attack here definitely allows you to eye it up. Bring that, in terms of the discussion, there's some waves that in previous years you'd say, oh, no way, on your backhand you'd be at a disadvantage. But a lot of ways we're starting to see where it seems like the backhand, you have that ability to drag and you kind of stall up a little bit easier. Where do you see Cloudbreak? Who has the advantage?
Oh, that's a tough one. Obviously some of the best surfers ever to surf out at Cloudbreak are on their backhand, which in the past, like you've mentioned, people used to chalk that up as a disadvantage. That myth has been blown out of the water. You look at guys like John and Kelly, and there's so many regular footers that surf pipe and Cloudbreak so well that you can't say it anymore. That's off the table. That being said, I always prefer being on my forehand. I love being able to stomp on my heel for power and being able to face the wave to predict when to slow down and speed up. So, I think it's more enjoyable being on your forehand, but on your backhand, these guys just know how to get it done.
Well, the situation, Malia Manuel still on top, way behind on a section, and she'll hit the eject button. Bianca Bettendog once again in a combo situation, and Nikki Van Dyke situation remains the same. And those scores 8.5 and 8.47. Malia Manuel, the Hawaiian, just showing dominance in Heat 6, Round 1. As we can see, lines continue to approach as the swell continues to build here on the first day of competition of the 2014 Fiji Pro for the women. And you can see taking a few on the head there.
What a start for Malia. I mean, her lunch is going to taste really good. She's got these girls in a huge combo, almost 17 points. So, there is 15 minutes left. It's not over, but she is off to a great start.
I'll tell you what, if Malia Manuel can hold on to the lead and take the win here, she'll earn 2 scoops for some plate lunch here, the Fiji Pro. When we come back, we'll continue with Heat 6 here from Fiji.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
You are watching the 2014 Fiji Pro, the women in the water right now. Pat Parnell along with former ASP CT campaigner Ross Williams, and so far we have witnessed Malia Manuel putting on a clinic here in Heat 6. Bianca Bettendog, the South African, and Nikki Van Dyke, the Phillip Islander, both in a combo situation. 13.5 on the clock as conditions continue to improve. We love seeing that, Ross, as you pointed out. Some workable sections, but before we get back to the contest, we check in with Rosie Hodge, who's with Dimity Stoyle.
That's right, thank you so much. I got Dimity Stoyle with me. It's a third win in an event, your first round win, a rookie on tour at the moment. You must be pretty happy. That's pretty consistent from you.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy to come away with a win in that heat. It was really hard out there, and Fiji's definitely not my strongest point, a big left-handers. So to come with a win against Tyler, and she's really strong, and yeah, I'm really happy.
And just tell me a little bit, there's been so much build-up, so much anticipation for the event. This is the third day of the waiting period, so you've had a couple lay days. Tell me about that anticipation that you girls are feeling.
Yeah, we've had so many days to just cruise and have fun, and I think a lot of us almost forgot we were at a contest. We thought we were just at a surf trip and surfing with each other and having fun. So yeah, it's been a really good trip so far, and to get the contest started is yeah, it's really good.
Okay, Dim, and with the rumours of the swell on the rise, and obviously that's going to be a big player coming into fact of challenging yourself. What's your game plan going to be going into those further rounds?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be challenging. I've heard there's a big swell on the way, and that's what everyone's talking about. So Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna have to go out there and charge. There might even be a chance that restaurants is pumping and we surf that really fun. So yeah, we'll wait and see. But yeah, I'm just gonna take every heat like as a fresh slate because I've never really surfed waves like this, and yeah, it's gonna be exciting.
All right, well, you're off to a good start. It's good to see you. Back up to you, Pat.
Thanks, Rosie. Congrats to Dimity Stroh. Great performance with her round 1 action. But right now it's heat 6 in the water right now. Bianca Bettendorf and Nikki Van Dyke still in a combo situation. And if you told me this morning, Ross, that Bianca and both Nikki Van Dyke would be a combo, I'm like, no way. It's not going to happen. But Malia just showing such grace and flow. And the technique is there. That's what's great to see.
Well, Nikki Van Dyke is no slouch, but Bianca's been came into this event hot. You know, she's got all kinds of momentum on her side, some of the better performances. So you're right, it is a little bit of a surprise. That being said, we've mentioned earlier, Malia's been surfing so well all year long. So she's off to a great start here with a couple of excellent scores, 3 excellent scores.
Yeah, and you mentioned Bianca Bettendorf had the 2nd place finish just behind Stephanie Gilmore at the first stop, but it was the 13th place finish in Rio, that interference call that definitely, she said it stung a little bit. She's obviously washed that off, but she is looking to obviously bounce back from that. As we can see, Nikki Van Dyke pulled in, looks like just from our perspective, slid a little too much and went down.
Yeah, she seems out of sorts out there. That was a funky wave choice right there. She tried to pull in, but that wave had no exit. So let's see if Nikki can hopefully readjust and position herself on those waves that Malia and Bianca are getting.
Well, a 16.98 combo situation for both Bianca and Nikki. And priority right now sits with Malia as we check out this last wave.
Yeah, she slides in there and the rail skips out of the water. But as you can see right there, there is no hole in the ocean right there. That's a mushy wave, so that wave shutting down for her. So a little bit out of sorts. So hopefully, you know, Nikki can readjust, and right now it looks like she might go to round 2.
As we see Bianca around a lot of white water, and she'll realize she cannot make it around. So Bianca, she'll eject as well. 9.5 on the clock. And the combination situation remains the same for both surfers. Priority still sits with Malia Manuel. And you were talking about the success Malia's had at other QS events, and reflecting back, I remember when she won the US Open when it was a 6-star. Right. And there's a lot of people every year, they're waiting for Malia to find her form. And I'll tell you what, if she continues on what we're seeing here, this could be the game changer for her.
I'd agree. You know what's funny about Malia is she's from Hawaii, so you'd assume that her sweet spot is all the big, powerful waves, but she gets it done in the small beach breaks, which is good for her because you can always improve pretty easily in big waves. Small waves, not as much. So I think she could definitely be something to watch for in the future.
Oh, a meaty one for Malia Manuel. Big drop, times it, waits for it. She'll send it to the top, insanely vertical with that first snap. And she'll have to eject, but I'll tell you what, big salutes for that first turn. What commitment. As we watch grabbing rail, she gets a little behind, can't make the drop in time, so Nikki Van Dyke unable to capitalize on that. And you can see Malia having to dive with little water, little room to get out of that one.
That's not fun. She is being ragdolled right there, just grabbing her board. She's gonna wear another one on her head.
Scrambling, trying to get through this. You can see just how shallow it is where Malia Manuel is. 8 minutes on the clock. Great performance up to that point, and we'll keep our eyes focused on Malia Manuel on the inside. She's able to still stay with the board.
I'll tell you what, it's not super risky in terms of her as we watch a replay here. This is one of the best turns we've definitely seen all event right there. Stab vertical, huge turn, actually airdropping out of the sky on one of the bigger waves we've seen ridden there. Look from the front, watch her stomp on her tail right here. And she releases that nose out of the water so she doesn't poke, and that was a crazy turn there. Only one move, but I tell you what, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, give her a 10. That was an amazing maneuver.
One and done. Malia Manuel showing a great conviction, commitment, and just composure on an incredible wave. And it was great to see her take her time on that drop. Big, slow drop, and waited for that section to stand up.
A well-deserved ride on a jet ski after she got pummeled by those waves behind. And I'll tell you what, it wasn't a huge risk as far as hitting the reef, but when you bail on those huge waves that we saw her get cleaned up by, it takes so much energy out of you. I mean, you are getting jostled around underwater. It's not fun.
How many times, maybe back in the early days, first time to Cloudbreak, were you wishing, man, it'd be nice to have a ski?
Oh, man. Yeah, this just to be able to take a breather, sit on the back of the ski, get back out there, let you catch your breath, and have a moment.
Yeah, and actually for the viewers, get to see more surfing when conditions are on.
Correct. Good point. You know, and that's what we want to see. We want to see a surfing competition, not a paddling competition. So, you know, she's all the way out in the top of the point now, and she's ready to go.
I'll tell you what, score's starting to drop for that one big turn, and it's definitely going to better her account. Not going to fare too well for Bianca and Nikki, as they're in the excellent range, a 9.03. Now she sits on that with an 8.5, so the combination situation intensifies for both Bianca and Nikki, a 17.54 combo.
I might give Richie Porter a kiss. I love that 9.03 there. One turn, so well deserved. I mean, that was good for any type of human on this planet. That was a crazy maneuver. So Malia, she is putting a stamp on this event.
Oh, so
she's got 4 crazy scores there, Pat.
Yeah, incredibly active. Obviously showing the waves of scoring potential are there. Bianca showing promise with the 6.67 and 6.8. But as we look back at the waves of the heat, this is the 6.67 for Bianca.
Bianca looks good. She's got some great forehand carves, clean wraps. I love her style. Obviously, you know, she's a tall girl and she knows how to use that leverage, but you can see the wave's not quite cooperating for her. On the other hand, Malia is totally in sync. She's got 4 crazy scores. You can see just how cooperative this wave is. It's peeling down the reef nice and slow for her, and that's allowing her to throw up those huge moves. And that was that 8.5. Nikki, a little out of sorts here. She did get a 5.3. So, you know, not a total loss for her. She's got something to work off of, but she's definitely going to work on her wave selection.
Well, the good news...
and this is the one turn, Pat. Look at this right here. Bang. Throws the nose up out of the water so she doesn't pearl. That was a beautiful turn there. She's going to gain a lot of confidence from this performance.
And a lot of respect from the rest of the competitors, for sure. I was going to say the good news, for at least for Bianca and Nikki Van Dijk, with 4:30 on the clock, round 1 non-elimination round. So they will go directly into round 2. And those of you just joining us, once again, we're going to go right into round 2 here today at the Fiji Pro for the women, as the last heat of round 1. Heat 6 in the water right now. Malia Manuel just on a tirade, able to stack up some excellent scores. All waves in the excellent range, 9.03 and an 8.5. And I'll tell you what, if she can maintain this pace and continue her that rhythm through into the finals, she's going to be the one to beat.
That's the only thing negative you could say about Malia is, you know, don't peak too early. People like to say that. You know, I wouldn't put too much merit into that. She's just absolutely in sync out there. There's nothing she can do about it. Every time she swings around, the wave just peels down the point. Keep in mind that 9-point ride was a closeout. She just did such an unbelievable maneuver out there that, you know, that was the score that was warranted.
But such a wedgie peak, that drop in. I mean, she was committed on that as well. It's been some great surfing so far, and we just anticipate conditions to improve. What we're seeing so far throughout this heat, probably the most wave-rich heat so far of round 1.
Well, we've seen some solid surfing, but this heat by far is, you know, been the best performances so far in this round.
Nikki Van Dijk, 3:15 on the clock, still in that combo situation. She'll take her time on this as she eyes down the line. She'll get a little grab, she'll pull in and unable to make it out, but grabs a little lock and load in the barrel, as Bianca, also in the combo situation, takes her time on the bottom turns, and it softens up. No barrel to work with, but a big wrapping carve off the top. Takes her time on the bottom turn and sends it up to the top with an eject.
That was a huge ejection. That was crazy. She really got airborne on that. And again, that's by design. She's trying to penetrate the water so that she doesn't hit the reef. But that was a crazy little exit there. You can see Bianca waiting patiently for this wave to open up, and there she slices a nice little carve. And right here, he presses the eject button to get out in front of her surfboard. That was kind of crazy looking, but believe it or not, that was on purpose.
So a little function with the dismount there for Bianca as we hit the 2:20 mark here in Heat 6, round 1. Malia Manuel having both Bianca and Nikki in a combo situation, and she's done such a good job right from the get-go of grabbing those quality waves. Great wave choice on Malia's part.
If I'm in Malia's camp, The one thing I'm really going to focus on right now for her is to contain her energy. You know, there's going to be some buzz around her after this performance. She surfed great, but you know, kind of alluding into that whole cliche of you don't want to peak early. I think there's something to be said about that. So she needs to, in terms of getting too much energy and buzz from this performance, she needs to really calm down and treat it like a win, and that's it.
Well, she'll have round 2 to let the nerves settle, as it looks like we see a little blood on Nikki Van Dyke, as we'll wait for the official report. We don't know where it's coming from there, so hopefully you know, not too much of contact. And we've seen this year Nikki Van Dyke, you know, having a rough go at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach,
yes.
hitting the rocks hard and then taking that board to the face.
Yeah, poor Nikki. She keeps connecting with the rocks, reef, her surfboard. It looks like she's okay. She's definitely coherent, so that's a good sign. She pulled into that little closeout. Not sure if she connected with her surfboard or the reef.
And she'll step out of the water as she'll be done with the heat. But just the shock factor when you do have blood coming down, when the water, you can never tell how severe the situation is. As we look back at what happened with Nikki Van Dyke.
Well, we watched this wave happen live, but let's see if we can figure out where she injured herself. You can see a nice long patient bottom turn here, and she goes, you know what, I'm gonna pull in. I think she knew it was gonna close out, but right there, that's a real sketchy way to wipe out. You know, her momentum and everything was going towards the reef. She sort of fell with that barrel. There's a good chance she connected with the bottom, so hopefully she's okay.
Almost aiming down in the barrel versus going across.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, it's so shallow right there. So when you have momentum and everything going down, you can penetrate that water. You can connect pretty quick. That's not the way you want to wipe out.
Well, we'll wait for the official update. Hopefully Nikki Van Dyke is okay as time officially runs out. Malia Manuel, a very, very dominant performance here in Heat 6. When we come back, round 2 takes the water here at the Women's Fiji Pro. Martin Potter and Joe Turpel step in for the call.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be. Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Fiji Pro as we are about to start round 2 action here at Cloud Break as they set the draw once again. The high seas surf against the bottom seeds after we finish a pretty epic round 1 with challenging conditions out here at Cloud Break as we touch on the results from the last heat. Joe Chappelle, Martin Potter. Potts, what a performance from Malia Manuel, one of her best heats of her whole career.
17.53, and you know what was impressive, Joe, was that one committed turn. And it just goes to show the judges are not scared to throw big points for that commitment that Malia Manuel showed. Now, during that heat, Nikki Van Dyke hurt herself. We'll try and get an update on that as soon as possible, but we hope she's okay. She's been in the wars this year, Joe, and I tell you what, she's a tough girl.
That's right, Potsy at the board to the face, back at Bell's Beach, had the black eye, recovered from that, went to New Zealand to compete in the 6-star and had some brilliant turns at Rio de Janeiro. She was looking forward to this matchup, and now we'll see what's going to happen because Nikki Van Dijk is supposed to be in this very first heat with Laura Enever as we start the one-on-one format. Now it is sudden death, where we will start getting into the $250,000 prize purse. $8,000 will be given out to anyone that loses in this round. The thing in with Nikki being in this first heat, they're going to give her a little bit of time before we get round 2 started.
Yeah, well, she might need some medical attention. Apparently stitches are involved, so we hope she's okay, and she's going to be paddling back out. Let's have a look at the recap though, Joe. That was some crazy stuff went down in that last heat, and by far one of the highlights of the day so far, Joe. I think that swell is we're starting to see a bit more south. It's opening up a bit more for the girls, and you know, Malia tagged a couple of brilliant waves.
Well, those were the kind of conditions we were really hoping for on the opening day here on day 3 of the waiting period. We wanted to see them have plenty of time to showcase their backhand surfing. Malia Manuel talked about her coming into this event. She wanted to be a little more groomed on her backhand. It showed no weakness in this last heat, dominating over Bianca Buitendog and Nikki Van Dijk as we take a look back to that last heat of round 1, heat number 6. Definitely one of the most exciting heats of this opening round, Potts.
Yes, absolutely right. You know, Bianca, we were always going to know she's going to come out firing. Nikki would never give up. She's a fighter. And Bianca started off well with some massive open-face carving maneuvers. Probably enough to win most heats today, Joe. Unfortunately, coming up against the juggernaut, Malia Manuel, who absolutely had a cracker.
Well, we see the range of Bianca, but then compared to the finesse and the timing of Malia Manuel, she knew when to turn. Just roller coastering to big moments like that where she would attack it off the top, kept progressing down the line with big hammers, and her wave selection is perfect. Every time she looked at a wave, it seemed to be the better waves of the heat.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, Nikki surfed well. Just, you know, out here at Cloudbreak, you need to be on the good ones. You know, there's a big difference between those nice long scoring rides and the ones Nikki was getting. You can see how it fizzles out a little bit. Now this was that one committed turn from Malia. She comes off the bottom and absolutely smashes the top of that wave. Free falls back down. Total commitment there from Malia Manuel, and dives off. She got caught inside by the set. This was the wave that injured Nikki, and you can see she pulls up and she goes down with the lip there, going over that outside rail, and we see some blood there. So Nikki Van Dijk made contact with the bottom, and we hope she's okay. We'll try and get an update on her situation, but we're still waiting for her to get back out in the water.
So right now she is with the medics getting stitches in her face, and we'll let you know if she's going to be able to compete in a few minutes. Still moments to the start here in round 2. We'll be back in Fiji right after this.
Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Thanks for being with us here on the island of Tavarua. You're watching the Fiji Pro. We've completed the opening round for the women's competition on this big opening day. Challenging conditions as cloud break have provided some tough sections, and none tougher than the one that Nikki Van Dijk had to deal with in her last heat. Went face first into the reef as she's dealing with the medics right now. And then we'll have round 2 on standby due to Nikki being in that first matchup against Laura Enever. Joe Trappell alongside former world champ Martin Potter. As we look on, Nikki's dealt with some pressure in the past, trying to come back from injury. Remember back at Bells when she hurt herself in the morning, she was still able to throw down some big turns when she put the jersey on.
Yeah, you know, as we said before, you know, Nikki's a tough girl, and, you know, she's going to try and regain her composure, and hopefully she's okay to get back out in the water. We heard she's getting stitches, so she did do some damage. No surprise though. I mean, this is a wave of consequence, and you know, we just hope that she's okay. You know, a couple of surprises today, Joe, in round 1. Sally Fitzgibbon, no surprise, she made it through. Carissa Moore on fire. Tyler Wright going down to Dimity Stoyle. I think that was a little bit of an upset there. And the opening heat of the day, Paige Harrop taking down the 2 highest seeds in Lakey Peterson and Coco Ho. So a couple of upsets, but you know, the usual suspects still in the game.
Well, that's true, Potts. The major stories there, you highlighted them real quick. Paige Harrop being the dark horse on her forehand. She still mentioned how challenging it was to get the turns off that she did have in that first heat. Dimity Stoyle leading the rookie contingent, sending Tyler Wright to the second round just for the second time this season, as you see Nikki Van Dijk just trying to hang in there on the boat and waiting for a decision to be made if she will be able to compete. We've seen this happen in the past. Remember the unfortunate incident with Courtney Conlog where she had to let go of that quarterfinal matchup with Malia Manuel and anticipate her return. And hopefully Nikki can get a moment so she can compete against Laura.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think she's on the boat. She's coming back to the island, so I think she's going to receive attention back here. Now, whether or not they will run her heat, whether or not they're going to allow her time to regather.
Well, let's check out what happened here, Potts. This is the way. Is anything she could have avoided right here?
You know, she pulls up into the barrel and she gets kind of high, and you can see how she went down with the lip. Now, when that lip hits the water, it separates, and Nikki's kind of gone down with that. So there was literally no cushion between her and the reef. When you're grabbing the rail, your hand's holding the rail, so you haven't got your hands out in front of you. So she's obviously taken the impact on her face there. So it's a real tragic circumstances at the moment. And as she makes her way back to the island here, we'll try and keep you guys updated. I'm sure the family and friends are at home watching that nervous moments here for Nikki.
Well, Nikki on the boat back, which would mean that Laura Enever would have a walkthrough into round 3 to compete possibly later on today. So that would just move all the heats up. A tough one for Nikki Van Dijk in her rookie year on tour, dealing with some hard knocks on the way on her rookie debut. She was excited to come to Fiji. She has her brother Joe along with her, so she brought some family with her. She got here nice and early. She's been enjoying the free surfs, but they didn't really get to see it with this kind of size yet. These kind of tube sections which are warping. We've have Shane Beshin standing on and watching a lot of these heats go down. He was talking about how imperfect these sections can be at times, and it was only a matter of moments till we had a serious wipeout go down.
You know, it's got west in it, which is actually the kind of direction you really want out there, but with the size, it's shutting down. Had it been a little bit bigger, we would see that, you know, that wave rifling off down the inside and some big barrels on hand, but it's that awkward size right now where, you know, and we touched on it before, when it's a bit smaller like it is, you end up right on that reef. You know, it's super shallow, the tide is dead low, and obviously that wave taking Nikki down with her. So she makes her way back to the island. Unfortunate circumstances for young Nikki Van Dijk, but I'm sure she'll come back strong.
So she'll be bouncing back and getting ready for the next part of the season. Coming up next will be Coco Ho and Joanne DeFay. We'll now have to transition quickly. They're getting the call up saying now that they're going to be starting in just a few minutes. Now let's take a moment to get a little bit more insight on this break called Cloud Break, and let's go to our highlighted surfer, Malia Manuel, will walk us through.
the boat all set? Maybe we get a boat out to Cloudbreak? Yes. That's how you schedule a boat. Just ask Roy. I've been here a few days. Luckily, there was some room on the island before it opened up to the competitors. So just catching that first boat ride from the main island to Tavarua, and you're just looking at this small heart-shaped island, and you're just wondering like, wow, I can't believe, you know, I get to stay here for a week, and just with all your close friends on tour, and all this blue water and funny, friendly people. It's an awesome experience. Cloudbreak is an amazing, amazing point break wave, just breaking on the shallowest reef. Just the coral underneath is spectacular, and just what you're surfing on top of is amazing. And there's a few different takeoff spots, so when you take off, you kind of have a nice roll-in section to kind of have some time to, you know, get to your feet and race to the west reef. And it's just a beautiful experience to be out there and looking in and seeing the judges' tower too. Restaurants is obviously right in front of Tavarua Resort's restaurant, and it seems like the perfect wave. It's just around the bend from Cloudbreak, and you know, you just sit at the restaurant and watch all these perfect waves peel through, and hopefully we get you know, 1 or 2 days out there because it just seems so perfect. The whole tour is usually a front side for us regular footers, so it's going to be challenging just to go backside. You know, I haven't been practicing backside as much as I'd like to. You know, just figuring out different boards and just getting the feel for the island life again.
Malia Manuel with the GoPro breakdown, checking out one of the best left-handers in the entire world. Has a lot of different moods that it could swing through at a moment's notice. On small days, it comes down to turns. The shallow reef is always a huge force to be reckoned with, and also providing some of the best free surfs of all time in surfing history. We go back just a couple of years, Potts, when we saw maybe one of the best paddle-in sessions right here on the same reef.
Yeah, you know, just a crazy wave. And we see Nikki still making her way in. So, you know, Malia showed you a little bit of that reef when she was swimming underwater. It's live coral, it's razor sharp, and, you know, you don't really have to hit it that hard either. You know, just a glancing blow, and you'd cut to shreds. You can see there. Those are the bits and pieces that stick up that really get you. That's pretty similar to what's out the back at Cloudbreak. So you've got to be very careful. You know, and it's dead low tide right now, so super shallow. There's no forgiveness whatsoever. So you know, this is a wave that you can't take lightly. You've got to be on your game. You know, you can't make mistakes. If you make mistakes, it's going to come up and bite you. And unfortunately, that's what's happened to Nikki. So we hope she's okay. We see her being comforted by her brother, and I'm sure the medical staff will be right onto it, making sure she's okay.
Well, Nikki Van Dyke had to deal with this similar situation. This one looks a little bit tougher for Nikki because she's unable to compete. But back to Bells, before we got started, she was just free surfing. Her board popped up, and just a freak accident hit her in the face. She had to shake it off quickly because she had a heat with Carissa Moore. She was still able to fight all the way throughout this heat, but the bricks came up on the inside, and she had to deal with a terrible wipeout once again, Potts.
Yeah, which just goes to show this young lady, she's a fighter. She's tough. You can see right here, look, she just rides straight up and onto the reef there. So Nikki's, you know, she's no stranger to pain. She's, you know, she'll go for it at any opportunity whatsoever. But unfortunately, not getting the nod there against Carissa. But this was unfortunate. You see, she draws off the bottom, grabs the rail, and you can watch how she goes down with the lip. She was heading down, which is not a good thing. You've got to be kind of traversing across. And if you fall, then you've got some sort of cushion. But just because of the angle she was traveling down with the lip. The lip, once that lip hits the water, it kind of makes a hole, Joe, and that's where you go straight down the mine shaft and meet with the bottom pretty quickly.
Tough one for Nikki Van Dyke, but such a fighter. Unfortunately, not able to surf in round 2, and she's out of the contest. Coming up next, we will bring out Coco Ho against Joanne DeFay.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
Beauty, a million forms of expression. We have seen beauty, and she is powerful.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Bula, and welcome back to the beautiful island of Tavarua in Fiji. You're watching the Fiji Pro, and just another update as we start round 2, heat number 2, Kokoho versus Joanne DeFay. We're supposed to have Nikki Van Dyke and Laura Enever kick things off. We had Nikki go down face first in the barrel, getting stitches to her face. She's taking the boat in back to the island to receive attention, but she still has a chance of competing. At the end of this round, she would have gone back-to-back heats from round 1, heat 6, to the first heat of round 2 due to the seeding situation. It looks like officials will still have a possibility to let Nikki Van Dyke surf if she's able to recover quickly over the next few heat spots.
Yeah, you know, it's an unfortunate incident, you know, and I think that she deserves another shot. Like if they can afford to maybe hold her heat off till the end of the round, give her an hour or two to recover and get back out in the water. I mean, if she wants to do that, I think that she should be given the opportunity.
So hopefully Nikki Van Dyke will heal quick and get the attention she needs so she can compete to stay here in the Fiji Pro as we transition to round 2, heat number 2. It's Kokoho back in the lineup once again, and Joanne DeFay, the rookie from Reunion Island, who showed some signs of brilliance in the challenging conditions this morning and almost took out Stephanie Gilmore.
Yeah, you know, Steph had to really dig deep in that heat, Joe. You know, Joanne DeFay, she's no slouch in these left-hand point break situations. You know, growing up in Reunion, cutting her teeth in the breaks of St. Lou, which is an awesome left-hand point break. Reef, very similar to the bottom out here at Cloud Break. So she's going to feel at home, and Coco's got her work cut out for her, that's for sure.
So a big heat on paper, just the one-on-one heat. Still, the priority system is applied, just with 2 surfers now as they both anticipate the start of this matchup and try to avoid that equal 13th place result here in Tavarua, Fiji. It's been a long time since the women got to compete here. We go back to 2006 when Melanie Redmond-Carr ended up winning this event.
Yeah, you know, Melanie's she's a charger from Western Australia. She loves the big gnarly stuff, so this wave suits her style of surfing down to a T. You know, going back to this heat, Joe, this is a rematch from Rio. These 2 girls had a battle. Coco had her against the ropes, and Joanne came fighting back at the end and posted the highest score of the heat, but just fell a little short. So it's going to be a little bit of a battle out there, I should say.
It sure was. We remember what happened. That decision back in Rio was made on the sand. They run out of time. Joanne had the wave that could have made the difference and came very close to taking out Kokoho, and now Joanne's going to have another chance with a little bit better venue for her to really showcase her skill on this left-hand reef break. Kokoho learned a lot from that opening heat that she had. She had nice single maneuver sections to work with, and now she's going to try to get a few more turns in later on down the line. With the tide bottoming out, how are the conditions looking for you in round 2, Potts?
You know, that wind looks like it's gone a little bit more offshore. The swell looks like it's gone a little bit more south. So yeah, I'm liking the conditions. You know, just a little bit more water on the reef, I'd be a little happier. You know, I'd like to see these girls not get hurt anymore. Thank you very much. But you know, it's a tricky wave, and you know, it's these girls expect that. You know, they come here, they know that they're going to be tested. They know it's dangerous. But you know, and they're not scared.
Let's look back, Pods, to Rio de Janeiro, where we had this matchup with Coco Ho and Joanne Defay. They used all this little fun peek in the lineup. Coco Ho showing her strengths on the rights, opening up with quick reaction turns, but she left the door open just a bit when this dream left came to Joanne Defay and came up just short.
Yeah, we can see Pops there losing sleep, and you know, Coco served really well. You know, she found her momentum at Bells Beach, but this was the wave right here that Joanne came back, and you can see she loves her backhand, just opening up with some big turns, throwing the fins out, posted the biggest score of the heat, and almost took it from Coco in the dying seconds. So it just goes to show, you know, heats aren't over till they're over, and you got to keep swinging until that hooter sounds, and Coco dodged the bullet there. You can see how she was taking a big sigh of relief there. So this is going to be a great battle. I'm sure Joanne's you know, remembering that heat in Rio, and see if she can pay back Coco.
Well, you start to see all these early rivalries start in 2014 on the women's ASP top 17. There's so few of them on tour. We see rematches consistently happening, especially on the top side when we get to the quarterfinals. We've almost had exact repeats of the heat draw coming in the first two and even third event of the season.
Yeah, you know, it's just the way the seeding, you know, that's unfortunate. I mean, Malia had Carissa, you know, every quarterfinal. Courtney had Steph Gilmore pretty much every quarterfinal. It's just the way the seeding goes, and I'm sure that will change as the year progresses. But you know, you want those tough heats as a competitor. You want to surf against the best. You know, and if you don't, it's kind of like, and you win, it's sort of almost like a hollow victory. You know, you want to win taking the best down. You know, it's like the guys on tour, they want to win a world title while Kelly's on tour. It just means that much more.
It sure does, as we still anticipate the start of round two, heat number 2. Coco Ho representing Hawaii. We have more Hawaiians on tour this year than we've had in a long time. You can go back in Fiji history. You go back to Megan Abubo when she won the first series back in 2001, and also Keala Kennelly, who's still among the world's best as far as charging is concerned.
Yeah, KK's she won the Big Wave Awards on the ladies' side of things for that massive barrel at Chopu. She is definitely not scared, that woman. You know, and then you look at 05, Sofia Milanovic, you know, from Peru, the only South American world champion to this day, and you know, she attacked it. She loves that. You know, growing up surfing, left most of her life in Peru. She came here and really attacked it. Now that year it was solid. It was solid 6 to 8 foot cloud break. So going back that far, the girls charged. Taking nothing away from girls today, they charge as well, but I tell you what, they got to step up to beat those performances.
Fun looking back, and it's been a lot of years in between events here at the Fiji Pro. Coco Ho surfing in this event for the first time, and obvious one for Joanne Defay being a rookie on tour as we've just started the clock. 30-minute heats now in round 2. Just the first place finisher will move on to round 3, which we're hearing is potentially still on standby with this swell on the rise and multiple venues like restaurants and cloud break. It could rise pretty significantly tomorrow, and we could see that restaurants venue change possibly tomorrow.
Well, you know, we're talking, you know, having a little bit of breakfast there, and Steph Gilmore walked over and sat down, and you know, she said, "Holy smokes!" You know, I saw Led Hamilton walk onto the island, and she's like, "How big is it going to get?" You know, and she was saying how they could possibly be surfing restaurants tomorrow, and she said quite possibly be sitting in the restaurant tomorrow because it's going to be so big. So, you know, the girls are a bit nervous, but once they're out in the water, they'll charge. You know, I expect nothing less from them.
So fun to have the anticipation on hand here at the Fiji Pro as we wait for the start of this heat. Coco Ho versus Joanne Defay, once again with the early rivalry just getting started in a completely different playing field now. For you, Pods, on conditions like this, or you have clear markers of where you like to sit to get the best waves in conditions like this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's, you know, but that just comes with practice in the water. That comes with time and where you want to sit, what waves you want to catch. You know, a few of the Hotbit brothers, they sit down right in front of the tower and they surf that shish kebab section pretty much completely. You know, it's with the west in it. You know, that's the hollowest section on the reef. You know, the more south it gets, the further up the point you sit. You know, you get that little roll in from up the top. You know, jam down the line and backdoor that inside bowl there. So there's a couple of different takeoff spots depending on what kind of waves you're looking for and what you want to do. So, you know, it's a big playing field. You can get lost out there too, Joe, and you know, you can sort of be in that no man's land, so to speak, where you're not far enough out, not close enough in.
As we see the wildlife getting excited out the back with just a few minutes off the clock. We think about round 2. And you see how these guys are going to bounce back. Remember, Coco and Joanne already surfed already today as they wait for their start, still putting themselves in position. Last heat, we just saw Nikki Van Dyke go down in a closeout barrel. Let's get an update on her injury over on the desk with Todd Klein and Strider Wasilewski.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. It's a really sad situation. I went down to the boat shed down there where the surfers come back, and they catch the boats and come back from the boats. And Nikki came in. She was in good spirits. She gave a thumbs up, and I caught up with Dr. Kramer, and he basically said she hit the reef and tore up her top lip, a little bit of the bottom. The good news is her teeth are all intact, but very unfortunate. You know just how shallow it is out there, Strider, and when you pull into those barrels like that, there's not much water underneath you.
Yeah, there's a reef in there. They call it shish kebabs, for a reason, obviously. It's really super shallow, and you always kind of think you can make it out of the tube and run it out and maybe jump off your board. It's not the case here. You come out of the barrel, you pull into the barrel in there, and you always want to get the extra, long barrel out of it, but unfortunately, you usually end up dry docked. And I got a little tattoo scar on the back of the lower back myself, so you can really, the bottom out there, it's alive, it's jagged, especially on the inside right there where she went down on the wave. It's just super shallow. So, even for the jet skis going to rescue, those guys have a really, really hard time.
Yeah, so extremely shallow out there, negative tide pots. So, it was really unfortunate. She was going for it. That's what you have to do to get those big scores. But unfortunately, she hit the reef right there. And we're not sure if she's going to try and surf again. We got to find out how crucial that injury was. Will she be able to bounce back from it? And we'll get an update from Dr. Kramer shortly.
My question was, is she gonna try and surf again? And are the prognosis stitches? Does she need stitches at all?
The unfortunate information that I was given, Potts, is that it wasn't a clean cut. It wasn't like a fin or something like that. It sounded like it was a bit jagged. Again, I didn't get a visual or anything on it, but very unfortunate. We got one of the best doctors though here on the island of Tavarua, Dr. Kramer. So if anyone can do it, he's going to do the best that he can.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Strider, for the update, and we'll wish the best for Nikki Van Dyke in her rookie debut on tour. She has a matchup with Laura Enever, which could possibly happen at the end of this round if she's able to compete. As we look at conditions right now, still staying fairly challenging with 25 minutes left on the clock. Still Coco Ho and Joanne DeFay scoreless at this stage. One of the big things, Potts, we talk about in any sport is confidence in your headspace. Round 2's always been this heavy round in professional surfing because you weren't able to come up with a win in round 1. How does that affect Coco and Joanne having to surf for the second time today?
Yeah, I think, it is a crucial round, and confidence does play a big part in any sport, surfing maybe even more so. When your confidence is up, you can tell by the surfers' performances. But round 2, to me, round 1 is an important heat. 1, because you can move straight through to the third round. Number 2, you're coming off a loss, so your confidence isn't quite up there. But the girls are going to take a lot of confidence out, especially Joanne. She really pushed Steph to the limits. Coco, did some really good moves, but just didn't find that connection. She didn't find that wave that allowed her back up turn. She was posting high 3-point rides for one maneuver. So had she fitted 1 or 2 more moves in on those waves, she would have been up at the 6 or 7 point range. So the girls have got to dig deep and remember that. They can't sort of let their bubble be burst because they're in round number 2. It just gives them another opportunity to surf this perfect wave called Cloud Break with one other girl in the water. So there are positives.
So still waiting with anticipation, Potts, to see how their confidence is going on their first wave. Passing through the first 6 minutes scoreless here in round 2, heat number 2, as we'll get a little more insight of what's happening right out front with Coco Ho spinning. She's going to glide into this one, fading the takeoff. And that little mid-face setup bottom turn. Snap to start, and now she'll start to drive. Didn't really give her too much, and she has to kick out. She'll take just a quiet lead, and Joanne DeFay will hold on to first priority at this stage. But we have a great forecasting system on hand. Surfline coming on board as the official forecaster of the Fiji Pro, letting us know a long time ago that we were going to get waves. Sat quiet on the first couple of days as we dive into the maps and seeing that solid southwest swell that we were anticipating for this week.
Yeah, it looks like it's strong through Wednesday, easing on Thursday. I'm looking at Thursday being the day. It's going to be pretty big tomorrow. They were forecasting in the 6 to 8 foot range. It looks more into the 10 to 12, maybe even 15 foot range through Wednesday. Thursday conditions look good. 3 foot over, 3 foot to double overhead. Southwest swell eases moderate. Easterly, southeasterly trade winds, which is perfect So, there's no real hurry, and if tomorrow looks too crazy for the girls, then, there's always the option to go through to Thursday. That's what we got waiting periods for. Maximize the good days and let those scary days go.
That's right. We have all the way till May 30th to crown a champion here in the Fiji Women's Pro. Today's Tuesday, and you see that spike for tomorrow, Wednesday, here in Fiji. So right now, committed to finishing round 2 and potentially round 3 while we have conditions like this on hand. Coco just gets a 1-5 for her start, and Joanne Defay still waiting quietly, letting 8 minutes run off the clock. 22 to try to take out Coco for the first time this season.
You're talking about confidence, Joe. It's going to be interesting whether Coco and Joanne saw Nikki come back to the main boat out there. Because that's something that really sticks in your mind. Your fellow competitors being quite badly injured. That's got to play on your mind as well. You then start realizing the consequences of riding this wave. So is that going to come into their performances? Are they going to be a little more tentative, which you can't afford to do out here? You've got to go for it. It's that kind of wave where you almost get out of trouble by having that attitude. As soon as you lose that confidence, you start hesitating, and that's when things can happen.
Well, a lot's going on in the headspace of all athletes around the world, and you have these surfers that are amazing at adapting to different conditions, and one of their biggest challenges presented at event number 5 of the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. We saw slower numbers to start. The judges want a reward, high risk, commitment in the pocket. Those powerful turns that we saw from Malia Manuel was so fun to watch. As we get caught up with the matchups once again, Laura Enever and Nikki Van Dijk could potentially surf at the end of this round. So we started with Heat 2. Coco, Joanne Defay still sorting out conditions right now. The big news though, Tyler Wright sent to the second round just for the second time this season, Potts.
Yeah, she's got Ella Williams, and Ella surfed well. For being a wild card, she really took to it. Tadia Weston-Webb, she had a great heat as well. Bianca surfed incredibly well. Alana's really got her hands full with that heat. Paulina Du surfed really well. Alessa Curzon, she went off, unfortunately, coming up against Carissa Moore, who had a great heat as well, posting some big scores. So round 2 is well and truly set. We're going to make sure we get through that, hopefully without any more incidents. And round 3 is on standby. So we've got a full day of surfing. We can see Michael Ho there in the channel just keeping a close eye on proceedings. Coco out in the water with just a 1.50 at the moment.
Well, whenever you have a rookie come on tour, you always put a lot of expectations on their back. We were able to catch up to Joanne Defay to really want to get into her headspace and hear what her goals were for 2014.
My goal is making top 10 and being consistent in every contest and surf every kind of wave, find some good boards, and in my surfing I'm powerful and I like carving and maneuver wave. I'm not that good in barrels, but I'm gonna get used to now.
Joanne Defay, exciting for the big task at hand of being a rookie on tour and trying to make the top 10 to re-qualify. Comes from a really special place called Reunion Island, where she was able to surf on her backhand, and hopefully at some stage in this event she'll get that practice and pull into a couple of big barrel spots.
Yeah, and she made note of her strengths, and it's important to know that, what you're good at, and she said it's my power. So, this is the kind of wave where she can unleash those powerful maneuvers, and the girls are still waiting for any kind of wave of substance to come through. So Joanne Defay with priority, she'll be hoping to open her account with something substantial.
And you think for Joanne Defay coming into this world's elite, you're surfing against some of the biggest names in competition, but also when you see on paper you're surfing against Coco Ho, and the Ho dynasty has been huge in professional surfing for decades. Does that haunt you as a competitor at times?
No, I mean, it's, obviously it is quite daunting having that sort of bloodline, that, the royalty of surfing, so to speak, to deal with, but here she goes.
Joanne Defay looking to take the lead on her opening strike. Casual fade back into the pocket to set up this inside track. Snaps it, keeping her composure. Nice and tight in the pocket, but didn't get too much to work with on the inside. Coco Ho takes a look at the next one, and she'll hold off and hold her first priority.
Yeah, we're talking to Shane Beshan, and he said there's a lot of closeouts coming through, and I think it's just due to the size. Once the swell picks up, we're going to see it really open up on that inside section. But at the moment, the girls have got to be careful. It is super shallow. The tide is on the way back in now, so it should start improving through the afternoon as we see Joanne on a bigger wave and it's that south. You can see it doesn't have a lot of wall on it, so she tries to cut back and wait for this wave to build up. Just biding her time, getting her feet in the wax, dusting out the cobwebs, and quite possibly the nerves after what just went down in that last heat of the first round.
An interesting role when you see in any contest. You talk about the challenges and the risk involved with a shallow reef, and you actually see one of your competitors, be victimized by that. Nikki Van Dijk still getting medical attention right now, but she'll be okay. We're just seeing if she's going to be okay to compete. With now 17:15 on the clock, Joanne takes the lead off Kokoho with a 3.33. Do you see the judges adjusting the scale according to the conditions in round 2, Potts?
Yeah, I think the judges are constantly keeping an eye on things. Obviously Cloudbreak notorious for the barrel, but at the moment it's all about the maneuvers. I don't think the girls should be looking for the barrel, especially after what happened to Nikki. So, they'll be looking for those big open face turns. Joanne just wanting to put the foot down and do some of those big carves on the open face. So, the judges will keep an eye on things, and as the conditions do change, obviously they'll be, adjusting that their criteria.
When you look at the top 17 in the world, Potts, and you see their strengths with forehand and backhand for Kokoho, do you like her when she goes left or right better, or is she about equally the same?
Yeah, I think she's quite equal. I mean, growing up in Hawaii, you've got a lot of varying in conditions, Rocky Point lefts and Sunset V-land, you've got backdoor and pipe off the wall, you've got all the beach breaks. So, well versed in pretty much everything.
Now Kokoho driving down the line, has plenty of room now to set up that first turn off the top. She'll decide to kick out on that inside section, opening up on the shallow reef. She just had a 1.5 before. She'll take the lead with that way, but Joanne Defay is quick to answer back. Just a quick look and she'll kick out.
Yeah, you can see the girls are a little tentative. Don't want to really commit to that inside, and I don't blame them. Shish Kebabs is not where you want to be right now, especially on the low tide, as we see Coco using her priority on a nice wave there. You can see her just getting that speed down the line and opens up with a beautiful carving maneuver. Now Coco just puts the foot down on that turn there and decides, you know what, I'm not going to risk it. It's too early in the heat right now to commit to that inside section, and that's what you got to weigh that up. What do I need? Do I need a big score? No, I don't. Just something in the mid-range to get myself back in the heat, and that's what she's done.
A 3.57 for Kokoho. She does take the lead off of Joanne Defay. Now Joanne needs a 1.75, and Defay still holding first priority about halfway through this first heat in the second round. Coco is going to try to build on that scoreline, something she needed in the first heat when she ended up going down to Paige Hareb. Paige got the nod to move straight into round 3. We looked at Paige to be a threat in this contest, not only being on her forehand, but with the experience of coming here a few times in the past.
Yeah, it's like I said, she's grown up on those long, beautiful left-handers in St. Lou and Reunion Island. The thing with being a pro surfer, especially at this level, we've talked about it so many times that you can't afford to rely on one dimension of your surfing. You've got to have a complete package, and if there's any kind of weak points, like Joanne said, she's not good in the barrel, that's something that she's got to work on. I think, to make that top 10, you've got to be well versed in all kinds of conditions, especially with the tour coming here to Cloudbreak. Then you've got you've got the US Open at Huntington Beach, you've got Trestles, you've got France, which is gnarly beach breaks as well, and that's where tube riding comes into play. And then you've got Maui, which quite possibly could be up in the 10 to 12 foot range.
Exciting times on the ASP Women's World Tour. We have 14 minutes on the clock left to go in round 2, heat number 2. Coco leads just by a small margin. We'll see what happens right after this.
Beauty, a million forms of expression. We have seen beauty, and she is powerful.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Well, we all hope you guys get the chance to come out to experience what life is like here in Tavarua, something that Coco Ho and Joanne DeFay look forward to compete here at one of the best left-handers in the whole world. Coco Ho right now is in second, needing a 1.63 to come back against Joanne DeFay in a small scoring affair with challenging conditions, which always is the wild card in professional surfing. You could be on the best venue in the whole world and deal with change-ups from Mother Nature, making it a little bit tougher to find the gems. We'll get back to this one with Coco gliding in easily on the takeoff. Didn't have much on offer on the inside, Potts.
Yeah, it looks to me like that wind's changed direction ever so slightly. You can see the wave starting to crumble a bit more now. It's going to make things a little tricky as we see Joanne DeFay utilizing her priority and racing down the line. She grabs the rail, and gutsy performance there from Joanne. That's kind of similar to what Nikki did, but you can see how she had more of a down-the-line projection where Nikki actually kind of went down with the lip. It's all about how you wipe out, Joe.
Now Joanne DeFay, again, is starting to get pretty active because she knows there's small numbers on the screen. 3.33 and just a 1.87 in her total in first. Coco Ho is going to try to push it a little bit higher up. Keeping a high line, she has a lot of momentum. Board shattering down to the bottom and didn't have an option once again. It continues to be a challenge to find a good wave out here at Cloudbreak. 11:20 on the clock, and we're comparing a 5.2 total to Coco's 5.07 total.
Yeah, you know, even though there are perfect waves out here, it's hard to find them. You can see there's one there that kind of snuck through unridden, but you know, the girls are going to have to dig deep. They're going to try and reposition themselves on the reef, and hopefully you can see Michael there paddling, giving some words of advice. You can hear him shouting from here. Maybe get further up the reef, Coco, as he's saying, and maybe try and find one of those bigger ones from higher up on the reef and try and get that length of ride. Try and get that connection and back those maneuvers up.
So right there, Coco having the advantage of having her father standing by right in the channel, trying to will a solid wave to come through. She doesn't need much to take the lead, but Michael probably just trying to get her on a decent wave to break free of the 2s and 3s and really set this thing apart at this stage with 10:20 to go. Joanne DeFay, though, is kind of showing early in her first 2 performances that she's fearless when it comes to surfing over a reef. She was really dynamic in round 1, heat number 2 with the heat with Laura Enever and Stephanie Gilmore. Good change-ups on the inside, attacking the lip, showing her power with not much water underneath her.
Yeah, you know, when you grow up surfing waves like that, you become accustomed to it. It's like, you know, the kids that grow up in Hawaii, for example, John, you know, he grew up surfing pipe. That was his backyard. So, you know, he's quite at home out there. Whereas people that, you know, travel there every winter, they've got to get used to that, you know, and it's the same kind of thing here where you've got to wrap your head around surfing over sharp coral reef. You know, almost accepting the fact that you're going to get cut. And I think if you do, it sort of maybe puts you at a bit of ease. You know, it's like you can't avoid it at all times, but, you know, sometimes that confidence that you carry through is going to help you.
Well, now 9:30 to go, Potts. The numbers are looking challenging for us on paper. From our vision, Cloudbreak looking like it's dictating the performances out here. Let's get more insight out in the channel with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Joe, that is challenging has been the word of the day today for sure. I think we've seen a lot of the girls putting in some great performances, but it's been really tricky out there. I think Cloudbreak, you know, we're yet to see it really get a clean line on the reef and really see the girls open up and show their true potential. You know, we had Nikki Van Dyke going down. Unfortunately, that was really pretty sad for Nikki. Hopefully we see her back in the water. But right now, heat 2 of round 2 is in the water. And, you know, being on this boat is so interesting, having all the girls, all the competitors here. They're really trying to find their little zone where they can get ready for their heats and really just, you know, assess the conditions, get a warm-up on, do some stretches. It's pretty tricky. Just really finding a little bit of solid ground. Everyone's getting their sea legs, and it's been interesting. A couple of people have been turning green. Back to you, Joe.
Hey, Rosie, that wind looks like it's switched around a little bit. Is it coming a little bit more onshore out there?
Yeah, Potts, this wind has been super tricky. It's definitely starting to puff up a little bit now, and you know, you can see the conditions just really have changed throughout the day. There's so many moods to Cloudbreak. We saw the morning sickness a little bit earlier, and now this little onshore breeze is definitely well, it's not really that little, it's actually gusting. It's really making the conditions quite tricky for the girls.
Well, Rosie, from our view, that boat looks amazing. Have you had a chance to kind of check out all the levels, and what do the athletes have on hand so they can kind of utilized to their advantage?
Yeah, this boat is pretty mental, Joe. I mean, it's got 3 levels, and it's really just, really the downstairs area. The girls have their boards and the area where they can get, visits to the car and make sure that they're in tip-top shape. And yeah, it's pretty cool just being out here in the middle of the ocean, 2.5 miles out to sea, and everyone's on this little boat getting ready to go surf their heats. Chatting to Dimity earlier, she said, it doesn't really feel like a surf contest. There's no spectators besides the competitors and everyone that's involved with the event. And then the judges are, on the reef judging from a structure that's been built on the coral. So it's really an interesting, beautiful location for the girls to be surfing.
Thanks a lot, Rosie, for the update. We'll try to chat with you throughout the day today. You think about just the venue change from all the different stops on tour, through the Australian leg to hanging out in Brazil, and now to this feeling out there where Rosie and all the top athletes are kind of on their own in the South Pacific, surfing this reef pass. They're hearing the numbers. The live announcers are on the tower giving updates on scores and with priority. It has this real crazy remote feeling, and life is the same way on this island of Tavarua. You can walk around the thing easily. There's not much out here. It's just the focus is on surfing and really living that ocean kind of lifestyle.
You're putting a show on for your peers. It's you're trying to amp up your opponents and show your opponents what you're capable of. And it's you against the ocean. It's you and the elements out there. And I think that's the beauty of our sport. We don't see it enough. I think this is one of those locations that everyone looks forward to coming to, and it's hard to wrap your head around that competitive side of things when you're surrounded by so much beauty and splendor, but in saying that, once that horn goes, it's business as usual.
Really fun to watch. This one's been interesting, Potts. 6 minutes to go, and we're still talking about threes at the moment as the challenge continues at Cloudbreak to find some clean water. Talked about the wind being pretty turbulent. What sort of wind direction do you really like when you come to surf Cloudbreak, Pods?
Yeah, you want those sort of east-northeast winds blowing sort of up into the barrel. Light winds is what you really need in Fiji. Once the wind picks up, it's because it's such a because the way the reefs are situated, it's really easy to get that bump on the face of the wave. So, little to no wind is probably the best.
Little whitewater roll-in for Joanne DeFay, and now with first priority, Coco Ho will stop her ride pretty short. Now she's coming to the inside with some power off the top. Coco Ho closes it out with another nice backside read on that inside corner. Looking to better a 1.5. Coco only needed a 1.63 to take the lead off Joanne, hitting the 5-minute warning.
Yeah, that was a smart move there from Coco. Joanne, she's been picking the good ones. Coco realized that and said, you know what, I've got to go this one. And you can see how it doubles up on the reef. Coco tagging this one. That's that trademark snap that we know she's capable of. And lightning fast backhand again, just finishing that one off. And that's what she hasn't been doing in the early heats. She wasn't finding those waves that were allowing her to back up her solid opening turn. So that was a good start, a step in the right direction for Coco, and that's going to be her best score.
And very strategic, using first priority wisely, as she's just 5'3", but packs a punch off the top when she winds up, met the lip beautifully in tricky conditions. A good adjustment for Coco to kind of change what kind of wave she was looking for out there.
Well, Joanne's quite well versed in these kind of conditions, and I think Coco realized that. If Joanne's going, there's got to be something to this wave. And, taking it off Joanne, through her priority, which was a good move on Coco's behalf, because Joanne would have posted a good score and extended her lead.
So you see her on the back of the ski now. Coco Ho will be dropped off in just a moment. She's about to hear her last number that she dropped off on her 5th wave so far in heat number 2. Best wave of the heat so far with the combination of backside turns off the top. And she'll have a pretty solid lead over Joanne DeFay with 4 minutes to go. It's 5.67 for Coco. Joanne now needs a 5.91 on the answer back with 350 pots. How many chances are we looking at for Joanne DeFay before she's eliminated from the event?
Well, I think she's got one more shot at it, to be honest with you. I mean, she's looking for, she needs one of those ones that kind of wrap down the reef a bit and allow her to rattle off a couple of big turns, quite possibly finish on that inside section. But it's been really tricky. It's been kind of inconsistent. It's going through one of those moods at the moment that it's not very friendly to the girls. So Joanne's maybe got one more roll of the dice here, and she's got to make sure she picks the right wave and capitalizes on that opening section. and hopefully finishing off with something special.
Well, we're trying to avoid the first elimination of the event for Joanne Defay, part of the rookie class on tour. Nikki Van Dyke, we might see her at the end of this round, also one of the rookies on tour this season. Alessa Quizon is in the last round 2, heat 6 of this round, and the only rookie that was successful in winning her opening round. He was Dimity Stoyle from the Sunshine Coast of Australia, trying to take over this Rookie of the Year race. Already had the lead coming to this event, Pods.
Yeah, Dimity's been on a tear. You know, she's such a character and surfed incredibly well at Bells Beach. She took down Carissa in that event. Nikki Van Dyke, you know, never say die, Nikki. Alessa Quizon, she's on fire. She's surfing really good, as is Joanne Defay. So the rookies are stepping up. I mean, you know, Dimity ranked 10. Nikki and Alessa tied for that 12th position on tour. Joanne needs a result, though. She's down in 16th place, and she needs anything up into that quarterfinal. We'll see her through to next year. So, you know, the girls really fighting for those results, but taking into consideration it's their first year on tour, they're still finding their feet. We're only halfway through. You know, we could see big things from them towards the back end of this year.
As you can see, the vibe on the boat, Pots, with round 2, heat number 3 on deck. We will have Tyler Wright, world number 3, coming up against Ella Williams, the wild card, former world junior champ from New Zealand. With conditions like this, what do you think Tyler and Ella are learning from watching this heat go down?
Wave selection is a premium out there right now. You've got to be on the good ones. You know, there's not a lot of waves coming through at the moment. It's been relatively quiet. It's almost like the quiet before the storm, Joe. It sort of seems like the ocean's taking a bit of a breather. And I dare say once that swell starts kicking, we're going to see a lot of waves come through. So the girls have got to be really on their game. They've got to make sure that they pick the right ones. And when they do, they've got to surf them to death.
As we also see more matchups on paper, Alana Blanchard has Bianca Baetendog in round 2, heat number 5. A few heats from now, as you see the turbulent lineup unfolding. A minute to go, and Joanne Defay needs a 5.91 on this one. Hammers the first section. Beautiful commitment and power. Second blast off the top and weightless with complete control. Joanne Defay, super casual with the claim. Coco Ho needs an answer back. 45 seconds to go, and Coco with some setup work doesn't commit to the inside, and she'll need another wave. Joanne Defay needed a 5.91 and threw down 2 of the best turns we've seen throughout this contest.
Wow. Well, I told you she needs a good one, and she needs to put the foot down, and she did that. So she's given herself every opportunity right now. It's in the judges' hands. Just under 30 seconds to go. Coco quite possibly needs a wave right now, and I think Dad knows it. You can see she's starting to have a look at this one. Joe, is she going to go? No, she lets that one go. So this is going to be interesting stuff here. Down into the 10-second mark, and a big score for Joanne Defay getting locked in right now. An 8, an 8-7, an 8-8, a 9. One more judge to lock it in. So she's going to go into the lead and unfortunately eliminate Coco Ho. Very reminiscent to the heat at Rio, except this time she got the score, Joe.
So quick revenge for Joanne Defay.
Wow.
Bigger conditions here at Cloudbreak, showing her power, her strength that she wanted to showcase on the Women's World Tour. Needed the score, picked the right wave. Coco Ho needs a 6.5, and looks like we're about to run out of time. Defay still paddling, as we'll check out this final wave from Defay that made the big difference in this heat.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Island of Tavarua in Fiji. You're watching the Fiji Pros. Round 2 continues. Tyler Wright was the top seed to get sent to round 2 to compete again. We reseeded, so she gets the bottom seed, the wild card pick, Ella Williams, an easy pick for the ASP to call up last year's World Junior Champion with a chance to build that profile surfing against already one of the most successful surfers in the last couple of years.
And I guarantee you one of the factors of her call-up is that she can handle this kind of stuff. You know, she's capable of riding these kind of waves. She's got a very similar wave at home. Coming from New Zealand, they tend to, you know, she's not scared. She's a fighter. And, you know, I think that comes into play as well. Not just being the junior champion, I think the fact that she is going to step up out here at Cloudbreak.
As we see Ella Williams already out the back, she'll be wearing the blue jersey. 30-minute heat, scored on your top 2, and we've seen how heavy that equation's been in the last couple of hours of the contest. Last heat went down to the final exchange. Joanne DeFay, the underdog, the rookie, takes out Coco Ho, and now we're in heat number 3. Tyler Wright with Ella Williams. We've seen the wild card stories at select events around the world where they're really effective. We'll see how the story's going to go for Cloudbreak. Ella Williams isn't a local here at Cloudbreak, but she has a lot of amazing waves in New Zealand that could, you know, set herself up for some great things in this heat.
She's a fighter, you know, and she's a great competitor. And you know, there you see on your screen, New Zealand, age 19, 5'7", 135 pounds. Whangamata, New Zealand. So you know, she's I tell you, she's going to come out swinging against Tyler Wright. She knows she's got one of the best in the world in Tyler Wright. So she's got to be on the good ones. We've already seen some upsets today. Are we going to see more, Joe? These kind of conditions are really inducive to upsets. We can see Tyler there, 20 years of age, 5'7", 149 pounds, ranked number 3 in the world from Kalbarra in Australia.
It's such a solid surfer. Tyler Wright is always fun to talk to behind the scenes. She's really entertaining when you see her start dancing and getting her warm-up rituals down on pat, and she kind of talks about it. She doesn't really like going left too often. Most people favor their front side attack, and she gets to showcase that a lot, like through Margaret River. We saw her utilizing that forehand power gouge. Anything you like to see out of Tyler on her back end?
You know, we saw a little bit of it earlier. You know, Tyler surfed really well, just Dimini got the waves, and I think she's got to, you know, Tyler's got to use that power that she's got, you know, muscle her way through these conditions and put that back foot down, which is what she's good at. You know, she doesn't hold back, which is one of the aspects of Tyler's surfing that I really enjoy. You know, she comes off the bottom and she throws everything into her turns, and I think she's going to need to do that here against Ella.
So an absolute charger. We reflect back on free surf sessions with Tyler Wright, where she's gone to P-Pass and proved to be one of the heaviest chargers there, as you can kind of get the aspect of what it's like in the channel. Tyler has her older sister Kirby here doing the caddying responsibilities and making sure Tyler's having fun at all times, and that's such a secret weapon for Tyler, finding that cool composure. We saw her just execute that in the heavy world title race coming into the final event last year.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, the other thing too that's to me has kind of changed a little bit over the last few events was, you know, we saw, you know, Tyler at and the Gold Coast really dancing around before her heats, and then we saw the same thing at Margaret River, but then a little bit more subdued.
Now Tyler setting up her first turn, set up hook as she waits for the lip to show up. Off the bottom, big power gash off the top. Nice speed line and controls it down to the bottom. She'll step off in a shallow section, but complete a nice read for Tyler to take over the lead.
We talked about that power. We talked about her putting that back foot down, and she did that. You know, that opening couple of turns from Tyler Wright was all about the power.
Next wave on the answer back, Ella Williams will try to match the power of Tyler. Feels her way through her first point. Just a setup wrap, and now it's starting to open up. A lot of momentum for Williams as she waits for a section. She's going to be forced to straighten out, and she's going to time this exit as quietly as she can. Looks like she found a soft pocket to lay into. We'll see what happened to Tyler's wave.
Yeah, let's have a look at this as she draws off the bottom, just gets that foot down on the first turn. I like that fade, and right here, bang, she just unloads. You can see she puts a lot of pressure on that back foot. You know, she stands quite far back on her board, and that just gives those fins time to set. Ella, on the other hand, she's a lot lighter on her feet, sort of almost dances over the section. And I thought she was going to pull in here. She was in two minds. What was she going to do? And then it was almost too late to get out the back of that one. So smart move there from Ella. Plenty of time remaining, but I'll tell you what, that last wave from Tyler Wright is going to be a huge score.
So Ella's score starting to drift in as she's already on the back of the ski. Now numbers starting to come in for Tyler Wright. She's starting off on her first wave in such a heavy way, a 7.67 for Tyler Wright on the opening attack over Ella Williams, 2.0. Great start in Heat 3. Now let's catch up to the giant killer. Joanne DeFay is on deck with Rosie Hodge.
That's right, Joanne DeFay. You know, yourself and Coco Ho proving to be really good rivals. You know, she got you in Brazil, then you getting her in pretty much the last minutes in that last heat.
Yeah, I got the score this time. Last time it was a bit like I didn't get the score, and I'm so stuck. I don't know. I just get in. So, yeah, it's perfect.
And we've been talking about how you grew up in Reunion surfing St. Lou. Do you find that surfing cloud break you have a little bit of an advantage just growing up on those left-hand point breaks?
Yeah, sure. I feel a bit like home between like two spots, Saint Lou and Étang Salé, and I've been here for more than a week, so I tried and trained. So I'm happy to make it.
And just talk to me about, I mean, Coco used her priority on you on that little wave, and then you waited for the set. Just tell me about keeping your composure in the last minutes there.
Yeah, it's sometimes good, sometimes not. If you get the wave and you don't fall and you had the score, it's perfect. Then, but I missed one wave too. Like I refused it, and I was like, oh, I should have gone. And then after I was like praying for another wave, and it came.
All right, Joe. Well, we're stoked to see you in round 3. Hopefully tomorrow or the next day, but we'll see you surfing pretty soon. Back up to you, Joe.
Thanks, Rosie. Joanne DeFay relieved getting the score, but she got it in a pretty heavy way. She got an 8.83 when she didn't need that much, but you could still see the intensity was really inside of her veins coming into that last decision to take off on a solid one to get the score.
You know, that was you know, vintage stuff. I mean, legendary stuff in the sense of, you know, she's a rookie on tour. She had her back against the wall. She knew she had one shot at it and really capitalized on it. Joe surfed that wave perfectly and posted a massive score. And that's what you got to do. You know, that's the whole game of professional surfing, is to sort of bottle those nerves and that adrenaline and really push it into the right places, and Joanne managed to do that.
So Joanne will have her hands full once again in round 3, as we always reseed that round as well. Carissa Moore, world number 1, is always in round 3, heat number 2. We'll have world number 2, Sally Fitzgibbons, in round 3, heat number 3, as we'll split up the top seeds before we get into the later stages and eventually the final series. As you can see, the turbulent ride out the back. Last wave in for Tyler Wright, a 4.67, backed up her 7.67 to extend the lead, and now Ella Williams needs 2 new waves.
Yeah, Ella's got to go back to the drawing board. So a 12.35 two-wave total. So 7 and a 6 will get her back in the game as we see Tyler's wave here. That draw off the bottom, that perfect position right there, unloads on that turn, and another one that was a sort of a down-the-line speed turn from Tyler Wright. You can see the power and the pressure she puts on her back foot. And that nice little tag off the top again. Really bumpy on the face of the wave, so really difficult to ride that one. And Tyler just getting out of the way in time. 4.67 on that wave number 2. So Tyler Wright started off with a bang, 7.67, and Ella's got her work cut out for her now.
Well, looking really deadly on her back end. Tyler Wright showing her power and composure to get 2 keeper scores back-to-back in conditions that are looking pretty tough at the moment. So Ella Williams will have to dig deep. Potts, what are some of your secrets when you're into a closeout section at Cloud Break? How do you avoid the reef when you kick out?
You just got to get lucky, I think, Joe. There's no real recipe for that. I mean, it's, you know, you see the guys do it all the time. I mean, you know, sometimes you come up unscathed, and sometimes you come up missing some skin. So, you know, it's basically a lucky dip, and especially when you need that extra point, you go for it at the end. You know, I always believe that go for it attitude gets you out of trouble. You know, I think if you hesitate, it's no good. You know, you need to really put your head down and just go for it and accept the consequences if they do happen. And 9 times out of 10, you kind of avoid that.
Well, Potts, that's what these two are dealing with right now. Tyler out front, but Ella Williams getting the call up for the first time in her WCT debut is getting a lot of support back home in New Zealand where she comes from. New Zealand backs their competitors, and they're dying to have a world champ someday. Ella has her family surf shop as we check in with our social media, and we can see the support on Instagram. We have a lot of support coming in, which is great to see. A lot of Ella Williams fans as we see everybody watching from around the world. We want to know how you're watching this event. Just remember to hashtag Fiji Pro over the next couple of days with a great image on Instagram or some great words on Twitter. And remember at ASP throughout this contest for all the updates throughout this series.
Yeah, you can see there from the Sun House Surf Shop, Ella up on the big screen. I'm sure Paige was up on that big screen earlier today as well, you know, pulling out that heat win there, which she really desperately needed. So, you know, good to see Paige back on track, and let's hope she can take it all the way.
Well, we saw that support for Paige when we saw events start popping up in Taranaki in New Zealand. The country really backs them. Paige talked about her break in between Rio and coming here to Fiji. Just everyone in the lineup supporting her, wanting to know how she's doing on tour. And now Ella Williams is getting just a glimpse of that. And sometimes just that little glimpse builds that fire inside to qualify. Hopefully Ella Williams will do that soon.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, I think this is a very important event for Paige Harrop, and I think that, you know, opening round is going to give her tons of confidence, taking down Lakey Peterson and Coco. You know, this is the kind of wave that she can step up and get a good result in. I think she's got to stick to her guns, and, you know, I like the way she surfed her heat. She picked the good ones, and she didn't try and oversurf the wave. She just let the wave be the hero. And, you know, sometimes you're just along for the ride out here.
Which is fun to watch. 17:20 to go as we take a nice vision from the tower. That's where the judges are standing across the dry reef here on this severe low tide. And you can see the distance between the tower all the way out here to Cloudbreak, where just two competitors are fighting it off. We can see this angle. This is coming from the land at Tavarua where we're sitting, and you can see all the turbulence, the rips on the surface, and the two surfers are just two specks way out the back pots trying to find some gems in this lineup.
Yeah, it's a long way out in the middle of nowhere, that's for sure. You don't want to be left out there alone. It's a scary feeling, that's for sure. But, you know, it's such an amazing place. I don't think that there is any better spot on the planet to surf, especially when it's firing. Today's well, it's not as good as what we expected it to be, but the swell hasn't quite hit yet, Joe. So, you know, that wind's going to blow. It'll probably blow itself out overnight, and we're going to wake up to some spectacular waves, that's for sure.
Well, Potts, one thing that we keep talking about is how perfect the waves are, how beautiful it is, but for the guys that come here early to set up everything, it's really a logistical nightmare. Who came up with the idea of throwing an event in the middle of the ocean, having just a small island to work with? And they did such a great job to make this one happen as we have the takeoff from Ella Williams. Just a short ride as she kicks out. 2.0 is her start. She's not going to get much there. She's still trying to break free of the combination with 16 minutes to go. Tyler is looking again. She wants to better a 4.67 as she digs in off the bottom. Snap to start. Total control. Aggressive bottom turn and a wild section that she avoids.
Yeah, good move there getting out of that one. That's where you can really hurt yourself on that little end section there. So Tyler Wright, you can see the power she puts into her turns. You know, that board is just hanging in there. You know, she comes off the bottom, she puts everything into that top turn. Those fins are just bending under the pressure. And that's the way Tyler Wright surfs. There's no pulling back for her, that's for sure.
Well, that's her first wave that she doesn't have going to her top two. Just a 3.5 for that effort for Tyler at the 15-minute mark. Pots for the boards that you've been seeing ridden today. Are you happy with the choices that the top women have made? Would you want to see longer boards? How's it looking for you?
Yeah, you know, I think there's a few heats where I've seen the girls, seems to me like they're a little bit undergunned. You know, but then in saying that, you know, Cloudbreak is it can be quite a hollow wave. So if you ride a board that's a little bit too long, it might not fit into that transition. You know, quads maybe could come into play. I think that, you know, when you've got a little bit more fin in the wave, it's, you know, wave that you gather a lot of speed. And you want to be able to lay that board over on the rail and have the confidence that it's going to hook and give you that drive that you need. So, you know, I'd like to see them maybe ride a little bit longer, but that's just my, you know, that's just my take on it. That's traditionally what we would do back in our day. We'd have longer boards, you know. Now guys are riding tiny little boards in big waves, so things have changed.
And fun to watch Tyler Wright come here with a ton of boards in her quiver. She didn't even have the exact count as she was staying on the Motu originally, then moved over here to Tavarua for the start of the event. At the 14-minute mark, she's just pacing her way out the back and still has Ella Williams, the wild card, in a combination spot. We'll see what happens towards the back end of round 2 as the Fiji Pro continues.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
Round 2 action continues with Tyler Wright, current world number 3, taking on wild card from New Zealand, Ella Williams. And Tyler Wright with one of the better starts of the day, 7.67, followed by a 4.67 as the tide's already bottomed out. And things should start cleaning up in the later afternoon. Joe Chappelle alongside former world champ Martin Potter. Potts looks like we have the turbulence on the inside, and Ella Williams is dealing with it before she can get to the ski.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing out here. You've got to kind of take a few on the head. It is really difficult to get those that jet ski in, and you can see the turbulence there. Ella trying to get on the back of that ski as quick as possible. We heard Ned Hamilton tell us earlier that, you know, you don't just get on these things and drive them. There's a technique, and there's definitely a talent. As we see Ella goes down right there. That is dangerous. Amazing she came out of that unscathed. As she makes her way back out into the lineup. I told you they breed them tough in New Zealand.
Oh, as tough as they can get. Ella Williams already dealing with that wipeout and now dealing with a wild ride back into position, still comboed. Only a 1.6 for that wave that we just saw as she was taking off before the break. Tyler Wright clearly in favor of taking an easy win. Let's see if Ella Williams can fight back here in her WCT debut. Sometimes it seems like those wipeouts, if you have a heavy one, maybe now Ella can be like, you know what, nothing worse is going to happen to me and I can let go.
Yes, I mean, that was about as heavy as they come out here, you know, going down in that position where she just got absolutely slammed. But, you know, just a small score for her efforts. But, she, you know, like you said, that's probably shook her up a little bit in the sense of, hey, well, that's, you know, I came out of that okay. Let's go for it now.
Now Tyler Wright just keeping up to the pace of the rhythm of the heat. We'll just take a look and kick out. Still, her first wave was her best number, the 7.67. We always remember Tyler Wright when she had this wild card opportunity like Ella's having right now. It was at a completely different venue in Sydney where she was able to win a contest at 14. And that record still stands. Tyler being the youngest ever to win a WCT.
Yeah, you know, that's it's crazy, isn't it? 14 years of age, she took down Steph Gilmore in that event as well, so no slouch, this young lady.
Here she goes again, right out front. Wild takeoff behind her, but she goes off the bottom. Clean connection off the top. High lining for a bit, now slowing down. Dragging, but not getting barreled. She'll bottom turn and carve down again. Beautiful reads. Great turn selection for Tyler Wright once again.
I cringe every time they straighten off on that section there because it's so easy for the wave to pick you up and slam you back down onto the reef. You know, we saw Travis Logie last year, like you said, Joe, looked like he'd gotten a fight with a wild cat. You know, he was just literally torn to shreds. And it can happen really easy. And, you know, the way that Travis got, you know, he basically just jumped off, did that pin drop and ended up just getting clawed to death. But have a look at this turn here from Tyler. Nice opening maneuver there. Real bumpy on the face of the wave. And she tries to drag there, looking for the barrel. I like it. Trying to mix it up is Tyler Wright. And carves off the top again. Powerful surfing from Tyler Wright. And is that wave going to go into her top two? Quite possibly could, Joe. Looking to improve on a 4.67.
Well, Tyler's making it look pretty effortless right now, even with the weird change-ups that Cloudbreak is offering right now. dynamic backside carves, and she'll turn that last wave into a keeper. Only had to better a 4.67. Remember, Tyler started with a 7.67. Last wave, a 7.0. And now the combination goes a bit bigger for Ella Williams.
Yeah, 14.68 is the two-wave total required. So now it's looking more like Ella needs a 7 and an 8 to get back into this heat. So things getting quite tough for the wild card. And Tyler, as you said, just cruising through, just, picking the waves and just, unloading those big backside maneuvers.
Solid performance for Tyler, showing no weaknesses at this stage. Already dropped off the ski. First priority is with Ella Williams. Remember, she did deal with a couple of wipeouts. Her best wave so far in this heat is a 2.0. Ella's debut came earlier this morning in round 1, where she had a 7-point total against the Hawaiians, Carissa Moore and Alessa Quizon.
Yeah, she had the champ straight off the bat, and that's the hard thing about coming in as a wild card, is that you're going to get the top seed. But as I've said so many times, it's probably the best, round to get the best at is that first round. Once the top seeds get their momentum, once they make it through a few rounds, they seemingly become unstoppable.
Yeah, pretty impressive to see the role of the wild card right now. We'll see Ella Williams sort of dig deep, and we'll see how her time management goes. She could have only 8 more minutes here in the Fiji Pro. We've only lost Coco Host so far in this event. It's an equal 13th. It's a big payday compared to the years in the past. We have a much bigger prize purse, $250,000 on the line now. In the women's event purse, a winner gets $60,000, which is more than tripled what they had last year.
It's amazing. I love it. It's about time the girls get paid those big bucks. And especially situations like this, they're putting their lives on the line. We just saw poor Nikki Van Dyke hit the reef and, just get smashed. So that, the girls are charging, and I'm glad that the prize money is now where it's at.
Well, Potts, you won a world title back in '89. You won 6 contests. Do you remember how much money you made that year?
Yeah. It was about what they make now for one event.
Oh, no. So we've come a long way,
Back
Potts.
then it was big money, though. So your money went a lot further back in the old days.
I think we should make an IOU for you, Potts, as we look at this one right out front. Ella Williams essing her way to build some momentum. It's sort of dropping off on that shallow reef, and she wasn't able to force the issue. She hands first priority back to Tyler Wright. How'd you like that decision for Ella, Potts?
Yeah, it's such a crucial thing, wave selection, isn't it? I mean, all these girls are super talented. They're all capable of winning. And what it comes down to is that wave selection, that wave choice. And, Tyler Wright just nailed it straight off from the get-go. She was on the good wave, and she capitalized that, 7.67. Ella can post big scores, but Cloudbreak, it's a funny old place. You've got to be on the good ones, and at the moment, there doesn't look like there's many of them.
So challenging heat still unfolding, but Tyler making it look easy as she's already standing confidently on another wave, holding her composure. She's just speedlining. She'll straighten out, watch the kick out, just a quick step off above the shallow reef, and she'll look to fight again with 6 minutes on the clock. We're sitting with Stephanie Gilmore before this heat was going down, and Stephanie was actually happy that she threw on a spring suit because she dealt with a couple of wipeouts. Her feet were pretty torn up for that one wave where she went over the falls.
Yeah, and Steph realized that, hey, I'm going to hit the bottom, so I'm going to put a wetsuit on. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when out here. And that's what you got to wrap your head around. It's totally different. I mean, you grow up surfing beach breaks, you don't mind hitting the bottom. You don't mind bouncing off the sandbank. But out here, it's a whole different ballgame. As soon as you touch, you cut. And if you can actually wrap your head around that that's kind of going to happen, you put yourself in a better frame of mind.
So now 5 minutes on the clock. We know the focus for the best in the world will be on Cloudbreak and restaurants where we talk about consequence, but it also offers the ultimate glory in surfing when you hope to get perfect Cloudbreak conditions right in that 6-foot mark, and we could potentially see some heavy conditions tomorrow, and we're hoping that it's a real clean read. The more south in the swell, it could be really rippable and really manageable for the women to really showcase what they can do out here.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, if it stays west and it gets as big as what they say, it's going to be, pretty terrifying for the girls. Terrifying for the boys too. But, the more south in it, as you said, it'll run down the reef a bit more. It'll have that bit more open, so the girls can have the time to put some good turns on the wave. The more west in it, the more straighter the swell is on the reef and a lot more hollow and a lot more dangerous it becomes.
So an interesting point at this stage of the heat for our wild card. Ella Williams, still combo, needing a 14.68 total with a 2 and a 1.7, but showing that she's fearless and charging. She got to compete against some of the world's best on road to her World Junior title last year in Brazil. We saw Bianca Batendog of age, and a lot of the girls in her generation are already on the WCT, so a huge honor for Ella to be a part of this event and a great pick from the ASP to throw a jersey on her and seeing what she'll do over a shallow reef, committing to crazy sections, and now she has 350 to go to see if she can turn this one around.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, she's going to take so much confidence out of this. We see there the Water Patrol, Kai Garcia and boys, Glendon Ringrose and Billy. Look, taking care of the girls out there.
And now driving down the line, here's Ella with some speed. Lip feathering off the top, clean connection. Wraps that cutty, bottom drops out, and she steps off once again. So still hunting down some scores. Meanwhile, Tyler with complete control. Bottom turns and kicks out. She hasn't used her last 2 looks in her top 2. Still keeping her 7.67 and a 7.0, and Ella is still dealing with some whitewater on the inside.
Yeah, once you get caught inside on that shish kebab section there, it's, you know, with the west in the swell, kind of can hold you there for a little while. You can see her just trying to avoid it, trying to get under the wave there, ditching the board. You know, I tend to want to hang on to that thing, and you'll come up a lot quicker. But Tyler Wright, having a look at this one, Joe.
Little glide in for Tyler. Nice bottom turn, but straight out. Didn't like the looks of the inside corner, and she didn't need much. Still has Ella comboed with 240 to go. What's Tyler's role now, Potts? She kind of knows she's feeling a heat wind. Should she keep surfing, especially with challenging conditions like this?
Yeah, you know, I think she should. I think just keep surfing. You know, keep trying to improve on your 2-wave total. Just keep building that momentum for the next round. You know, this is a great opportunity for her to acquaint herself with the place. You know, it's a different mood that it's showing. It's quite sort of a little gnarly, you know, so it's a great opportunity for her to get that extra experience that the girls that have moved straight through to round 3 don't have. So Tyler's going to come out of this heat with a lot more confidence and a lot more knowledge of the place.
As we see 2 minutes to go, Ella Williams getting the lift out the back. She was effective in getting her best numbers so far, 4.10 with that frontside cutty in the pocket. You can see that turn fitting in well at different venues around the world as well. Nice dynamic approach, recovering from wipeouts and getting right back out there to compete. Unfortunately for Ella, she needs a little bit more to put herself in a position to take the lead.
Yeah, I think what Ella's got to do now is just sit back and enjoy the rest of this heat. You know, she's been given a fantastic opportunity. She's going to go home and she's going to, you know, have a little bit of pocket money to go home with and a great experience. She's had an opportunity to surf against the world's best. You know, coming out, you know, win, lose or draw, it's great experience for the young lady. And the next time she goes and competes at home or in the Pro Junior Series, she's going to dominate.
It's going to be a fun one to watch. Already building on that global profile as she still has 1 minute on the clock to get one more wave here at Cloudbreak with just one other girl in the lineup. Tyler Wright, though, effective. We mentioned that second round heat she had to surf at Bells, and we remember it doesn't really faze Tyler. She went on to make the final in that event.
Yeah, you know, some surfers use that as a positive, you know, just, hey, I've got another opportunity in the water. I've got another opportunity to build that momentum, you know, and sometimes it sort of doesn't hurt going into that round number 2. Carry the confidence, though, you know, go in that round 2 with a positive tilt on it. Don't go into that round 2 going, oh my God, I don't want to lose in round 2. Go into round 2 with the confidence of, hey, I've been given another opportunity to build my momentum, to find the rhythm, to get another session out at this spot that's super tricky, and go into round 3 with a little bit extra.
So right now, Tyler using that to her strength, was so effective with her opener at the 7.67. Took a few waves to get the 7.0. Similar range scores from the panel for that backside approach. Great timing, making it look really easy, ironing out all the chops and lumps in the lineup we have at Cloudbreak right now. She'll move on to round 3. She'll be seeded into round 3, heat number 4, which potentially could go later on this afternoon. We'll take a quick break. Round 2 continues right after this.
million forms of expression. We have seen beauty, and she is powerful.
Running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
You're watching the Fiji Pros. We're coming to you live from the beautiful island of Tavarua. We have a great heat on paper with Lakey Peterson representing Santa Barbara, California, currently ranked number 5 in the world. And our injury ASP replacement, Tatiana Wesson-Webb, the goofy foot from the beautiful island of Kauai, looking to do some damage on the top 17. Joe Chappelle alongside former world champ Martin Potter for the call. Potts, when we look at Tatiana Wesson-Webb, she's put her name on the global stage quite a few times, especially recently as we saw her CT debut back in Rio de Janeiro.
Taking down Bianca Beindach and posting a good result, you know, making Courtney Conlock proud. But to tell you what, she surfed really good in her opening round here as well, up against Sally Fitzgibbon and Paulina Doe. Almost took that one out. You know, Sally had to dig deep and came back at the end to just sort of pip her at the post. But Tatiana was going for it. She was charging, you know, pulling back, and you know, she's really, you know, making sure that she takes advantage of this opportunity.
And Tatiana already had a heat earlier today. She had an 11.33 total, but she had Sally Fitzgibbons to deal with. She finished second. She had a crazy lip line float that she was able to stomp, showing her composure with waves with a serious power behind him.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. You know, Lakey Peterson surfed great, just didn't get the waves. She was, you know, posting 3.9, I think, on her opening ride, and that was for one turn. So if she can back that up, you know, she's looking at some big scores. Conditions are very tricky at the moment. We saw Tyler completely take advantage of that and pick the eyes out of it. You've got to be on the good ones, and once you find them, you've got to make sure you capitalize and, you know, fit a couple of nice turns in there. We've seen the judges are not scared, Joe, to throw some big scores at single maneuvers. We saw Malia Manuel score 9 points for one big committed turn. We saw Joanne DeFay go into the 8-point range for 2 nice, powerful maneuvers. So the judges have made it clear it's all power-based, big radical turns, not necessarily length of ride, but try and link your turns together.
Well, a lot of times, Potts, throughout this season so far in 2014, we see a girl like Lakey Peterson entering the draw, and you start going into highlight reels, thinking about the air she's done in the past, her commitment to going above the lip, and you always talk about progression. When you come to any venue, you know, with conditions like this, what would be progressive to you out in this lineup? What would be a game-changing kind of new school maneuver with challenging conditions like we have today?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be seeing that, Joe. To be honest with you, I think it's just back to the basics. You know, we've seen it pretty much all year. You know, the aerials haven't really come into play as much as they have in the past. It seems like the judges want to see that solid power base, that, you know, beautiful rail turns, the seamless transition between maneuvers. That speed, power, flow really is the order of the day, and especially out here at Cloudbreak, you know, it doesn't allow those big, innovative, you know, radical turns. It's more that solid, on-the-face, big carving maneuvers. Commitment, degree of difficulty, you know, and just really go back to basics.
Is there a moment, Potts, when a carve, especially a backhand carve for Lakey being a regular footer, when does a carve become progressive at a certain point?
Yeah, I think just the positioning of it. I think on what section of the wave you do it. You know, if it's, you can do those, you know, big nice carve under the lip. You know, give it that point of difference as we see Tatiana up and riding.
We'll get the goofy foot approach. Tatiana, clean carve to start, driving a hollow section. She puts her hand on the wall. Can't slow down, but she'll wind up off the bottom and throw a huge closeout hack on the end section over dry reef. Complete commitment, and she can hang on to it.
Wow. Well, I tell you what, if she could have slowed herself down there, we could have seen the best barrel of the day from Tatiana. She goes under that next wave, and you can see the turbulence. She gets spat out the other side, and the jet ski comes in the nick of time to rescue her. Get out of there. As she jumps on the back, and she'll get back out into the lineup in no time whatsoever. Great work there from the jet ski drivers. Let's have a look at the replay, Joe, as Tatiana opens her account. Now she's got Lakey Peterson, who she knows is a great surfer, but what a turn there to start things off. And this is where that wave hits the reef. We're going to see more of this as the days progress. We're going to see some great tube riding, and Tatiana goes for it on that last turn there. Just a free fall drop to finish things off, and rides out the bottom. Complete control. That is deemed a finished off move, and that is going to be a great way to start the heat.
Solid approach for Tatiana Weston-Webb, not holding back. The 18-year-old drops an 8.83 at the start and ends up taking control against Lakey Peterson. We talked about her wildcard performance in Rio, using her Brazilian connection. She's born in Porto Alegre, but quickly moved to the island of Kauai. Now she's thriving off her island lifestyle. She has a lot of powerful waves to work with in her backyard, where she really honed her skills to be a pro surfer and not ever flinching against the top 17. Lakey's in a bit of trouble to start.
Tatiana's a fighter. I mean, and she's just proved that. It's amazing. A 9, an 8.5, 8.599. You drop the high and the low, averaged out 8.83. So Tatiana has come out swinging and has put the pressure well and truly on the shoulders of Lakey Peterson, who now has to answer with something big.
Well, you talk about the big wind-up on that end section that you kind of want to tell them to avoid, because we've already seen some heavy things go down. And now Tatiana showing that she loves surfing bigger waves. The 8.83 is one of the best scores we've seen so far on this opening day at the Fiji Pro. Lakey Peterson hears that. She knows that Tatiana had the quick start. Lakey, working with Mike Parsons, always has a formula. Potts, do coaches work out a plan B when you have to come from behind? Because you never really predict that you're going to start losing the heat.
Yeah, well, I don't think she's got to change her plan just yet. You know, Tatiana's opened up with a great scoring ride, yes. Lakey Peterson's well capable of posting big scores of her own. But, you know, what Lakey's got to think about is, look, Tatiana's still got to back that up. She hasn't got a two-wave total yet. So Lakey's got to make sure that this next wave is a good one. And if Tatiana answers back with another high-scoring ride, then panic. change up your game plan and go to plan B.
So an interesting part of the heat for Lakey Peterson. 8 minutes off the clock and still scoreless at this stage, representing Santa Barbara, California. We'll check in with the boat real quick. We see Pauline Adu getting prepared against Alessa Quizon. Pauline's had some great moments. She made the final series in Rio, and we'll see if she can keep the momentum going in a totally different venue, Potts.
Yeah, that was a great result for Pauline. She really needed that, you know, the confidence that you take out of a good result. You know, we always talk about the confidence factor in pro surfing. It's huge. You know, it's the difference between winning and losing. You know, you come into an event carrying a lot of confidence. You've got your boards under your feet. You've done all the hard work. You know, your confidence is soaring. You're going to have a good result.
Now 21:20 off the clock, Potts, and just one score, the 8.83 from Tatiana Weston-Webb. Well, we know Tatiana's in because of the injury from Courtney Conlogue she suffered back at Bells Beach. As we'll check in with our social media, Courtney Conlogue herself, it says that she's cheering on all the women at the Fiji Pro with her brother Ryan, and she wants everyone to go for it, because we know that's exactly what Courtney would be doing with waves like this. And we wish you a speedy recovery, Courtney. We are missing you dearly here at Fiji, because we know that you'd be taking off on the biggest ones out there.
You know, it's such a passion that Courtney brings to the sport, and you know, we miss that when she's not around, that's for sure. She's a tenacious competitor, and she's you know, you can see how much the sport means to her. It's got to be hurting, but I'll tell you what, when she comes back, watch out, because she's going to be on fire.
Oh, she had such a great start to the year, a couple of quarters in a row, and then now taking a little back seat, and she doesn't really take breaks. So we'll be caught up with Courtney at the next stop, and hopefully she'll be ready to compete. But Tatiana making that injury wild card worth it, already shown us an 8.83, and still has 20 minutes to back it up, as we see the caddy for Lakey, Mike Parsons, standing by.
Yeah, the cool, calm, collected Mike Parsons. He's just trying to channel some energy towards Lakey, saying, don't panic. It's only one wave. There's plenty of time on the clock, just under 20 minutes to go. All you need is 2 solid rides. Lakey's well capable of posting big scores. She's got to make sure that this next exchange goes in her favor, Joe.
A huge moment for Lakey Peterson to try to pick a solid wave. She has first priority. She's got a great forehand that we get to see. She's groomed on these right-hand point breaks like Rincon and Santa Barbara. There's a couple of more around that region as well. She was always the underdog as an amateur, but quickly learned the ropes on professional surfing and was able to qualify at just 17. She's always committed to put on a show every time she puts a jersey on. She feels like she wants to not just win heats, but show the world what she's capable of.
Yeah, I think most competitors want to do that. I think that's, I think the most important thing to them is obviously winning, but to go out showing, what you're capable of doing. It's important to maybe ruffle the feathers of your opponents as well. Everyone's sitting, watching, taking notes. You want your opponents to go, oh my God, how was that? And that way when you come up against them, that's in the back of their mind. They know that they've got their work cut out for them, and that's kind of the headspace that you want to be in.
Now taking a casual look, Tatiana Weston-Webb holds back. She can roam freely with second priority with 18:30 to go. And Potts, back when you're competing in your era, you obviously got your trip out here to Cloudbreak back in the mid-'80s. When were you thinking that events like this would pop up on the WCT?
Oh, never. It was, we used to, basically it was public access. Where could we have events that the public could, bums on seats? So we were having city beaches where we were getting, 15, 20,000 people on the beach. So it was chaos. It was crazy, but the waves were marginal. So, it was kind of the period where we were growing the sport. We couldn't afford to go and hide away in some tropical location where no one could see it, because there was no internet. There was no, TV wasn't even looking at surfing as a sport, So we had to grow the sport to a point where now we can go to these beautiful locations and hide away and let the sport speak for itself via the internet and television.
Anya Potts, a lot of hard yards to get to this stage, and happy to be here at the Fiji Pro. Just one wave ridden, but it was a heavy one. Tatiana with an 8.83 as she leads over Lakey Peterson. We'll be back with more right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Tatiana Weston-Webb, the goofy foot from the island of Kauai, a place called Princeville, dropped an 8.83 to start things off in round 2, heat number 4 against Lakey Peterson. And we haven't seen another wave ridden ever since. We have 16 minutes off the clock as the sun is shining. It is blazing hot, and the lineup is torn to shreds with this wind, but still have some solid sets coming through out the back. Joe Chappelle alongside Martin Potter. As we check out these crazy conditions, are you surprised we only have one wave ridden so far in this heat?
No, I mean, Cloudbreak is even though it's that perfect setup, it's such a tricky wave. You've got this reverse rip that pulls you up the point, and you're looking down the line, and sort of it's almost like every wave looks like it's going to close out, and at some stage you've got to just give it a go. Sometimes you catch those ones that close out on you, you kick out, and all of a sudden you're in the right spot for the next one. So it's almost like you kind of got to make your own luck. You've got to make it happen. Commit to a wave, go for it, and try and just change it up. Lakey's very patient though. She's we've seen this from her before. She now is going to sit and wait for the good ones. She's not going to go and get into that sort of seesaw battle. She knows that she needs a good wave, and she's going to wait for it.
Well, we talked about confidence a heat ago with you, Potts, and how important that is to not only be a competitor, but eventually if you want to become a world champion. We saw the confidence kind of rotate with Lakey Peterson this season when she came flying out of the gates with a great result at the Roxy Pro. Suffered an early loss at Margaret River, and she noted it was one of the toughest losses she's had in her career.
Well, when you start like that, you know, it's almost like you undo all that good. So, you know, when you get a good result, you want to back it up. And Lakey's she's a competitor, and that's why it hurts so much.
Well, one surfer that had a roll out here was Tyler Wright. She's already on deck with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Tyler Wright really making the most of the challenging conditions there. I know a lot of the girls haven't had that much experience out of cloud break.
Yeah.
How are you finding the break so far?
Yeah, it's really tricky. I think what we've surfed over the last few days hasn't really helped either. You know, it's a bit bigger, and then there's the wide sets, and normally when it's clean and good, that's the ones that you'll take, I've heard, but they're like, no, you take the ones that you're not meant to take, and that's what. So it's kind of working against each other each way it goes, but you know, I think, yeah, I just made the most of what I had, and I think I was pretty lucky.
And we've seen quite a few of the girls, you know, hit the reef. We saw Nikki obviously take a bad tumble. You know, do you think you kind of embrace that, and you know that it's going to be part and parcel, that you're going to kind of have to rough it sometimes?
Yeah, I think so. I hope Nikki's okay. I think it kind of shocked everyone, and how quick, like, it can just happen like that. And I think it freaked everyone out a little bit. And but I think she's in good hands now. And yeah, it's kind of, you know it's there, and it's kind of something that you try and leave at the back of your mind. And you don't try and think about it when you're out there. You know, if you hit it, you hit it, and you kind of just got to go from there, and not pay too much attention until that point.
All right, Tyler, well, we're stoked to see you in round 3, maybe coming up tomorrow or a little bit later. Back up to you, Joe.
Thanks, Rosie. Great to hear from Tyler Wright talking about the challenge and predicting which waves to pick out of the sets. I think there's so many people on hand, Potts, with a ton of experience at cloud break that offer that knowledge and pass it down, and each day kind of provides something a little bit different. And right there, Tyler kind of learning the ropes on the spot to find out what was going to work for her.
Yeah, it was funny. She said, you know, you got to pick the clean ones, so I've heard. But she went against the grain and, you know, just started swinging on whatever came through, and that's what you kind of got to do. Sometimes, you know, you're sitting there watching it, and you're thinking, okay, those are the ones I'm looking for. You get out there, you can't find them, so at some stage you've got to pull the trigger. Lakey's falling into that situation now where with 12 minutes to go, she hasn't opened her account yet. You know, and what's happening is that pressure's building slowly but surely, and that wave that she's looking for is becoming increasingly more perfect. They're not out there, so at some stage you've got to pull the trigger. You know, Tatiana still with only one wave, so her total at the moment just 8.83. 2 waves, 2 average waves from Lakey could take the lead.
Interesting stage for Lakey Peterson to make that decision. Down to 12 minutes on the clock as she's still scoreless at this moment. Needs an 8.84 to go right into the lead. Came out of the gates with a great result. We talked about how bummed she was at Margaret River. She's so focused and determined to put herself in a title race situation, and she keeps getting bumped out. Looking for some more consistency. She's excited to perform here at Cloud Break, but we've noted we've lost some pretty heavy surfers. Coco Ho was eliminated in round 2, which was nobody was expecting coming into Fiji.
You know, Lakey's spent a lot of time here as well. She's been here for, you know, over a week now, and you know, it's hard. It's hard to watch this kind of stuff. You know, she's an amazing competitor, amazing surfer, and we see sets coming through now. She's going to have to take one. She's got 11 minutes to go, which there's still time on the clock for her to do it. With jet ski assist, she could quite easily get 2 good waves. But this needs to be a good one. She needs to get this set right now, and she needs to post a good score, Joe.
So we see a solid one coming through, and Lakey's going to hold her position with first priority. Tatiana looks over the edge just for a moment and decides not to commit. Down to 11 minutes on the clock. You can see Alessa Quizon standing by as she's watching these conditions unfold. She's coming up next. Next set. Doesn't look like it's going to work for Lakey, but Tatiana's digging in. Wave number 2, she takes a big drop, winds up off the bottom, controls it into a frontside hook. Bottom's dropping out, and she ejects under a huge closeout section. Getting that second score could put Lakey Peterson in a combination spot with 10.5 to go.
Yeah, you know, Tatiana she said, look, I've got to get a backup now. You can't win heats with 1 wave, and so she's got a 2-wave total now, and as you said, Joe, she is going to quite possibly put Lakey in a combo situation, which is going to make it even more difficult for Lakey. She's going to need 2 good waves to get herself back into this heat.
Heavy moment for Lakey Peterson as she's sitting out the back. Should Lakey now change her position at this point?
Yeah, she's got to do something. I'm just curious about what Snips is doing in the lineup too. If he's trying to, you know, hand signals or whatever, but we see Tatiana, a real difficult wave to surf, but she carves that big turn there, and you can see just unfortunately slips off on the bottom. She got picked up and slammed down, but she doesn't care. She's back out there. She's a go for it young lady, and she's on the jet ski, and she's getting herself back out into the lineup. So a 4.0, that puts Lakey in a 12.832 wave combo, Joe, which means she needs 2 rides to post a 12.83 combo.
Well, interesting moment, as we always see the numbers always effective with our highlight reel. We always want to look at our top 5 in the post show at the end of the day. As far as chargers are concerned, Potts, who's impressed you as far as the gutless performances going for it in these kinds of conditions?
Yeah, well, you know, Malia Manuel just really cranked it up. I mean, she just showed that she's, you know, well capable of riding gnarly conditions. Tatiana is really impressing me as well. Tyler Wright put the foot down. You know, surfed incredibly well too, just power base. I'm a bit sort of baffled with Lakey's performance. She needs to catch a wave immediately.
Plenty of time to go. Let's get a more in-depth update on the desk with Todd Klein and Strider Wasilewski.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. In this heat right now, Lakey Peterson really has her back against the wall. But looking back at the first 3 heats in round 2, Strider, we've seen some fantastic surfing. But out of the gates in heat number 1, it was very unfortunate to see Nikki Van Dyke hitting the reef and unfortunately having to come in early and get stitches.
You know, she's back there now getting taken care of. I'm not sure if that was in that first heat or if she actually got to skip out, but she, you know, they're back there, they're stitching her up. I believe, you know, maybe she's going to get back in the water this afternoon. But that's a head case. You never know how you're going to be, your head space after something like that happens.
She unfortunately hit the reef, and she is being tended to, and she still has the opportunity to potentially surf later. But into that next heat, we saw Joanne DeFay with a last minute, actually in the last 40 seconds, on her backhand, just taking it up into the lip with multiple maneuvers to upset Coco Ho.
Well, I mean, it was a solid wave. So, you know, the biggest wave of the heat and 2 of the biggest turns, you know, Tyler Wright was getting after it. You know, she talked about how, you know, she was waiting for the waves that she didn't think were the right ones to be the right ones.
Yeah, no, Tyler Wright, you know, came out of the gates blazing in heat number 3, and she didn't let up at any point. She owned that heat all the way through, and you know, it was a bit of an upset in round 1 for Tyler Wright to go down, but now she's rebounded. She's on into round 3, and guys, I tell you what, this heat right now on the water is a big one with Lakey Peterson. She's yet to catch a wave, and time is winding down.
Well, Tatiana's out there going nuts. I mean, she's out there ripping. I mean, her first wave was a solid, big score, and I think she's somebody to be dealt with.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Strider. Great update from the desk as we anticipate big things from Lakey Peterson in 7 minutes. She has to surf a 7-minute heat now, with Tatiana starting with the 8.83. It was a huge one, a massive closeout finish over dry reef to take a stranglehold of this challenging lineup. And we kind of reflect back to Rio once again on the men's event when we had a heat with Kelly Slater and Adriano de Souza where he was scoreless past the 5-minute warning. It's not something you see too often in pro surfing.
No, it's not. You know, it's you got to catch waves to win your heats, and you know sometimes you've got to take a marginal wave to get the ball rolling. That's all it takes. Once you catch a wave, you're out of that situation of waiting for the good ones. Now you've opened your account, your feet are in the wax, and you're basically ready to go. And especially out here at Cloudbreak, you could catch a marginal wave, ride it halfway down the point, kick out, and all of a sudden you're in the position for something that you know you otherwise wouldn't have been there for. So at some stage you've got to pull the trigger. You've got to get the ball rolling, even if it is a 2 or a 3. Your feet are in the wax. You know, okay, now let's get busy. You know, and if she does that, if she posts a 2 or a 3, you know, she's out of that combo situation and she's looking for one good score.
So there's the scenario for Lakey Peterson, former U.S. Open champion, which will be a CT once again later on this season, but trying to take advantage of the Fiji Pro for the first time in her career since she's been on tour, but down to 5:40 to go to try to break down a 12.83 total. And Tatiana Weston-Webb's not worried about world titles this year or her rankings. She's just trying to upset the dreams of the top 17. She was effective in Rio, and looks like with this approach, gutless on the inside section, she still wants to meet the lip and showcase her power and control, being a goofy foot. Well, how far will this dark horse go in this contest, Potts?
Well, if she keeps going like she is, I mean, it's a fearless approach, and that's what you got to have. You know, you've got to have that. You know, you heard Tyler Wright say, look, the consequences are there. You know, and you don't realize how quick stuff can happen in surfing. But if you think about that, you're not going to do it. You know, it's like, you've got to like put that kind of situation in the back of your mind. You've got to go for it. This is what you're here for. You know, and if you're going to get hurt, this is the perfect time to do it because we've got great stuff on call to help you out. But, you know, we don't want to see the girls get hurt at all. I mean, it's not part of what we're here for. But you've got to charge out here at places like this. It's a wave that demands your game, your A game.
And you can't back down. 4:40 to go. It's been fun to watch so far. Tatiana has 4:30 to try to hold on to this lead. She has second priority, and Lakey's been sitting with first priority for quite some time. You can see this inside little runner running through. And from our end, you can see maybe some of those sections being surfable. How far close can you get to that shish kebab section before it's really unrideable, Potts?
You know, we'll see the guys do close-out re-entries right there on that end section. Guys kind of they'll go for that, and it's the difference between a point to a point and a half, depending on how critical. So you can ride pretty much right up onto that, but you know it's a matter of finishing the maneuver and then getting straight out of the wave. There's a real fine line there between how far in you go. You don't want to finish that off and ride it in too far because then you end up on the dry reef. And then you're looking at the high tide situation too, where there'll be a lot more water on that inside section, and really that's when you do have to go for it.
So impressive with Tatiana Weston-Webb. She did get an equal 9th back in Brazil. Eliminated Bianca Batendog from the draw. We'll get caught up with the 883 once again, Potts.
Yeah, big opening turn there from the young lady. And she did the high line. She tried to get barreled there. And this was what I like about what Tatiana does. She just went for it on that last turn. Super shallow there. And finished that wave on her feet. So, you know, and while Lakey was sitting out the back, this was her wave number 2. Now, it wasn't an incredible wave, but I tell you what, it got her into that 2-wave total, and she posted a 4 on that for that one big turn, and put Lakey Peterson now in a really tight situation of that combo where she's looking for 2 waves to post a 12.83 total.
Yeah, just 2 waves ridden in our whole heat recap at this stage. 3 minutes off the clock, and now Lakey has to decide now, as we'll see what happens for Lakey Peterson with a little wave coming through. Lakey is going to sneak under, still scoreless at this stage. Now we have round 3 coming up quick. Let's see if we have an update. Rosie Hodge, you know if we're going into round 3?
That's right, Joe. I've just actually figured out, heard the call from Rod Brooks from the island of Tabarua, from Jessie Miley-Dyer, the ASP Tour Commissioner, that we won't be running round 3 today. It's pretty good news. Just chatting to the girls about the conditions and how tricky it is out there. I think it's a great call. Not to carry on running the contest, but the girls nonetheless putting on great performances.
So nice to get the update, Rosie. How easy is it with communication? You're so far out in the boat. You talked about 5 people to get that call.
I know, it's like, you know, coconut wireless out here, but it's pretty fun. I mean, we do get the information across, and it's really fun. Like I said, everyone's on the boat kind of making it work, and it makes it more challenging and more fun.
Well done, Rosie. Thanks for that update on the rounds. You kind of have to help people out when you're out on a boat in the middle of the ocean, passing on the updates round by round. Jessie Miley-Dyer is our deputy commissioner. Her rookie year, she got to compete out here in Fiji. She knows the kind of consequence that is on the line. A good call to wait for a little bit cleaner water later on in the waiting period, Potts.
That's, you know what that is, that's basically we've got a waiting period for a reason. You know, and if there's swell on the way, the conditions are going to get better. You know, we want these girls to have the best of it. We don't want to throw them out in marginal conditions. You know, we want to see the best girls in the best waves. We've still got a few days left up our sleeves, 3 days after today, to complete, and we've got like 1 full day of surfing. So it can be done. You know, even if it's 2 half days and we pick the eyes out of it over the next couple of days to get the right conditions for these girls. This afternoon, very tricky. We've seen some upsets, and especially after this heat where we've only seen 2 waves ridden, just goes to show how tricky cloud break can be.
As we see in the distance, the pink jersey of Lakey Peterson, a tough one for her to handle right now as she is still scoreless. Entering the final minute, she had all the strategies lined up, came here nice and early, and the last thing on her mind was that she wasn't going to catch a wave in round 2. We touched on her reaction from losing early at the Drugware Margaret River Pro, and now she'll have to take some serious time to recover from maybe her first ever performance being scoreless. I can't think of any heat where Lakey's not caught a wave in a matchup.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely baffling. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of waves, but Tatiana's got 2. You know, if your opponent's catching waves, they are out there. You just need, you know, maybe you need to reposition yourself on the reef, as you said. And I'm wondering if Mike Parsons hasn't been yelling at her, trying to get her further down the reef, try and come inside a little bit more, or go further up, try and reposition yourself. It's quite an interesting situation.
So Lakey now into the countdown will suffer a scoreless heat here in round 2, and Tatiana Weston Webb, the injury replacement, dominates the 8.83 to start, backed it up with a 4.0 on a single turn, and this one will be in the books. Tatiana, effective as a wild card, will move on to round 3 to try to upset more of the top 17 with bigger conditions on the horizon.
Yeah, I'm looking for big things from this young lady. You know, judging on that committed attack that she just showed, she's not scared. She's going to go for it. Posted a big score, and I'll tell you what, I'm very impressed with this young lady.
So now, coming up next, we'll see Bianca Batendog take on Alana Blanchard. We'll bring in Pat Parnell and Ross Williams for the call right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Welcome back, everyone. You are watching the Fiji Pro. Pat Parnell along with Momentum Generation, Big Wave Charger, Ross Williams, getting ready for Bianca Batendog and Alana Blanchard. Do-or-die situation for both surfers here in round 2. We just witnessed one of the most interesting heats in a long time. Lakey Peterson scoreless in that affair, but Tatiana Weston Webb definitely finding that rhythm that she had in round 1 as we jump right to live action. Bianca on her forehand, first to strike, wraps it back to the pocket, starting to drive down the line, and she'll kick out the back.
Wow, so another smooth car for her, but again, that wave shutting down. And she's going to have to go out there and look for one of those gems, Pat, that opens up down the reef.
It has been difficult. In the last exchange, Tatiana only able to grab 2 waves, but it was enough to take down Lakey Peterson. Lakey Peterson waveless in that exchange. But here in round 2, it's do or die, an elimination round. Winner moves on and still stays alive here in the Fiji Pro as Bianca trying to find her flow. Earlier it was a different story, definitely finding the waves, but just couldn't compete along the likes of Malia Manuel, who's just been on just a feisty rhythm so far here today.
She dropped the hammer. She put it down. But, you know, picking up on Lakey Peterson, you know, that's unfortunate because she is one of the performers of 2014 so far. So interesting, you know, she's got Mike Parsons in her corner. You'd figure she's got, you know, she's full of all kinds of great tips out there. She should know where to line up. But this spot, Pat, can get in your head. You know, there's a lot of water moving around, a lot of wind, and obviously it was a mental error for her to not catch a single wave.
Is it safe to say when you have also a fellow competitor, you see Nikki Van Dyke, that, you know, taking a hit like that, albeit it's one of those things that you assume that can happen when you surf any reef pass, but it kind of resonates in your mindset as well?
There's tons of it, you know, between the ears. You know, you can get psyched out. You know, when, you know, obviously with Nikki, that horrible wipeout, these kinds of stories impact the entire field, not just Nikki. And you know, it is a dangerous surf spot. Let's face it. So it's not just about performing out here. There is a fear factor that you have to get over.
Well, 26.5 on the clock here in Heat 5. We pointed out this is round 2. Elimination round. Winner moves on to the 3rd round. So for both surfers, we talked about it earlier with Alana Blanchard. She is really needing a keeper of a finish. She's sitting on 4/13ths. And also maybe at this stage in the 2014 season, really forced to look at backing herself up on the QS series.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You know, and we mentioned before, you know, Alana has a lot of talent. Of course, she's extremely popular in the social world. You know, she's got all that side to her that is well known. But she's a great surfer, and you know, she's having a shocker, as they say, in 2014. So let's see if she can rebound, because I'll tell you what, in the first round, Pat, she didn't get off to a good start.
No, up against Bianca Beitendag, having her work cut out for her, the Rookie of the Year. Tour sophomore now. We always call her the Tower of Power, 6'1", but the way that she's able to leverage that height, especially on her backhand attack, and now we get to watch her what she can do here in Fiji on her front hand as that first wave, that quick exchange at 2.83, only one wave so far in the exchange. Alana yet to get on the board, as we've seen just in the previous heat. Definitely a challenging situation of trying to find those waves of scoring potential. Bianca Beitendag, as we look at the stats for her, grew up on the well-groomed point breaks of Victoria Bay. Family moved there when she was 11 years old. Definitely did her time with the surfing family, 2 brothers, and she won every surf event she entered in South Africa up to 2009. Pretty amazing stat. You take that kind of momentum, and then you're like, okay, let's apply it to the big leagues. And she definitely opened up a lot of people's eyes when she took the second place at Snapper, and you saw just a dazed and confused Lakey Peterson there following that shocker of a heat.
Yeah, that was crazy. You know, she's definitely dazed. She looks like a deer in headlights right there. She's trying to figure out, I can't believe I went that wrong in that heat. You know, it's I should know better than that. And she came up with a fat donut. No scores. She didn't even stand up on a wave. So, you know, the waves are tricky. There's not a ton of surf out there on hand. You have to really grind it out and find a wave. So, you know, she's going to be disappointed.
And all the anticipation, too, coming into this event. Every single surfer on the CTA, on the men's and women's side, but you talk to all the girls in Rio, and all they could talk about, you know what, I don't care, I'm going to Fiji next.
Yeah.
And then to have a heat like that, it hurts that much more, because it's one of those events you want to do well on the competition side, but you also might get the barrel of your life in a competition.
Yeah, and, you know, there was a great little clip from Joel Parkinson after he lost in Rio. He said, you know, this is the surfers event, and I kind of like that. You know, it just means, you know, these athletes love coming here. They really embrace it, everything that it's about. But you're right, there is an element to it where they can mistakenly think they're on vacation. So there's a fine line between enjoying yourself and making sure you're hungry for a win.
So far, no wave for Alana Blanchard. Seeing a similar activity in the wave rhythm here, unfortunately, that we saw in the previous heat. About 23 minutes on the clock. And we check in with Bianca, finds another one, wraps it back, showing just how much wind is on that wave right now. So dealing with the elements and getting a second wave on the board for Bianca Beitendag, the South African. Right now, let's send it over to Rosie Hodge, who's on the boat.
Thanks, Pat. Yeah, one of the upsets of round 2 so far, Tatiana Westweb dropping 8. A wonderful heat from you. Having fun out there.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just taking in this opportunity to surf Epic Fiji with like one other girl in the water. It's amazing. I'm so happy that I have this opportunity, and I'm just so lucky.
And you're telling me this morning that you've actually spent a week here prior to the contest starting. Do you think that experience is starting to pay off for you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Before, like this week before the contest, I was surfing basically like 5 hours a day. You know, I figured like when I'm here, might as well get as much time as possible. And yeah, it paid off a lot, because there was a swell kind of just like this, and I surfed it all day long, and it was kind of like the day of the trial. So yeah, I'm super stoked that I came early, and I wish I could stay later.
Almost took a digger. This is tough. I mean, just tell me about how tough it is. You got to prepare for a contest. You got to do your stretching routine. You got an interview. The boat's rocking. It's really hard.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of is like a surf simulator, standing on the boat all day long. I bet would mean you're gonna go eat later. You're gonna be like rocking back and forth, but yeah, it's insane. You know, I've never surfed a contest that's anything like this. You know, we have to. Well, I've been on the boat all day long, just waiting for the call. But yeah, being on the boat and having the tower out there, it's crazy. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is insane. I can't even believe I'm here still.
Well, it's awesome to see you in round 3. It's your second event on the ASP World Tour as an injury replacement, so it's great to see you surfing out there. Back up to you, Pat.
Thanks, Rosie. Yeah, hope you guys stay in one piece. It's hard on the top deck there. It's a lot of rocking out there on the boat. You can see how much swell is coming through in the wind. But a great performance, Tatiana Weston Webb. We were talking about how it was such a great little tester for her. If I'm just going to sample the CT, I've proven my my worth on the QS, narrowly missing qualifying for the tour. Now I just get to test the waters.
Right.
In Rio, she actually Bianca Beitendog was that interference situation, and she did well in Rio. And I'll tell you what, if her performance here is any just glimmering foreshadow of what we can expect for her, she is a force to be reckoned with in the future.
Interesting, because she has some bizarre heats happen. She got the interference call with Bianca, and then now she had a heat with Lakey where she didn't even catch a wave. That being said, even though there's this kind of bizarre things happening with her, she's showing a lot of talent.
As we see, Alana Blanchard finally finds a wave to work with, a couple of S-turns, and she's out as it doesn't really materialize and dumps on the inside under 20 minutes on the clock. Bianca, so far, the more active of the two, sitting on a 2.87 and a 3.27. So that's definitely the key to success here, just finding any wave of scoring potential. You do not want to end waveless at end of a round at Cloud Break.
No, and it's maybe Lakey was just overthinking it. It's tricky out there, and you're looking for a couple different things. Not only are you waiting for those set waves to come in, but you're waiting for the wave that doesn't close out. There's a lot of waves out there that are just moving so fast down the line. So you want these waves that slow up a bit that give you the opportunity to do a couple turns. So it's easy to overthink it and not give a wave a chance. Sooner or later, you're going to need to take off on something, even if it doesn't look good, just to give it a crack. And here we see Bianca taking off, and look at that nice clean snap, but it's down the line, and you're going to see a lot of that where they can't quite arc the turns as much as they want because the wave is so speedy. It's moving down the reef. So a lot of times in surfing you'll see surfers redirect and even slide the tail and give it a moment and a pause. Out here you don't really have that luxury with this swell direction. You need to really go down the line quick or it's game over. So it's tough going right now.
So challenging conditions prevail here at the Fiji Pro. Heat 5, round 2 in the water. We'll be back with more surfing right after this.
Waves for Water is founded on adventure, it's founded on surfing, it's founded on going out there and doing the things that you love and helping along the way. And nobody ever said that you can't have fun while you're helping people.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Bula, and welcome back, everyone, to the Fiji Pro, the women in the water right now. It is round 2 action. Bianca Beitendog of South Africa up against Hawaiian Alana Blanchard, and Alana having to dig deep, trying to find some rhythm here, but it's been tough. Bianca having the upper hand so far in this exchange. 3 waves on the board for her, a mere throwaway for Alana, a .73. Ross, we were talking about Bianca's performance at the first stop earlier in the broadcast in terms of how she did up against Stephanie Gilmore, and there was a lot of buzz about the power of her backhand. What are you seeing on her forehand side? Things you're liking, things that she can improve upon?
I like it. She has great technique, and she's 6'1". She's one of the tallest athletes we have on tour, even for men and women. I think, for example, Jordy Smith may be the tallest at 6'3", but she uses that leverage to her advantage, and she's got great style and technique, so she doesn't look awkward on the wave. And in fact, she uses it to her advantage with throwing spray. She gets her rail in the water really nicely, which is good at a place like Tabarua where it's a lot of power out here. So she matches it. So I like her technique. I like what I see, and in terms of her scores and what she's doing right now, sure, she doesn't have any keepers. There's no big numbers on there, but see how she's staying busy. And I think that's the name of the game right now. You have to just give a wave a crack and give it a chance and really grind it out.
Well, Alana Blanchard yet to get a second wave so far in this round 2, Heat 5. Remember, round 2, elimination round. Loser, they pack their bags. They might, if they're lucky, stay a day or two in Fiji, but for the victor out of round 2, onward and forward into round 3. As we mentioned, we anticipate that following the final heat of round 2 will be done for the day. We'll be making the official call coming up, and then for tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. local time, be sure to check into Dawn Patrol for the official call whether or not we'll be recommencing and if at what time. So 15 and a half on the clock. Bianca Beitendog still on top with a 2.87 and a 3.27. Alana Blanchard needing a 5.41. And we were talking earlier, too, about Alana Blanchard, her ability, not just on her ability to release fins, but also in the barrel. I was talking with Rosie Hodge, and, you know, she talks about Alana's ability to be comfortable in barrel situations. It's just going to be a matter of finding those corners out here. Not easy when you got the tide, the incoming swell, very challenging.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, interesting thing as we see, it looks like Bianca stroking in.
Bianca on a 4th wave, frothy takeoff. She'll take her time, slowly wraps it back. She waits for it to stand up, and another wrapping cutback bounces off the foam, and she'll be done with that. So 2 soft turns, but nonetheless staying busy as we look back on that.
Well, you know, again, this wave didn't look super good, but she had said, you know what, I got to give it a go. And right here, nice smooth wrap. There she sees this section get in front of her, so she stuffs in one more move, and then the wave closes out. So it could be her best score to date. And look at this shot all the way from the island across the channel. This is 2.5 miles away. There's that quick cutback right before the wave closes out. Look at that section. It's actually a right peeling at her. So challenging, but she's getting it done.
So now 14 on the clock. Alana still looking for that second wave. Prior to that wave that Bianca just had, she needs a 5.41 to take the lead. But we've seen some pretty radical shakeups in the last 10 minutes of every heat so far. I mean, the biggest shocker we keep hammering it home was what we just watched with Lakey, unable to grab a wave. But each heat, it seems like it comes down to that last 10 minutes. Tatiana actually held the heat in round 1, wasn't able to get it done. But then fortunately came back in round 2 and just a blistering performance there up against Lakey.
Yeah, she was right there with Sally Fitzgibbons. And so she's a threat. She's really making her name known here, making a splash. And so as you mentioned, you know, what a great way to warm up and see what it's like, you know, in the big league, so to speak.
And you can see, looks like a board change.
That's Alyssa Quizon getting ready in the next heat, Pat. And she's with her coach, Reynos Hayes.
Just having a good little conversation there. Alessa Guizon also looking awfully comfortable out here in the conditions. Watching her in the free surfs as well, as we see Bianca taking a look, and she'll pass on that. Priority right now sitting with Alana Blanchard out the back. Seeing some waves come through on the inside, but it's just trying to find those sections where you can get in.
You know what's interesting, Pat, is, you know, Alana Blanchard's from Kauai, raised in Hawaii, where she should be, you know, used to a lot of power, a lot of waves. But it always boils down to natural ability and natural instincts. So let's see if she can kick into gear here as we see Bianca.
Foamy takeoff again for Bianca. Right back to the textbook wrapping cutback. Looks down the line. Can she get in? She pulls in and able to come out. Can she hold on to it? No. Goes down, but gets a bit of a stand-up exit, and then just the lip takes her down. But love to see the commitment there on the tube.
Wow, it was almost a little early celebration there. She sort of arched her back and stood up, trying to, you know, show the judges, hey, I made that tube ride. But she paid a bit of a price for it with an awkward kick out there. Nonetheless, she is building on a score upon score. So she's going to sort of create a pretty good lead on Alana, who just is sort of asleep at the wheel right now, almost doing what Lakey Peterson did in the heat before. So Bianca, as we'll see a replay right here, making the most of this wave. She's going to size up this section. There's a clean wrap there. I love that style she has. Right here, eyeballing this section. Watch it dump down on the reef, and now it howls out, and she gets a clean little barrel. This is where she stands up a little bit awkwardly, and it gets hit right in the chest, and that pushes her down. So it will be considered a make, but nonetheless, a little bit of funky exit.
One of the downsides when you're 6'1", you got to be careful where you stand up on that inside section. The lip coming for her head on that one and taking her down, but nonetheless, a great performance. sitting now on a 3.27 and a 3 on the last wave. So now Alana Blanchard needing a 5.54. Blanchard 0.73 throwaway as we see Alana on her second wave in this heat. Very bouncy section as she'll consume a little time here, and 2 just cutbacks with not much on offer for that. So Alana Blanchard still looking for a wave of scoring merit.
I can see now she's looking down the line saying, hey, you know what? I'm not having any success up on the top of the reef. Maybe I'll try and sniff something out down the way. And here comes a wave her way. Let's see if she's out far enough for it. Can see this swell marching in. There's a lot of energy right now in the water. No luck with that. So I like the fact that she's looking around. You know, maybe she's going to be more alert to the fact that I have to do something different.
And when cloud break is on, when you take it all the way from the ledge to the inside section of Shishkabobs, there's been amazing waves caught in between on the way out. That's where some of the best waves are caught at times.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a solid 200 to 300 yards of reef to play with here, and where you can take off and get a good score.
So hitting the 10-minute mark as we see Alana staying on the inside. Going to try to get crafty here, and she finds another wave. Starts to stand up nicely for her. Quick turn on the top, and she looks down the line, and she says, no way. It's going to dump.
And it did, but you can see Bianca with that quick cutback, sort of a funky exit to that barrel pat, but she did receive a 4.5. So again, she is slowly but surely, you know, putting the pressure on Alana. You know, no huge scores, but you got to get it done out here in some way, shape, or form, and that's what she's doing.
If Alana could snag something, though, only needs a 5.77. Anything on that inside corner, if she could find a quick cover-up, one of her trademark, you know, just a quick snap, maybe a quick fin release, and she could definitely call it possible, 5.77.
I would agree, you know, and there's a lot of time left. She still has all the opportunity in the world to catch 2 waves. She's not down to that one last shot with catching 1 wave, you know, in a minute left. She's got time to catch 2 solid scores, so this heat is wide open. So let's see if she can buckle down and find a wave. You know, it's not like Bianca's swooping into some, you know, long killer waves. She's just kind of, you know, sniffing out these waves and getting a cut back in here or there. So a slim margin.
Well, we talked about Bianca's 2014 season. It started off very strong with the second place finish at the Quicksilver Roxy Pro on the Gold Coast. Then it was the Margaret River event, got a 5th there. Disappointment for her at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach with the 9th, but the real big shocker was the 13th place finish in Rio, at the Billabong Rio, where Tatiana Weston Webb, a random interference. You know,
Yeah.
you see that a lot on a wave like that with that split peak, where she thought Tatiana was going to go right, and Tatiana using priority.
Yeah. Well, it was a big mistake, no doubt, from Bianca. You know, she gave one look, and sure, it looked like Tatiana was going right, but she didn't give that second look, and that's what came to bite her in the butt. You know, she should have gave one more look back and said, you know what, let's make sure she's not going. It is possible, and she didn't do that. And sure enough, Tatiana swung back to the left, and she got an interference on her. So that was a hard mistake to learn.
And you talk to a lot of the female surfers; they love that the priority system now is being used on their CT side of things. Stephanie Gilmore is as grizzled of a veteran as she is. She even fell victim to it at the first stop.
Grizzled 26-year-old.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know it's amazing. 5-time world champion, but yeah, you are technically, even though 26, you could call her a grizzled veteran.
No, I know what you're saying, and the bottom line is, who can deal with the pressure? You know, sometimes when you're under pressure, under the gun, so to speak, you can make some poor decisions, and that's what makes a lot of these champs like Carissa Moore and Steph so tough to beat, because they make so little mistakes. They're always on the money.
Well, we talk about what an expansive piece of real estate this break is, of cloud break. When you're out there just trying to get a read of, in terms of score line, in terms of priority, how difficult is it not just to line yourself up, but to know the situation?
Yeah, well, right now you could see Bianca was waving her hand. She wants to know there is a loudspeaker out there on the scaffolding, so they're relaying the scores to the ladies so that they know how much time and where they stand in the heat. That being said, it's super windy. You're pretty far away from the scaffolding, so a lot of times you don't hear. Maybe you have to rely on your caddy or someone in the water to give you those scores. You know, but you pay the price. You know, there's a take and a give. You want to surf perfect waves, you got to go where the waves are, and in this case, it's in the middle of the ocean, Pat.
Right. Well, we're waiting for the perfect part of that. Definitely, it's gonna. improve. We can only hope. Obviously, conditions, when we look at the Surfline forecast for the rest of the week, it's going to get better every day. The question is how big. I think a lot of people, some are happy, some are concerned that it's going to get maybe too big.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing some carnage on the 4-foot day. So tomorrow should be 2 to maybe 3 times bigger. But that being said, these girls are the best in the world, you know, and they'll buckle down and they'll get it done out here, and hopefully we'll see some great tube rides.
Well, I think even with the size, if it cleaned up, I think we could expect a lot more on the tube side of things and a little bit more performance.
Yeah, you know, we've mentioned many times how this surf break, cloud break is in the middle of the ocean, and because of that, you're going to get a lot of wind affected on the break there. There's no big mass of land that's right there to block the wind. So, you know, it's right there in the elements.
How many times you been out at cloud break where it goes from the best day ever to 2 seconds later, worst conditions? Right.
I mean, look on your screen there. Look how raw that looks. You know, it looks like you should be sailing along on a love boat out there in the middle of the ocean. Instead, we're watching a live surf contest. You know, we're bringing it to you. It's pretty amazing, actually.
We're on the SS Chunky, Chunky Monkey. So under 5 minutes on the clock, Alana Blanchard still needs a 5.77. Bianca Betendag of South Africa leading the charge by 4.34. That 4.5, that last big turn she had, judges liking that, and a good angle down the line. You can see how much current, how much chop. As we see Bianca trying to scrap into that one, and she can't.
Look at the horizon there on your screen. You can see those bumps, huge swells going back and forth through there. It just shows you how raw this ocean is. You know, we are in the middle of the Pacific down here, and that's what makes this wave so good, but it really is right in the middle of the elements.
Oh, it's such a beautiful line of fetch that just funnels right up into Tavarua, which makes for great consistent conditions, just waiting for the wind to clean up and tides to work as Bianca finds another one driving down the line, and she loses it. Interesting choice of turn there, but hopefully was able to get away from the reef and the board.
Yeah, that was
an exit.
That was a breath holder. That's one where you watch where you it looked very awkward. Luckily, she just got away from her surfboard there. And you could see she got disconnected, and you know, that's usually when a treacherous wipeout happens.
Takes another one on the head. Jet ski assist right next to her, and they'll have to wait out this set as she'll take a quick duck dive. You can see just how shallow it is, about 15, 20 feet in from there, as she'll able to jump on the ski. Looking back on that wave, though, yeah, it got interesting right at the end.
Yeah, you can see right here. She tries to draw a high line. I was thinking maybe she'll pull into this barrel. There's the awkward high line and barely gets off her heels there. For a second, I thought she was going to reconnect with her surfboard and have a horrible wipeout. A lot of times you can connect with your rib cage, you know, and get hurt that way. So luckily, she just got away from her surfboard, but that was a funky wipeout. Nonetheless, she's jumped on the sled there, and she's going to zip right back out in the lineup.
Under 3 minutes on the clock, Alana Blanchard needing the 5.77. Do or die situation here in round 2. It is an elimination round. Loser packs their bags here at Fiji, and the winner moves on to round 3. Bianca Betendag on top by a mere 4.34. So any wave, priority sitting with Alana Blanchard. We talked about the disappointing season she's had in 2014. 4 13th place finishes, so she desperately needs to get some rhythm and some momentum here, and it would be huge. Huge in terms of her campaign for the year to grab a 5.77 and move out of round 2.
Well, you mentioned, you know, if you lose here, you're packing your bags, and just to give you an example of how extreme that is, you get 1,750 points if you lose in round 2, compared to if you advance on, the minimum you're going to get is 3,300 points. So you almost double your points, which is crucial at the end of the year when you want to requalify. You really, really need to avoid those 13th place finishes. Those are brutal for your scoreline.
Well, Bianca Betendag has just been very, very active. Here's a look at the 4.5.
Well, this is the highest score so far in this heat, and right here, beautiful, nice little wrap. I love that extra torque she throws at the end, and she goes for this barrel. A little bit of a misstep right there. She gets a little extended. Doesn't quite ride out of it cleanly. If she had, it might have broke into the excellent range, but that's going to garner her the lead. And Alana, with a minute and a half left, she's down to that Hail Mary, Pat. Now she's, just going for that one big score.
Seeing a quick little spit there from the wave. And, yeah, down to the wire for Alana Blanchard as we approach 60 seconds on the clock for Heat 5, Round 2. We'll be going right into Heat 6, Pauline Adu and Lessa Quizon, the last heat of the day for Round 2. Those of you just checking in, Nikki Van Dyke took a hard hit to the reef between board, reef, everything. Ended up having to get stitches, and the situation, her heat with Laura Enever, we're waiting for an update on the official word on that. That was going to be the first heat of Round 2.
Well, I'll tell you what, 40 seconds to go. Alana Blanchard has priority, so she's in position. She only needs a 5.77, so this is not quite over yet. Maybe 1 or 2 lines coming her way. Let's see if she can grab Bianca right in the last dying 27 seconds now.
Well, not a lot on offer as both surfers on the move a little bit. And just unfortunate for Alana Blanchard as we see a medium-sized bump, and it's just not going to be enough for Alana Blanchard in the last seconds. So another 13th place finish for Alana Blanchard. A disappointment for her 2014 campaign, but a sigh of relief for Bianca Bettendog. She moves onward and forward to Round 3. When we come back, Heat 6 takes to the water here at the Fiji Pro. Pauline Adu and Alessa Quizon. Stay close.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Welcome back, everyone, to a little piece of Pacific paradise, a.k.a. Tavarua, here in the Pacific Island nation of Fiji as we continue with the Fiji Pro for the women in the water right now. Round 2, a great shot as we take a look from above, just off restaurants. But right today, the action all out at Cloudbreak. It's been a challenging day. And our final heat of the day for Heat 6, Round 2, the Hawaiian Alessa Quizon looking awfully comfortable in these conditions in free surfs and earlier up against the French surfer Pauline Adu.
Yeah, Pauline Adu is definitely a solid competitor, but you'd have to say possibly a little bit of a nod to Alessa if you had to pick a favorite in this heat. She is a goofy footer, so let's see if she can use that to her advantage. Obviously, Bianca didn't mind taking down that last heat.
Now, Bianca looking very comfortable, very forceful, and making her way into Round 3. When you talk about Pauline Adu and Alessa Quizon in the 2014 season, mirroring each other's finishes identical, both a 9th on the Gold Coast, 13th at Margaret River, 13th at Bells, and a 5th at Rio. As we jump into the water, and Alessa Quizon finds a runner on her forehand, sends it up, and she goes down, but gets to work early, so wants to be the active one out of the two so far.
Well, what I like about Alessa Quizon and her surfing out here is she's very strong. She's got a strong set of legs, and she does have some flair. She likes to release her tail, but she's pretty, solid with that carve. So let's see if she can swoop into, really the name of the game out here is finding that wave that opens up for a couple moves. It's as simple as that.
Well, we can assume the west side of Oahu is watching Alessa, wanting her to make it out of round 2. So many great surfers over the years out of the west side of Oahu, a rich lineage. But for the 20-year-old, she's a rookie. And it's interesting when you look at how she dismantled the WQS in 2013. I guess it's no surprise she's looking as comfortable as she is in these conditions.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, she's very young. She's a youngest competitor on tour, but she doesn't show it, does she? She looks sturdy. She doesn't fall very much. Pretty well-rounded, but she's definitely a little wet behind the ears. You know, she's gonna have to, you know, get used to this surf spot, as is everyone else on tour. This is the first time we've been here in about 6 or 7 years for the ladies. Well,
she was a semifinalist in Rio back in 2012, grabbing the wild card, and won the Billabong World Junior at Burley Heads in 2012. And she talks about all that experience. We'll get back to that as Paulina Du finds a wave looked like it was going to double up, but you could see just that inside section just dumping and unable to get through that. But I was talking about Alessa Quizon. All that success, she claims, by just having a little bit of the success, playing with the CT and then the success on the QS, was a major confidence boost. And she says that's what is leading her her charge in 2014.
Yeah, maybe Tatiana Weston Webb taking a page out of her book. You know, just getting these couple of events to you know, just kind of shake the nerves. You know,
rookie swagger, maybe.
What's this big tour all about?
Right.
You know, is it hype? Is it for real? And you know, so you know, what's impressive, Pat, is how many Hawaiians are on tour. There's 6 of them, if you include Tatiana in this event, out of only 17 girls. So, pretty impressive. Hawaii is definitely well represented.
It's a country in itself, Ross. We've established that. I think you would, you know, want to claim that as well. It's, I mean, so much talent, and not just Hawaii, but when you break it down, the different areas. I mean, the west side of Oahu, and then you take Kauai. I mean, it seems like breeding even a very particular type of surfer, whether it be Sebastian Zietz or Malia Manuel. You know, you go down the list, such a variety of surfers coming out of the islands.
Yeah, you know, and Tatiana is from there as well. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy because coming from the outer islands, you know, it's a little longer of a road to get to that sort of stardom and fame because Oahu is where everyone is. So they have to make that one extra step to get there. So Maui and Kauai definitely well represented. Even Big Island has quite a few good pro surfers. So, you know, it's great to see.
Waiting for Molokai and Kuluave, maybe Nihao representation. You never know. Under 24.5 on the clock here in Heat 6, Round 2. Alessa Quizon on top. She's sitting on a .37, a .87. Very low-scoring affair so far, as this will be the last heat of the day here in Round 2. We talked about Paulina Du having that similar finish for the first part of the 2014 season. She's part of that girl Euro force of surfers. She talks about Leanne Curran, Justine Dupont, starting to see a lot more talent on the European side. Paulina Du maybe, you know, just one of many as we jump into the water, and it looks like Alessa Quizon finds another wave, a lot of bump on the surface, and she'll take a quick look and decide a no-go on that. So now priority shifting back to Paulina Du, and has to take a big one on the head.
Well, you could see a nice start there for Alessa. She did a clean little wrap, and that wave completely split in half. It really got affected by the wind, it broke it apart, and now it looks like Pauline sees something.
Paulina Du scraps into this one, has a little more face, takes her time on the bottom turn, decides to big slow wrap, and she'll wait a little bit more with this wave, and it starts to suck up, hits the top, able to stay with it, and it softens up, so just gets completely covered there at the very end of that. And Paulina Du trying to stack something on top of that .57.
Well, I'll tell you what, Paulina Du not exactly flaring up on that wave. A little bit cautious on that first bottom turn. You saw her get a quick bobble, which set her off a little bit, but it's easily going to be the best score so far. There's this bobble right there. Kind of kicked her off that rail, so she did sort of a flat cutback right here. This is a little bit better. Stabs it just a touch, sort of a speed line turn there, and one more little snap there before the wave closes out. So, you know, did she surf as good as she wanted to? Definitely not, but it's something. She's on the board.
It'll definitely change the situation for Alessa Quizon. Alessa Quizon sitting on a .37, .87, pretty low-scoring waves. Right now, Paulina Du only needs a .68 to take the lead with 22:10 on the clock here in the last heat for round 2 for the day. And Paulina Du, she says she's learned a lot on all the rip curl trips with Stephanie Gilmore and Bethany Hamilton, part of that rip curl crew of surfers. Would you agree with that in terms of taking trips with quality surfers, especially ones that are, have had the success and the experience, that you learn a lot from that?
Oh, you absorb it for sure. You always want to be around the best when you're, growing and trying to improve your surfing. Just, athletes are so visual, so when you're around the best, you definitely absorb it, and it can do nothing but help.
Well, we just watched Bianca Beitendog get the win on the previous heat. Let's hear from her. She's with Rosie.
Thanks, Pat. Yeah, Bianca Beitendog, you had a great heat there, kind of shaking off the real results and really rebooting here in Fiji.
Yeah, well, the wind's really picked up this afternoon, and I managed to get a couple in my first round heat. That last heat was very nerve-wracking. I think I got through with a 3 and a 4, so that's not signature to a CT event. Yeah, I was up against Lana. We both struggled to find the right waves, and I think the conditions are changing as the high tide comes up.
And you've actually spent a little bit of time previously to this event starting. Do you think that experience is really coming into play here?
Definitely. We came straight from Brazil. South Africa's far off the map to go home and back. It takes like 2 days. So we decided to come straight here. And every day we came through from the mainland, it was similar conditions, like really windy, and we were like, no, it'll be perfect for the contest, but let's just try. So we free surfed every day in conditions like this, with a chop on the side, so it's good that I got used to that.
All right, Bianca, well, we'll see you in round 3. Congratulations on your heat win. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Rosie. As we see some solid lines approaching, neither surfer can get in on that. And hearing from Bianca Beitendog talking about the next stop, Jay Bay, you'd have to think that she's one of the favorites on her backhand there.
Agreed. Yeah, that's right in her hometown, right near it. So, and she's made a name for herself on that backhand attack. She can throw it up vertical in a hurry and in a lot of numbers. So she's going to be one to watch for there.
And not an easy wave to figure out. A lot of people have been rattled by Jay Bay, some of the world's best on both the men's and the women's side.
Well, it kind of goes hand in hand, unfortunately, with good waves. Sometimes, it comes with rough conditions in terms of it goes through lulls. It can be moody with tides and stuff. And Jay Bay, is known to have long lulls. So that's something that can really come to bite you. If you have a heat that's, you have a stroke of bad luck, you can just sit there waiting for a small score and nothing will come in.
Well, heat 6, round 2 in the water. Off to a bit of a slow start, but we expect more waves coming through. 19.5 on the clock. We'll be back with more from the Fiji Pro here at Tavarua right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the Fiji Pro here on Tavarua as Paulina Du up against Alessa Quizon. Previous matchups between the two, as you can see, Alessa Quizon getting the one win. It was the 2014 Rio event, round 3, heat 2. But this woman-on-woman heat, and so far the upper hand sitting with Paulina Du on top. Alessa Quizon, powerful first turn, able to stay with it, drives down the line, wraps it back quick, little bobble there, stays with it, and gets the clean finish.
Wow, that's going to be the best score, I believe, so far in this heat and out the back, Pat.
And we see a little bit of a foam takeoff for Paulina Du. Lots of face to work with. She'll take her time, hopefully standing up. Can she get around the section? A little more face to work with. Quick cut. Starts to stand up again, and she will be done with that one. So Paulina Du sitting on a 5.17 and a 0.57, but we expect big scores for Alessa Quizon.
I'll tell you what, Paulina Du seems to be in sync with the good waves. That wave backing off for her, allowing her to open up with a couple of clean backhand turns. But I really enjoyed that forehand hack that Alyssa Cuisson tapped into on that last wave, showing so much power. And let's take a long look at it right here. Watch how her front leg gets straightened out right there, and she stomps on that back foot. Beautiful turn. That was easily what I thought the best turn of the heat so far. A little bit awkward on that snap, but she backed it up with a cool little floater there, and she finishes it off. So high performance surfing there from Alyssa.
So score starting to drop for Alyssa Cuisson, and with that, she jumps to the top of the leaderboard, a 6.17. Now Paulina Du looking to ditch the 0.57. She does have that 5.17. So Alyssa Cuisson, current number 12 in the world out of Makaha, Hawaii, looking good with 15 seconds left on the clock here in Heat 6, Round 2. Now Paulina Du with that score dropping a 6.17 for Alyssa Cuisson. Not enough now with the 4.17 for a Du.
Yeah, you can see it right here. A stroke of luck here from Pauline. Gets bobbled just a bit right here, but look at this wave open up for her. And now she can wrap into that backside hook. Even a second one right here. That wave nice and slow for her. So 2 wraps. I love what the judges gave, that 4.1. Scaling back just a little bit, realizing that she didn't completely capitalize on that wave. But, you know, nonetheless, she got a decent score. But that 6.17 from Alyssa, easily the best turn of the heat, and the judges acknowledged it.
And we've seen that throughout the day, the waves in terms of judging waves on hand, but that one turn, sometimes it can just be one turn, and the critical factor of that turn can get you in the excellent range.
Yeah, I mean, look at Malia Manuel, her highest score, just over a 9, one turn. That was amazing. We were so impressed by that. Our jaws dropped to the table, and sure enough, the judges said, you know what? We're impressed too, and they dropped a 9. So you don't have to, especially today, Pat, with these conditions. It's almost like a beach break. We're not looking for 5 or 6 turns in a tube ride. You can do one big turn out here, and that's what's delivering out here with these tough conditions. You don't have to have a long wave.
A beach break, but it's instead of sand, it's fire coral.
Yeah,
and just a slight,
a little tougher to nail that last turn for sure.
Exactly. Oh, so Paulina Du, Alyssa Cuisson, Paulina Du on top by only 1.67, and Alyssa Cuisson a 3.17.
There's Reynos Hayes. You can see that is Alyssa Cuizzon's coach, and he is having some words with her, definitely giving her a lot of encouragement. He probably really enjoyed that last score. She found that wave. She surfed really good on that wave. Strong maneuver. She finished it off with that crazy little floater on the reef, so maximizing that score, and no doubt Reynos is happy.
He knows how to find the gems out here.
Reynos, I'll tell you what, he's a great coach. He's helping out with a lot of the Billabong team riders. He does the Hawaiian amateurs. They go to the Worlds every year, and he helps out with along with Kahea Hart and their team. So he's been in that coaching position for years, and he knows what he's doing. He knows how to give that rah-rah speech and definitely give good advice.
As we see a good shot of cloud break out there. All the surfers taking full advantage of the close proximity view here once you get out to the flotilla, if you will. 13.5 on the clock here in Heat 6, Round 2. Paulina Du still on top. Alyssa Cuisson, all she needs is a 3.17.
Yeah.
Completely doable.
I'll tell you what, Pauline's put together a couple of decent scores, but with that high performance on that wave, Alyssa, she hasn't really felt the pressure. She's well within this heat.
All right, up and surfing on her backhand. We see Paulina Du throws a lot of spray. Another quick top turn, and she gets caught behind the section. Paulina Du looking to improve upon a 4.17. Not sure if that was that on that wave.
Well, a couple of quick snaps. So she's making the most of these conditions out here. I really think she's in a good sync with the ocean right now. Every time she's outside, a decent wave seems to come to her. And you can see right here this wave at a good pace, allowing her to go to the bottom and draw off that top. And a second turn, another quick snap. Not too critical. That's the thing where she's going to have to watch out. If she wants to break into that above average score, she's going to have to reach deeper into that bag of tricks.
So 12.5 now on the clock. Alyssa Cuisson still needing a mere 3.17. We'll wait for scores to drop on that exchange. And it's going to get down to the wire if a wave doesn't come of any scoring potential here. Priority sitting with Alyssa Cuisson. So she has first choice of anything that rolls through the lineup right now, as Paulina Du will make her way back out on the ski. A big heat for Alessa Quizon. We've talked about how comfortable she's been looking in the free surfs and in early round action here at the Fiji Pro. It'd be a surprise to see her not advance on, and Paulina Du as well. She's had moments of brilliance, but it's finding those 2 waves when you need them most here at the Fiji Pro.
Well, I'll tell you what, just watching this heat so far, my take on it is Alessa definitely has the nod in terms of performance. She seems to be torquing her surfboard a little more, a bit more on rail. She's got a touch more flair. That being said, Paulina Du is very smart. She's picking off wave after wave, staying very busy. It seems like right now maybe the judge is watching a replay of that last wave, and sure enough, the scores are starting to drop. I didn't think it was anything too critical, but it might be her highest score yet.
Yeah, 5.77. So now Alessa Quizon needs a 4.77. Her high score, 6.17, but still a completely attainable task for Alessa Quizon with 11 minutes on the clock. We should inform all of our viewers, we talked about the situation with Nikki Van Dijk, took a hard hit to the reef in round 1, and we were going to basically shift her heat with Laura Aniver to the end of round 2, but this just in, Nikki Van Dijk will not be surfing in round 2, so this will be the last heat of the day, and we'll fill you in as we get more information regarding Nikki Van Dijk's condition. So once again, Nikki Van Dijk and Laura Aniver, that heat 1 of round 2 will not be hitting the water today. We'll let you know as things evolve with that. So this, the last heat of the day, as we see 10.5 on the clock.
It's just too bad because Nikki has a lot of potential out here. You know, she's a go-getter. She definitely charges. You know, pulling into that small little closeout on the inside, and you know, a brutal mistake to learn from there. You know, obviously that wave didn't look like it had a clean exit, and she paid the ultimate price there, hitting the reef.
So hitting the 10-minute mark, getting down under that 10-minute mark as Alessa Quizon still hunting for that 4.77.
Well, Alessa does have priority, so let's see if she can hook into a wave that allows her to open up and do a couple of turns. It looks like she's eyeballing this wave here, Pat.
You can see she's just on that inside section, gets a nice roll in, takes her time on the bottom turn, sends it to the top. Big hammer for Alessa Quizon, unloads, stays with it. You can see her pumping, driving, pulls in the barrel. Can she make it out? And she does. Unbelievable, goes down on the last turn. I don't think anyone cares because the 2 turns in the 2 before. Wow.
She got a little excited and messed up on that last turn, but I'll tell you what, that hack that she laid down before that barrel was a great turn for Alessa. And let's see right here, exploding off the top there, really leaning on that back foot, throwing a ton of spray, taking the low road, so to speak, and right there that wave opens up. You can see the vision right there. Nice little shampoo for Alessa. Just getting a little stuck there. I think she was so excited. She knew she was on to a huge score. Coming in stuck, but it doesn't matter. She's going to drop a bomb.
You can't fault her for getting a little overamped on that one. Able to make it out. She only needed a 4.77 as she dropped into that. And I'll tell you what, I think we can anticipate she's going to do just that. She's sitting on a 6.17 and a 1.5, so we can assume the 1.5 is completely ditched.
Well, Paulina Du is a cagey competitor. She's been so consistent, catching a lot of waves. But, you know, I mentioned earlier in this heat, Alessa definitely has a nod in terms of performance. She has that little bit of extra torque, and right on cue. I mean, she put it all on display there. You know, Pauline got that 5.7 just for a couple of smooth little swoops, a couple little carves. That was a crazy hack that Alessa did, and then she backed it up with a tube ride. So we're starting to see some excellent scores drop here, Pat.
Yep, waiting to hear for 3 more judges to drop the scores, but the first 2 in the excellent range. And there it is, 8.33 for Alessa Quizon. Now Paulina Du needs an 8.73, so the Hawaiian just showing her dominance so far, going clutch under the 10-minute mark as we continue to wind down the clock here in Heat 6, Round 2, elimination round. Now Paulina Du needing an 8.73.
Well, Paulina Du is a very smart surfer. She's going to put herself in position. You can see she's not getting suckered by Alessa. Alessa got dropped off in the middle of your screen. Now she's paddling to the left. So she's going way up the reef, possibly trying to pull Pauline with her to get her out of position. But you can see how smart she is. She's staying put. So she's still in his heat. There's a lot of time left. It's, you know, far from over.
Well, we were hearing Bianca Bettendog talk about South Africa. I think we made reference to actually the next stop for the women, not the men. Women would be U.S. Open as we take a look at the schedule for the 2014 season. So following Fiji, the women will head back to California for the Vans U.S. Open of surfing. A lot of surfers, including Alessa Quizan, she made the move to San Clemente. She's excited about trestles. It's one of her favorite waves. But, of course, the Maui Women's Pro, that's the wave that a lot of women are happy that's back on the tour, and I think a lot of people are happy having the tour end in Hawaii.
I think, just looking at that schedule, that's what makes Fiji so important. Along with Maui, we really needed that injection of raw power on their tour to make these girls diversified. We don't want to see a girl that can only blow up in beach breaks. They want to be diverse in all conditions. So I'm loving the fact that they have Fiji and Maui now on the list for the schedule. It's really important for their tour.
Bit of a shocker too to go from Fiji to Huntington Beach.
Yeah.
In terms of the variance, the contrast. But I guess no difference in the contrast between Rio and here, obviously.
Well, what's good about Huntington is maybe they can do some big airs.
As we check back in, out in the lineup, Alessa Quizan finds a screamer. She's pumping, driving down the line. She pulls in, and no chance to come out, but just puts it on the line. Alessa Quizan.
Easily the biggest barrel packed so far in this competition. So, Alessa Quizan, the Hawaiian, showing a lot of courage.
Incredible. I mean, I'm speechless at this point. I'm just showing just fearless approach to these waves. 5:40 on the clock. Paulina Du needing an 8.73, but Alessa Quizan, you can see just how much water and how unruly it is on the inside section.
Well, she's actually paddling in a touch, and she has the luxury of waiting for the ski to catch a ride back out. And here you go, on cue. He's going to swoop in, and she can jump on the back there on that sled and zip back out to the lineup.
She's going to have to take another one. And she's just slowly getting pushed on the inside. You do have a window, though, as you start to get pushed in a little farther. And the ski can only go in so shallow.
Yeah, it's such a timing thing right here. She has to hurry up. I think this is Kai Borg Garcia. And again, she misses it. So now he's going to have to turn around and climb that whitewash right there. Very technical ski driving here. These guys are the best in the business. And Alessa, she needs to be really quick when she gets on that sled. Otherwise, here she goes. Again, she's going to have to take this one on ahead. Even though this wave is not huge, Pat, it takes a lot of energy out of you to duck dive those waves.
Well, you can see the suck up and the ridges on the inside of that. It gets down about 6 inches, maybe a foot.
Again, look at Kai's like, come on, grab that sled. Let's get out of here.
And so deceiving. I mean, this right here just shows you, when you you drive in, you lock and load on a barrel without the jet ski assist. Could be a different story entirely.
And you can see her. She is zipping down the line. She's got a ton of speed. Right here, she sees that section stretch out in front of her, so she packs it. She pulls in nice and deep there. And with all that wind today, it's not quite opening up. And there you can see on the end, there, it's hollow, but look at all the section and warbles in there. There was no exit there, so that was just a lot of courage showed by Alessa.
It was a chandelier warehouse, and there was foam everywhere.
You love it when you see an athlete just say, you know what, screw it, I'm just pulling in, I don't care. She probably knew there was no exit. She just went ahead and went for it.
Well, oftentimes the safest place to be is inside the barrel, and Alessa Quizan sitting on a 6.17 and an 8.33. Paulina Du still hunting for the 8.73, and can see out in the lineup. So Laura Enever, as we pointed out, Laura Enever will not be surfing her heat in round 2. Nikki Van Dyke took that hit to the face in the reef, had to get stitches, and we'll give you an update as more information starts to come in about Nikki Van Dyke's situation. And so immediately following this heat, we'll be done for the day for competition, but be sure to stay tuned for the wrap-up show here from Fiji. 3 minutes on the clock, heat 6, round 2 in the water right now, and time running out for Paulina Du.
It's funny, just thinking about that last tube ride, that last barrel, that pretty big barrel that Alessa pulled into. It's something to be said about when you have a conviction and you pull in, a lot of times you don't connect with the bottom, where we saw Nikki kind of awkwardly pull into that little closeout on a smaller wave on the reef, and sure enough, she just went straight to the bottom and hit the reef. And And there's something to be said about that. A lot of times when you have conviction and you pull into these bigger waves, you never see anything happen. It's crazy how that works. And then all of a sudden you pull into a funky, smaller wave and you get the worst injury of your life. So there's a lot of irony there. It just shows you how shallow it is on Cloudbreak.
Try to explain the dynamics of what happens to people that don't spend a lot of time in the tube, but in terms of when you stay with it, about the bottom dropping out and that kind of safety mechanism that's built into the wave that people would be interested to hear.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's extremely shallow out here, especially on low tide. If you go through that inside section that we so passionately named shish kebabs, a lot of times if you're too deep in the barrel, Pat, the bottom of the wave opens up and you instantly fall right to the reef. It's one of the worst wipeouts you can have in surfing. You were saying the safest place to be is in the barrel, and that usually is the case. But sometimes, on low tide on a really hollow wave that doubles up, that bottom can just open straight up, and you pay a visit straight to the bottom. So, it's a scary thing, and that's the reason why a lot of surfers you'll see dodge barrels, because it takes some courage to pull in.
I think the safest place on low tide at shish kebabs is the bar here at restaurants, having a Mai Tai. As time is winding down, can Paulina Du find an 8.73? And things getting a little more unruly. The wind picking up. You can see how much swell and how much water is moving around. 60 seconds left. Down to the wire for Paulina Du. And for Alessa Quizon, we talked about how they've matched finishes so far for the season, but she's definitely starting to find her stride. And a win here in round 2, keeping her hopes alive if she can hold on to it. Down to the last 45 seconds. Paulina Du, all she needs is a 5.77.
Yeah, you can see, this heat is 30 seconds left. There's a bunch of lines coming in, so let's see if she can get into position.
And we see a line approaching, and she is able to scrap into one as Alessa Quizon finds another screamer, and she's waiting for it. And driving, and just a quick in and out, make her way to the channel with 10 seconds left. Anything out the back for Paulina Du?
Well, great performance here by Alessa Quizon. Paulina Du needing an excellent score, 8.73. One last look.
Paulina Du scrapping into one. Can she get? No, not before time. So not to be for Paulina Du. Unfortunately, she is done here at the Fiji Pro. But congrats to Alessa Quizon, the west side of Oahu. She's doing the island proud as the rookie moves onward and forward here at the Fiji Pro. When we come back to Tavarua, Fiji, we'll have the post show with Todd Klein and Strider Wasilewski.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be. Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Welcome back to the most beautiful island in the world, Tavarua, here in Fiji. And I tell you what, a fantastic day of competition here at the Fiji Pro. Todd Klein joined by Strider Wazalewski. And after 2 days of being on hold, basically, Strider, we kicked things off with some fantastic surfing with the women today.
Yeah, I was super excited out there. The waves were just pumping. We had some drama with Nikki going down on the inside. Unfortunately, you know, having a little bit of an injury, I guess there was a lot of bandage going on with her, and unfortunately having to bow out of the contest.
Yeah, we'll jump right into that as you bring that up, Strider. It was the news of the day. Unfortunate news. Nikki Van Dyke, you know, she was surfing very well, and it was round 1, heat number 6, the final heat of round 1. And I tell you what, you know, it didn't happen on the wave that it looked like we thought it happened to her on. She pulls into a closeout, as we'll get to here in a moment. But some fantastic surfing also in this heat as well. Bianca Batendock on the forehand with some big turns.
Yeah, she looked amazing out there. She, you know, her long, drawn-out style fit the wave perfectly today. And there you have a beautiful wave right there. That looks like Nikki getting up in the lip. Wow, that was a huge turn. And another one, oh, that's Malia Manuel, sorry, excuse me, but just ripping.
Yeah, Malia had some fantastic surfing with some of the highest scores in round 2. But I tell you what, Nikki was surfing really good, as you pointed out a moment ago, but it was that wave right there that we actually thought she got the injury on. But check out some of these turns here for Bianca, you know, on the forehand, putting it on rail. You can see her setting up some beautiful turns. The conditions, you know, grew throughout the day. We had a very low tide today, almost, you know, a negative tide. We had dry reef out here at restaurants at the island. But you could see, you know, it was just really shallow out there. This is Nikki now getting on the ski after that injury. And so what happened, Strider, we've been informed, is it wasn't the wave that she pulled into that closeout. She was paddling back out, didn't have her board, and just got supplexed into the reef and actually hit her face, splitting her upper lip and her bottom lip, taking multiple stitches, and Dr. Kramer taking care of her. And the good news is she's taken care of. She's stitched back up, but she won't be surfing in that round 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, getting hurt, but she gave it a go. She got, you know, we almost thought she was going to come back after seeing her in the last events doing her thing and coming back after a few minor injuries, but this one a little more severe. You know, on the inside there, like call it shish kebabs for a reason. We touched on it earlier. It's really sharp live reef, and when it gets a hold of you, you know, it's good night sometimes.
Yeah, live coral is very, very jagged. Moving on, round 2, heat number 4. Tatiana, I tell you what, her surfing in that heat was very, very strong. Her forehand was suiting these waves. You know, she's growing up in Hawaii. She's used to the power, and you can see it showed in this heat right here, Strider.
I mean, she was just letting it go. She was having a great time out there, and she picked the right waves, you know. She had a nice face. She brought down a couple of those floaters that, you know, are really hard to negotiate on the way down. She's coming through. There's a lot of wind out there, a lot of tide, the elements, but look at her. She's just feeling it and flowing. Right there, she had a little buck off, but she got right back on the board, and she looked really, really good out there. I was really impressed with her.
Tatiana Weston Webb, I tell you what, she's going to be a force to be reckoned with. And you look there, it's very uncharacteristic. Lakey Peterson not even catching a wave. And you know why? Because out of the gates, Tatiana dropped that 8.83, and Lakey knew she needed something big to get back into that heat, but she waited too long, Strider.
Yep. That was all she wrote, and it was all over. But Tatiana looking really, really good. I think she could be one of my favorites for the event going forward.
She is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Looking at the top 5 waves of the day, we saw some big scores up into that excellent range. Starting with number 5, we talked about Malia Manuel, how strong she surfed. Well, she had a couple of these waves in the top 5. This one that we're looking at right here was an 8.47. Some beautiful turns, strong bottom turns, setting up those big off the tops.
Well, she just looked strong, you know, right off the bottom, off the top. I mean, look at all that water flying out there, and you know, she like a little bit tentative when she was in Brazil in some of her surfing. Here she just looks strong and solid again, so I like that. I like the way she's surfing.
Well, we talked about Tatiana, you know, being from Hawaii, the same for Malia. This is Joanne DeFay here on her backhand, squaring up a couple with an 8.83 Strider.
You know, it's interesting, all the names you just said, you know, there's reef break involved with where they're from, and they really have a lot of reef and element that they've been dealing with. And Tatiana on her best wave, the beautiful wall comes out and throws up the big turn, brings it down. Not easy to negotiate at the bottom there.
Holding on with her toenails, pulling out an 8.83. And the wave of the day here was Malia Manuel, a 9.03. And I tell you what, unbelievable surfing, and the difference that I saw, Strider, and I'd like to get your take, was the top to bottom turns that she was doing. A lot of the other girls going more down the line, she was committing to those big turns.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure what it is with her headspace in this event, but her confidence just seems to be through the roof, and you can see it in her surfing, where she's actually coming straight off, going straight up, and really bringing it home. You know, the top 3 out of the 5 waves of best waves of the day were hers.
Yeah, Malia just on fire, and she'll be coming up in round 3. And I tell you what, guys, you know, it's been a fantastic day of competition here at the Fiji Pro. We hope you guys have enjoyed it. Tell us how you're watching it. You know, go on to Twitter, go on to Instagram, hashtag Fiji Pro at ASP, and let us know how you're watching the Fiji Pro. It's been a fantastic day here, round 1 for the women, all the way to round 3. We will be starting possibly tomorrow, maybe tomorrow out here at Restaurant Strider as the swell increases.
Yeah, I was looking at the forecast. It looks like it bumps up to a bigger interval in the morning. The wind kind of stays south-southeast tomorrow, so we could have a lot of wind out at Cloudbreak, which also means out here is going to be a little tough with the devil wind, they call it, coming up the face. We'll see how it plays out in the morning. Like the boys say, you get up and you check it. That's the best surf check.
And that's why they call it a forecast, not a will be. But I tell you what, the swell is forecasted to be big, so we know the surf's going to be there, but what will the conditions be like? We'll see tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. on Dawn Patrol. Join us. We hope you've enjoyed the women's action here today at the Fiji Pro. If you missed anything, stay with us here on these highlights and enjoy the music by Isaac Delusional. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m.
Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.